Pirate Sequence, Start with Outlaws. Chapter 1 Notorious Pirates. The shaking red wine glass was mixed with a thick smell of gunpowder. Several corpses fell in the captain's room, and dark red blood leaked from the cracks in the yellow floor. Ji Xian woke up and saw the scene in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. Then he was slightly nervous, and then accepted the current setting. The extraordinary world, the 5 oceans and 7 seas. The roar from the god of the north wind blew away the fog on the route and opened the prelude to the age of discovery. The former name was Rune Graves, a notorious pirate in the good sea, one of the 7 seas, and a mercenary who was greedy for money. With the double-barreled shotgun Destiny in his hand, he made a bad name in the good sea. I have traveled through time, so there is nothing to say. Just accept the setting. From today on, I am Rune. But why did my predecessor suddenly die? Thinking of this, Rune touched his waist and held a hard and long object. With it, there were waves of severe pain. A dagger was now stuck in his old waist. He clenched his teeth, trembling with pain all over his body, and his fingertips could feel the coldness of the blood flowing. In front of him, he was almost hallucinating from the pain. Outlaw panel is open. Fatal injury detected, resurrection coin activated. Other modules loading. After 3 lines of small characters appeared, the wound on the waist instantly began to heal and grow new flesh, and the dagger was squeezed out of the body and fell to the ground with a clang. Devil! You must be a devil! The moment the dagger fell to the ground, an unbelievable cry suddenly came from the corner of the captain's room. Turning around, a pale and thin sailor was gasping for breath on the ground not far away, looking at him with fear. Thinking back, he was ambushed by him before. Lune's eyes turned cold when he looked at this guy, and one hand pulled the trigger of fate. First, since you dare to do the business of human trafficking, don't be afraid of death. Second, remember to cut the throat with the knife, not the kidney, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Third, remember to finish off the kill, just like me. Bang! Bang! 1 shot to the body, 1 shot to the head. If fate had not allowed only 2 bullets, Rune would have wanted to let this guy try the Mozambique shooting method. But the powerful power of the shotgun has turned this trembling poor kid into a puddle of paste. It should be dead. Rune looked at the body carefully. After checking the captain's room again and finishing off all the bodies, Rune turned his attention to the small words just now. This should be his golden finger. Panel. As Rune muttered in his heart, a panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. This panel was azure blue, and it recorded Rune's basic information. Name, Rune Graves. Path, Sequence 9. Outlaw, Leave 1. Spirituality, 50/50ths. Spell Strength, 0. Rare Item, Shotgun, Destiny Leave 1, Resurrection Coin *2. Quest, to be received. The panel is simple. Rune glanced at it briefly, and his attention was first focused on Sequence 9. Outlaw. In the current world, although everyone knows about the extraordinary, it is still a rare thing after all. About 1 out of 1,000 people can get in touch with the extraordinary, either by money or by fate. Although the combat power of the predecessor was not bad, it was only because of the powerful weapon Destiny, and it itself did not enter the extraordinary sequence. Otherwise, he would not have been ambushed and killed here. And he himself is now a real extraordinary Sequence 9.lv1. After reaching level 10, he can move on to the next sequence. Click on the extraordinary column, and immediately, 2 skills appear in front of you. Peeping Eye Leave 1, full, used to detect character/item information. Fate Manipulator Leave 1, full, you can use the strange item, Fate Shotgun, and transform it. These 2 skills ability, it comes with it after entering the extraordinary. In addition, there are 2 skill points that can be added. There are exactly 2 abilities that can be learned at present. Rune did not hesitate and immediately clicked the plus sign at the back. Large lead bullet leave 1, firearms ability, shotgun, destiny, upgrade, learn the ability to fuse large lead bullets. PS, put the large caliber lead bullet into the small barrel of destiny and wait for the enemy to explode. Consumption, ordinary lead bullet 2, spirituality 1. True man leave 1, physical ability, passive, physical strength increases by 20%, 1 layer, after entering the battle, 1 layer is added every 5 seconds, with a maximum of 10 layers, plus 200%. PS, black gunpowder? Go directly into the rain of bullets. Consumption, none. Add points completed. A magical force penetrated Rune's body, and he seemed to have realized something. The 2 lead bullets in his hand turned into 1 in an instant. The thick lead bullets give people a sense of peace of mind. The caliber is the truth. When the lead bullets are stuffed into the Destiny shotgun, Destiny also makes adjustments accordingly. Adding some firearms ability can upgrade Destiny and accommodate bullets of all calibers. It is worthy of being a weapon of the wonder level. Feeling the power surging in his body, Rune was immediately fascinated. He calmed his mind and continued to look at the bottom of the panel. Spirituality, probably means the blue bar, this ability increases with the level of the sequencer. And the spell strength below. Why does it look familiar? As the name suggests, this attribute is used to increase the strength of extraordinary abilities, and can only be increased by external forces, drugs/blessings/rare treasures. In terms of rare treasures, apart from Destiny, there are only 2 resurrection coins left. 1 resurrection coin is a life. At the same time, there is no upper limit to the number of resurrection coins, and more resurrection coins can be exchanged for certain adventure points in the future. This is Rune's confidence. I'll give you a few more lives, do you want to play or not? Look down and look at the last column. Task. This column is emitting light at this moment. Click on the task bar. Main quest, find Hydra gold coins, 0/7. Hydra gold coins, Graves made a vow in the deep sea prison to exchange his remaining life's service for escape, this vow was promised by Hydra. Collect 7 Hydra gold coins and complete redemption, otherwise you will become Hydra's eternal slave in a year. Countdown, 180 days. The first gold coin, as promised by your employer Merchant Chris, you have completed the task of hijacking 10 ships, and it's time to ask for compensation. Seeing the task, Rune's memory fragments gradually integrated. Including this hijacking, there are a total of 10 times, which was done by the employer Chris who hired Rune. The purpose is to strike his business partners. Yes, partners, not opponents. As for why, it was not what Rune considered. Pushing open the door of the captain's room, as expected, Chris's men had come to the ship to clean up the battlefield. And Chris was standing on the deck wearing a black round hat and a cane. The peeping eye was activated. Name, Chris. Path, obscured. Spirituality, obscured. Life value, 10. Everyone who comes into contact with a supernatural being has a life value, which represents their influence or connection with the world. Killing a person with a life value will reward adventure points or destiny points. Note, the higher the life value of the character, the harder it is to kill. Rune glanced at the panel, shouldering his fate, and walked in front of the other party. The mission is completed, and the Hydra gold coins promised before should be redeemed. Haha. Chris smiled, no hurry. What do you mean by no hurry? Rune had a bad premonition. No hurry means I'll bother you to die here, Mr. Graves. Chapter 2 A Real Man. After the words fell, Chris's men, who seemed to be cleaning up the battlefield, took out their weapons. Lune also noticed that these people had quietly surrounded him. Merchants are more shameless than pirates. Owen was not surprised. He picked up the destiny in his hand and prepared for battle. You misunderstood me on this point, Graves. Shameless or not doesn't matter to me. I only care about interests. The rest is not important. It's in my interest for you to die here now. Chris said calmly. Pirate Graves is evil and hijacked 10 Black Shark cargo ships. I took action to protect the interests of my allies and killed the evil thief. Loon's finger was already on the trigger. It's a good idea, but it depends on whether you have the ability. The next second, the bullets of the Destiny shotgun shot out and headed straight for Chris. The upgraded large lead bullets came with great force, and the white smoke mixed with fragmented shrapnel had a terrifying explosive power. At such a close distance and such a fast trajectory, Chris could never avoid it. The facts did not deviate from Rune's calculations, and the first shot successfully hit Chris. But in the blink of an eye, a blue barrier appeared in front of Chris, successfully blocking the bullet. Hold! Barrier scroll. Really rich. Rune was not surprised by this, but he was still cursing. These rich people, I dare not say anything else, but they must have a lot of first-class props. Even if their own abilities are insufficient, they can make up for it with props. What kind of barrier scrolls, recovery scrolls, acceleration scrolls, high-end fireballs, sheep transformation. Fancy things are emerging in an endless stream. However, barrier scrolls are also limited. The upgraded large lead bullets are quite powerful. The first shot just now has made the barrier shake a little. 2 more shots, and the barrier is broken. But Chris's men around him don't seem to want to give themselves such an opportunity. A servant has quietly approached without knowing when. Lone turned his head and shot. The huge impact force blew the attacker away, turning him into a pool of meat paste printed on the deck. Come on! His gun can only hold 2 bullets at a time. Chris called to his men. Rune sneered, you guys are very clear about intelligence. But the past was the past, and the present is now. Rune, who has activated Sequence 9, is completely different from Graves in the past. For example, pure manliness. Body strength increased by 20%, 1 layer is added every 5 seconds, up to 10 layers. From the first shot to now, Rune's pure manliness has reached 3 levels. Originally, his physical strength was much stronger than that of ordinary pirates, and now with such a terrifying increase, he has an overwhelming advantage against these guys. The only threat to Rune is that the 4 people brought flintlock rifles. But ordinary flintlock rifles are filled with black gunpowder, and can only fire 1 shot at a time, and the power is pitifully small. If the distance is too far, it is easy to miss. At this time, Rune has already stacked up the pure manliness passive in the battle. 10 layers. 3 times the physical strength increase. Whether it is strength, reaction speed, or muscle strength, they are all tripled. 4 people fired 4 bullets, but only 2 successfully hit the target. But these 2 bullets only slightly injured Rune, and the pain increased his fighting spirit. The besieging enemies were all stunned. Is this still a human being? The enemy had no long-range weapons, and only had cold weapons for close combat. Rune was not afraid at all. The Destiny shotgun was used directly as a blunt weapon. When blocking and knocking an enemy away, 2 bullets were loaded. With the roaring gunshots, 2 more enemies died. Several people died at once, making these people a little timid. Rune would not tolerate them. Kill, kill, kill. He was so angry that his eyes went red. In a short while, only Rune and Chris were left on the ship. The broken rum barrels and the blood on the deck were mixed together, and the red color was inexplicably attractive. Seeing that all the men he brought were dead, Chris did not panic at all, but looked at Rune with curiosity. The intelligence about you was wrong. I thought that 10 people and 4 guns could deal with you. I didn't expect you to enter the supernatural. It seems that it is a rare physical skill supernatural ability. The flintlock rifle poses little threat to you. And I just need a physical skill supernatural who has just advanced. The value of cooperation is very high. Chris continued, but I also made a mistake. I always wanted to plan the most reasonable resource allocation at the lowest cost. I didn't calculate the situation that you suddenly entered the supernatural. Even if the probability of this is less than 1 in 100,000. What are you mumbling there? Rune walked towards Chris with his fate in his hands. Bang! The large lead bullet was fired, and a crack appeared in Chris's barrier. Chris smiled and said, I'm thinking about whether we should make another deal. Deal? Rune pulled the trigger again without hesitation, and then loaded the bullet. Do you think there is any trust between us? The barrier in front of Chris was completely broken, but his expression did not change at all. Trading does not necessarily require mutual trust, because there are some deals you have to make. As he said that, he took out a gold coin from his arms, on which the hydra looked vivid. The gold coin fell to the ground, rolled along the gap in the deck to Rune's feet, turned twice, and lay in a pool of blood. Chris said, This is your reward this time, Graves. I have re-evaluated your cooperation possibility and think we can continue to cooperate. As someone who has sworn a blood oath to the Hydra, the importance of the Hydra gold coin to you is self-evident. Coincidentally, I have the information of another Hydra gold coin. I will continue to employ you with this. I hope you can get to the snake cave within a week. There is something that you must do, and it is also very good for you. He waved his right hand gently, as if saying goodbye. Rune frowned, and then fired a shot. In Chris's slightly surprised eyes, the teleportation scroll was activated before the bullet arrived. Thrillingly escaped. Rune picked up the gold coin in the pool of blood, his eyes were a little uncertain. The other party suddenly changed his face, he must have something to ask of him, and he also needed the second Hydra gold coin. So he still had to go to the snake cave. Not only did he have to go, but he also had to cooperate with Chris temporarily. The shot just now was a warning to him in advance. I hope he won't play tricks in the cooperation. But at the same time, this doesn't mean that Rune has forgotten Chris's backstab today, it's just that the time for revenge has not come yet. Sometimes, those who work hard without thinking are not necessarily real men. Real men must be able to stretch and shrink, be long or short, hard or soft. Now bear it for a while, and when you get what you need, you can be ruthless to the other party. After he calmed down, 2 messages popped up in front of Rune. The task is completed. Complete the task, the first Hydra gold coin, reward, skill point 1, adventure point 2. Accept the task, snake cave, the second gold coin. It is always happy to have gains. Rune raised his eyebrows, skill points, good stuff. Adventure points seem to be able to exchange for many top quality props. Chapter 3 Carter. Rune clicked adventure points, and sure enough, a store interface popped up. The dazzling array of goods inside made people dazzled. The first one is the resurrection coin. 2 adventure points for 1. As the number of purchases increases, the price will also increase. The second is the 7 Seas gold coin. The front is engraved with the outline of the 7 seas and 5 oceans, and the back is a sail symbolizing the age of exploration. It can be regarded as a symbol of people's ideals and confidence in conquering the world. 1 adventure point can be exchanged for 10 gold coins. In the 7 seas, the ratio of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins is 1:100. The lead bullet of the Destiny shotgun is 6 copper coins. That is to say, the purchasing power of 1 copper coin is roughly equal to $1 in the previous life. 1 adventure point is equal to 100,000 yuan. It is also very tempting. Behind, there are various scrolls, equipment, treasure maps, and exotic fruits that increase attributes. All can be exchanged with adventure points. Although it may not be very comprehensive, it can meet normal needs. 2 adventure points are not enough in this huge store. However, Rune was not discouraged at all. The adventure has just begun, and everything can be done slowly. He took a resurrection coin without hesitation. This is the strongest thing in the store. Currently, the number of resurrection coins has reached 3. With 3 resurrection opportunities, adventurers seem more confident. After the adventure points are processed, the next is the skill points. Rune didn't even look at it and directly added it to the pure man. The strength of this skill has been reflected in the battle just now. Pure man leave 1. Pure man leave 2. Pure man leave 2, physical ability, passive, physical strength increased by 25%, 1 layer, 5%, after entering the battle, 1 layer is added every 5 seconds, with a maximum of 10 layers, plus 250%. Upgrade 1 level. The strength of each layer is increased by 5%. The full layer is increased by 50%. Rune smiled, is this the charm of numerical monsters? Moreover, the basic value of the pure man is not fixed. As long as the physical strength can be continuously trained and improved, this percentage bonus will be even more terrifying. It is said that in the end, it is not a dream to tear up the ocean-going ship with bare hands and catch the naval gun with bare hands. It only took a few minutes to add 2 points. Rune looked at the boat under his feet. It was a problem to deal with this thing. It was not that the boat was difficult to deal with, but there were nearly 100 abducted slaves on the boat. According to the market price, the better quality ones could be sold for 50 silver coins, and the poor quality ones were also worth more than 10 silver coins. One trip would earn 20 to 50 gold coins. It was a huge profit. But Rune himself was disdainful of making such money. Pirates are pirates, and human traffickers are human traffickers. After thinking about it, he drove the cargo ship towards the shore. After a while, the cargo ship docked. He found the key from the crew's body and opened the ship's cargo hold. In the dim and cramped cargo hold, less than 50 square meters, there were 100 people crowded. The sky-high stench rushed out the moment the door opened. Rune waited for the stench to dissipate a little before taking 2 steps inside. Hundreds of eyes looked at him in unison. These people were haggard and pale. Most of them were women and children, and a small number were young and strong. Beasts. Rune couldn't help frowning when he saw this. He looked at the slaves and shouted, "You are free. Go." Everyone below looked up in disbelief, thinking they were hallucinating. No one dared to move. Until Owen took the initiative to make way and return to the deck. After a while, someone poked his head out of the door. Seeing that there was really no one to stop her, she started running. After the first one, there was the second and the third. The people on the boat soon ran away. Rune no longer cared about the boat, and jumped onto the small boat moored beside it. The boat was too big and had the logo of the Black Shark Society. It was easy to be discovered and it was basically impossible to resell it. Just when he finished packing up the spoils and was about to leave, a guy from the cargo ship tiptoed towards the boat. Judging from the size, it was a child. Before the other party jumped down, Rune had already grabbed the other party's collar. When he pulled her forward, he saw that she was a little girl with messy hair. A long and thin scar ran from top to bottom over her left eye. The originally pretty face became a little creepy because of the scar. "What are you doing?" Rune was confused. This child didn't run away, but wanted to jump onto his boat. "I want to follow you." The child blinked his eyes were firm. "Follow me." Owen smiled, "I'm a pirate. You'll get shot every day if you follow me, right? Get out of here, Baloberg is nearby, hurry up and stay in the welfare home." "I don't want to go to the welfare home." The child lowered his head, "They are not good people, you are a good person." "The people in the welfare home are not good people?" Owen immediately understood what was going on. "It's worthy of being called the kind sea. But if I, a pirate, say I'm a good person, is there any law? I'm not a good person. You saw the people on that ship, I killed them all." Owen tried to intimidate the other party. "They are all bad people, good kill." The little girl nodded, as if to express her appreciation for Wen. Wen was helpless with this little girl. You can't just shoot her. But he definitely can't take a child with him, and he knows what kind of life he lives on the edge of a knife every day. No matter what you say, I can't take you with me. Lun was determined. I have been an orphan since I was a child. I was bullied every day and abducted. If I leave by myself, it will be the same as dying. The little girl began to tell her tragic experience, but her acting was very poor, and she didn't even shed a tear. Seeing Lun indifferent, the little girl glanced at him and jumped directly into the sea. Jumping into the sea to commit suicide. Lun frowned. He waited for 2 minutes, 5 minutes. There was still no sign of the little girl. Lun sighed and jumped into the sea, but he looked around in the sea and there was no sign of the little girl. Could it be that she was eaten by some sea beast? Lun's heart tightened, but his breath-holding time was up, so he had to float to the surface. As a result, the little girl was already sitting on the boat, looking at him with a smile. Look, I'm very powerful. I can hold my breath underwater for 20 minutes. The little girl said proudly, and as her voice became smaller, she gradually became one with the surrounding environment. Rune looked at the little girl carefully. This is a piece of extraordinary material. It can be seen that the little girl has not yet advanced, but the extraordinary ability she has shown is almost entering the sequence. He activated the peeping eye. Name? Channel, Nun Spirituality, 97/100 life value, 100. Seeing the panel, Rune was stunned. This child, the spirituality value is higher than his own now? And the life value is 100. Chris's life value was only 10 before. The chosen child. This child will definitely be extraordinary in the future. If he is accepted, it will really be a great help. After careful consideration, he finally compromised. What's your name? The little girl grinned when she heard this, and her teeth that had not yet grown were very leaky. My name is Carter, I'm 13 years old, my father is unknown, my mother is unknown, and I was born in Baloberg. All right. Rune waved his hand, my name is Rune Graves, and I'm a vicious pirate. Since you follow me, you will live a life of all kinds of gunfire and rain of bullets in the future, and there will be no stable days. Do you understand, Pirate Carter? Understood. Carter saluted crookedly. Where are we going now, Captain? Snake Cave. Rune said. Carter tilted his head. Where is the Snake Cave? Very far away. How far? I don't know. Then we shut up, Pirate Carter. Yes, Captain. A small boat quickly moved towards the Snake Cave. Chapter 4 Snake Cave. In a dark secret room. Chris wore a black round hat and sat upright on a chair. After waiting in silence for a long time, the closed door of the secret room finally opened, and a mysterious figure sat opposite him. The man looked very hurried, and he said as soon as he came, "How is the matter of the Black Shark Society being handled? We have initially gained trust." Chris said calmly, "According to our previous plan, we hired pirates to hijack the ship, and then came out to play the role of a good man, one step wrong." The mysterious figure nodded. Then who will participate in the infiltration plan next? There is only one, and it is not easy to find a physical skill supernatural who has just awakened spirituality in this area. Chris paused. Is time really so tight? If you give me more time, I will have a chance to find a few more. It happened suddenly. And I don't have that much time. The mysterious man sighed. Black the Shark Society has made a major breakthrough in its research on medicines, and we need to get the samples as soon as possible. Chris said, "In that case, I will act quickly, but remember to give me a copy of the analysis report of the medicine." Of course. The mysterious man tidied his clothes and prepared to leave. "I hope the person you found is reliable." "It must be no problem." I will give him some special care so that he can be competent for this mission. Report to the captain, I saw a small island with 2 thief-looking guys on it. Is that the snake cave? On the boat, Carter turned a blind eye and looked into the distance with a telescope. This telescope was the spoils of the last battle. In addition to it, there were 4 flintlocks, 8 bullets, and 15 silver coins. All the guns and bullets were given to Carter, and the 4 flintlocks were inserted into the holsters on her waist, allowing her to be in danger. There is a means of self-defense at that time. Lone took the telescope from Carter's hand, confirmed it, and nodded, we have arrived at the snake cave, prepare to dock. Yes. Carter heard the words and immediately stepped forward to adjust the route diligently. A moment later, Wen took Carter to the island. The Good Sea is located in the northwest of the 5 oceans and 7 seas. It is remote and has a bad climate. The coastline is winding and uneven, with many scattered islands and deep water bays. These places have become excellent hiding places for pirates. The Snake Cave is one of them. In Wen's memory, his predecessor often came to the Snake Cave. Mainly, in addition to pirates, there are some scattered merchants here, which is a gray area. Food, fresh water, weapons, and equipment can be well supplemented here. Through the path, you will reach the core area of the Snake Cave. Here, piles of tents are lined up in several streets, and tall trees and dense grass have become the best hiding places. As evening approached, torches had been lit in front of some tents. In front of some tents, a few simple tables, chairs, and benches were placed, plus a large iron pot, to start a catering business. Seeing that there was hot food, Rune was not polite and sat down with Carter. The boss came forward attentively and handed over the menu, look at what you want to eat. Rune gave the menu to Carter. After eating dry food on the ship for a few days, the child couldn't stand the hunger. After Carter scanned the menu, he immediately pointed to the bottom of the menu, I want a super 5-person meal. Hearing this, Rune frowned, Pirate Carter, there are 2 of us. Oh, sorry, Captain, I forgot about you. Carter looked embarrassed, then give me 2 super 5-person meals. Rune wanted to say something, but he didn't say it out loud. He sighed. Forget it, I'll just have 2 roast pork and a bowl of soup, and give her a 5-person meal. Wait a minute. The boss turned around and went to prepare the meal. Carter, who came to the Snake Cave for the first time, looked around and found everything very new. When he saw other pirates, his eyes lit up and he whispered, Captain, can we kill that guy? The equipment in his hand looks great. Or, that guy looks very rich, let's rob him. Bold remarks made Rune very upset. In response, he could only say to Carter righteously, don't want to fight and kill people when you see them. We kind sea people are still very simple and honest. We should be kind. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of quarreling came from the tent not far away. Then, gunshots and screams came one after another. People around him were used to it, and Rune didn't intend to get involved. Until a bullet broke the bowl on the table in front of him. Go to hell with kindness. Rune rushed over with his fate in his hands, and everything was calm after the violent gunshots. When he returned to his seat, the people around him looked at him with more respect, and there was some other meaning in it. The boss served the dishes much faster, skipping several tables of other guests and serving their dishes directly. Rune used the peeping eye carefully to confirm that there was no problem with the dishes. Pushing the dishes in front of little Carter, he was afraid that the child could not accept such a tragic scene for a while, and wanted to say something to comfort him. As a result, little Carter was already busy eating. Thinking back to the scene and conversation when he first met Carter, Rune couldn't help but sigh. This little girl is born to be a pirate. A meal cost 3 silver coins, and that was after the boss gave a discount. Rune felt very sad. Who knew that this child could eat so much? After finishing the meal, start the purchase mode in the Snake Cave. Replenish food, spend 1 silver coin. Replenish fresh water resources, spend 1 silver coin. Replenish the shotgun bullets of fate, 100 rounds, and spend 6 silver coins. 2/3 of the money gained from the last battle was gone. Money is really not easy to spend. When he finished all this, a figure approached stealthily, and Rune used fate to hit his head. The man quickly begged for mercy, "It's Uncle Graves. I'm here to pass on a message, someone wants to see you. Lead the way." Rune didn't even have to think about it, it was the businessman Chris. A minute later, Rune opened the tent, and Carter found a place to hide quietly. "You are very punctual." The familiar black round hat appeared in front of him. "Stop talking nonsense, tell me, what do you want me to do this time?" Rune got straight to the point. For a sinister and cunning businessman like Chris, Rune felt that being straightforward was the most appropriate way to deal with him. Chris was silent, and Rune was always so unexpected. The last shot he gave himself on the boat was not within his consideration at all. It was obvious that the other party had been tempted by the news of the second Hydra at that time, and he could still give himself a shot. "Although his strength was not a big threat to me, is this something a normal person can do?" And now, facing him again, the words I had prepared for a long time were choked in my throat. After a while, Chris said, "I need you to help me get something." "What do you want?" "A potion, I need a sample." Chris said, "The potion is inside the Black Shark Club, and the quantity is scarce." Rune thought for a while, "Give me the time, place, plan, and advance payment. Pay me, otherwise I won't do it." "Okay." Chris said, "When the mission is about to begin, I will tell you everything, including the news about the second Hydra gold coin, but you can't complete the mission with your current status." "What do you mean?" Rune was puzzled. Chris said seriously, "You are still too weak. This mission is very dangerous, and failure is not allowed." "Too weak?" "That's right, you have just entered the extraordinary sequence and experienced a battle, and in this mission, you will face many veterans who have entered the sequence 9, and even enemies of the sequence 8. Chapter 5 Spirituality is the top priority, and the level is upgraded. Sequence 9 veterans, and even sequence 8 extraordinary people." Rune's tone was a little surprised. "Why, are you scared?" "No, I mean, I have to pay more." Hearing this answer, Chris was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Don't worry, as a valuable collaborator, your reward will not be less." "For example?" Lun asked. Chris was a little helpless and said, "Since you are so anxious, I will give you the first reward first. The first reward is knowledge." "Knowledge? Knowledge is the key to the world mastered by intelligent creatures." Chris's tone became solemn and solemn. "Without knowledge, you can't open the door to the truth, nor can you know the road behind the door. The same is true for the extraordinary." He looked at Lun, "There are only one extraordinary person in 1,000. Most of them are nobles, wizards, and knights with inheritance. There are very few people like you who are self-awakened, so this knowledge is very important to you." "I do need it." Lun accepted it happily. As a panel owner, he does have a convenience that ordinary extraordinary people can't achieve. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't need to understand the extraordinary. Until now, even with the panel, his understanding of many things is ambiguous. "Since you are satisfied with the first reward, I won't procrastinate." Chris said, "Graves, what do you think of supernatural sequence?" Rune thought for a while and replied, "Supernatural is the power beyond mortals, literally, very simple. And the sequence is the way for supernaturals to advance. From sequence 9 to sequence 1, it represents the stage of supernatural's progress." "Yes, your answer has hit the point." Chris nodded, "Since you said that sequence 9 to sequence 1 is a stage, then how is this stage divided? What is the difference between different sequences?" Seeing that Rune fell into silence, Chris did not keep him in suspense and raised 3 fingers. Graves, listen carefully to the next 3 sentences, this is the answer to sequence. First, the improvement of sequence is essentially the improvement of spirituality. Second, the difference in sequence is essentially the difference in spiritual utilization. Third, the ultimate of sequence is essentially the ultimate of spirituality. Yes, spirituality. Rune suddenly realized. Chris continued, from sequence 9 to sequence 1, the process of advancement is to accumulate spirituality. Awakening spirituality is the extraordinary of sequence 9. When spirituality reaches 1000 units, it advances to sequence 8, 3000 units, and sequence 7. Each advancement may require different rituals or materials because of the different sequences. And all sequences are divided into 4 categories because of the difference in the use of spirituality. They are physical skills, magic, alchemy and special. Currently, most extraordinary people are magic and alchemy, physical skills are rare, and special systems are the least. So, how do you distinguish between the strengths of various sequences? In the final analysis, it's still about spirituality. Spirituality is the foundation of the extraordinary. All abilities, spells, machinery, and props are just amplifiers of spirituality. For example, the rare shotgun in your hand is at least a B-level rare item according to the rating, which can increase spirituality by at least 50 times. Although there are some flaws due to the low tolerance of spirituality for alchemical creations, its power should not be underestimated. And the ability resources of ordinary sequence 9 extraordinary people can increase spirituality by 10 times, which is already good. So whether the combat power is strong or not depends on oneself and the resources one has. At this point, Chris paused briefly, and then said, the last point, the ultimate of the sequence is essentially the continuous accumulation of spirituality until transcendence. This is the ultimate pursuit of all extraordinary people. He looked at Rune, and then said, speaking of this, I believe you have already understood the extraordinary and have an idea of the future path, right? What do you think of this first reward? After listening to Chris's words, Rune's mind was as clear as a mirror. Looking at his own panel. Currently path, sequence 9. Outlaw leave 1. The spiritual limit is 50. From his initial ability and subsequent development, the outlaw sequence is a mixture of physical skills and alchemy, firearms. It is even more powerful than Chris guessed. So according to the extraordinary theory, combat power equals spirituality * amplification. In addition to improving skills and equipment, spirituality is also indispensable. Large lead bullets cost 1 spirituality point and firearms amplification is 50 times, which means that the burst of large lead bullets is 50 points of spiritual strength. I see. So, how can I improve my spiritual strength? Rune thought for a while and asked again. That's exactly what I'm going to tell you next. Chris, he said, to improve the strength of spirituality, one is to practice, temper the muscles and bones, and exercise the will. The second is to plunder. Killing extraordinary people will give you a chance to plunder spirituality. The third is resources. He took out a bottle of blue potion and placed it in front of Rune. This is your second reward, a bottle of spiritual potion. Rune looked at the potion and immediately activated his peeping eye. Spiritual potion effect, increase spirituality by 100 to 300 points. Note, sequence 9 can only be used once, no side effects. After reading the entry of the spiritual potion, Rune raised his eyebrows and sighed. This is the resource. Potions, scrolls. Chris can get good stuff at random. Ordinary extraordinary people can't compare at all. After confirming that there was no problem with the spiritual potion, Rune directly picked up the potion and drank it all. Suddenly, a cool breath poured into his body directly from the fontanelle on the top of his head. From top to bottom, a trace of cool air seeped through the cracks in the body. The brain was clear, and then a sense of full power surged out. Gain 300 units of spirituality. Sequence level increased. Sequence 9. Outlaw leave 1. Sequence 9. Outlaw leave 3. Current spirituality value, 350/350. Gain 2 skill points. A new firearms ability is unlocked. A new physical ability is unlocked. A bottle of spiritual potion directly raises the level to level 3. If you practice hard or take risks yourself, you can save a lot of effort. Seeing the light on Rune disappear, Chris asked, "How is it, the 2 rewards I paid in advance, are they okay?" "Very valuable." Rune also made a fair evaluation. "I am confident in dealing with opponents within Sequence 9, but Sequence 8 is difficult." From the information Chris gave just now, it can be calculated that the spiritual value range of Sequence 9 is 0 to 1000, while that of Sequence 8 is 1000 to 3000. The gap between the two is not ordinary. It is extremely difficult to fight across stages, almost impossible. Chris said, "I won't let you complete the mission like this. I also said before that the mission must be successful, so I will provide you with something. The third thing I give you is both a reward and a test. If you pass it, it will be worth my investment." "Do you know why I set the meeting place in the Snake Cave?" Chris pointed at his feet. Snake Cave news. A month ago, a blasphemer was in the Snake Cave and killed many people in the Snake Cave. Later I received intelligence that the blasphemer is still near the Snake Cave and has not gone far. Lun nodded. "I understand, find him and kill him." Chapter 6 Blasphemer. Lun has related memories of the term blasphemer. In order to pursue extraordinary people, at all costs, they are infected with some ominous or cursed power. From then on, they became mentally ill and violent. They are often accompanied by mutant traits and accompanying pollution sources. If a superhuman kills him, he may be able to plunder his spirituality, increase his strength, or get in touch with some secrets about the superhuman. It was already late at night when he walked out of the tent. Lun called out little Carter, who was hiding nearby. The two spent 10 copper coins to rent a tent and rested inside. After a while, little Carter fell asleep with the quilt in her arms, lying in the shape of a big character. It seemed that with Alwen by her side, she was extremely relaxed. After Alwen confirmed that there was no danger around, he opened the skill panel. I had obtained 2 skill points before and unlocked a new skill. It was a good opportunity to see what it was. The panel appeared in front of him, with 2 skills unlocked in total. Quick Draw Armor Piercing Bullet. No worries, 1 skill plus 1 point. Quick Draw Leave 1, Physical Ability, Slide a distance, 0m5m, and load a bullet for your destiny. This bullet comes with an additional 3 spiritual damage and an additional layer, Real Man. Cooling time 20s. PS, a shotgun with a 2-round capacity can quickly fire 3 bullets. This is magic. Consumption, Spirituality *30. Armor Piercing Bullet Leave 1, Firearms Ability, learn the ability to transform armor piercing bullets. After transformation, the bullet has an additional 1 spirituality special attack against armored units. PS, blast your shells. Consumption, Spirituality 5, any bullet 1, low-level Moro alloy *1. 2 skills in hand. Seeing the effects of these 2 skills, Rune was a little excited. It came at the right time. Quick Draw is a displacement skill, which also provides a bullet-changing effect, and can quickly stack a layer of pure manliness. It can reduce Rune's idle time after firing the bullets, increasing combat flexibility. And armor-piercing bullets make the bullets even more powerful. If the opponent is wearing heavy armor, or encounters a monster with high armor, armor-piercing bullets can be effective. And armor-piercing bullets and large lead bullets can be stacked at the same time. Large lead bullet plus armor-piercing bullet, the power is doubled. Most importantly, against armored units, Quick Draw and large lead bullet and armor-piercing bullet can add 5 points of spiritual damage. Adding the 50-fold increase of fate, the value reaches 250 points. Sequence 9 Extraordinary people, want to take it was difficult to fire this shot. Strength has increased significantly, not bad. Rune turned off the panel and lay down with his head up. I need to buy some alloys for armor-piercing bullets tomorrow. Falling into a light sleep, he kept an eye on the surroundings. After a while, the sky was slightly bright. Rune opened his eyes and woke up Carter, who was still lying in bed. The two re-entered the streets of the Snake Cave. After a walk around the Snake Cave, low-level Moro alloy was sold. 1 unit of low-level Moro alloy costs 50 copper coins. Half a silver coin. It's simply robbing money. Rune now has a total of 3 silver coins and 90 copper coins. After an estimate, he bought 4 units of alloy. The account balance is 1 silver coin and 90 copper coins. 4 armor-piercing bullets were added. Everything is ready. The next step is to find the location of the blasphemer. If we want to get information, it's faster for 2 people to go separately. Lun thought for a while and said to little Carter beside him, I'll give you a task. Little Carter was still sleepy at first, but when she heard about the task, her eyes lit up immediately. After listening to the content of the task, she nodded seriously, I promise to complete it. After saying that, she ran away. Lun thought about it and walked directly to the place where he had dinner last night. He remembered that the boss only opened the stall at night. The blasphemer also appeared at night in the Snake Cave at that time. The owner of the food stall must have clues. Sure enough, when he asked about the blasphemer, the boss sighed twice. It was tragic. That night, the blasphemer broke into the camp and killed more than 30 people. It is said that there were 2 extraordinary people among them. Ordinary flintlock rifles are no threat to the blasphemer. The blasphemer stinks and seems to have disgusting green-brown vines growing on his body. As for who has seen him recently, I heard that a guy did see him 2 days ago, but I forgot who he was. Lun nodded, thank you. The boss's words already contain a lot of information. The blasphemer is powerful, has high armor value, has a certain degree of mutation, and may have additional abilities. The most important thing is that it should be nearby. As for the specific location, I found it. Carter's voice appeared beside her ear. She said proudly, there is a guy in the east of the camp who said that he saw the blasphemer yesterday, but he wants 2 silver coins to tell us the news. Let's go find him. Wen narrowed his eyes. The boss behind him heard this and hurriedly called out to Lun, are you guys going to cause trouble for that blasphemer? I advise you not to go, that guy is not easy to mess with. Lun waved his hand and left the boss's sight. Seeing Lun's back, the boss sighed. The other Snake Cave merchants around saw this and asked with a smile, another guy is going to die. That's right. The owner of the food stall was very helpless. How can we not keep a big customer who can spend 3 silver coins at a time? Haha. The other merchants laughed, it's hard to persuade the damn ghost with good words. There are always people who think they can kill the blasphemer and don't think about what they are made of. 2 more dead, 2 more dead. What if he really kills the blasphemer? Do you have a fever? Or did you eat the nonsense apple pie made by your neighbor Mrs. Jasmine? You can say such things. When the blasphemer came to kill people, weren't you there? I saw you hiding in the corner and shivering. You are the same. Run pushed aside the dense grass and held his breath instantly. These tall weeds are like a natural barrier, isolating all smells. As long as there is a slight gap, a disgusting smell will penetrate through all holes and make people feel sick. It seems that guy is right. The guy who wanted 2 silver coins before giving the news, after Rune put the barrel of the gun against his head, honestly told the location where he saw the blasphemer before. At this moment, with the evidence of the smell, Rune was more certain that the blasphemer was nearby. He winked at Carter, and she understood, and the whole person blended into the environment. And Rune held his fate in his hands, and was on guard. leaning out of the grass, holding his breath. After walking 2 steps, a corpse appeared on the ground not far away. After a careful inspection with the peeping eye, the deceased died of suffocation, and there were spiritual residues on his body. It was a Sequence 9 extraordinary person, magic system. A distance further ahead, 2 or 3 extraordinary bodies were seen scattered. It seems that many people have tried to make trouble for this blasphemer before, but they all failed. Seeing this, Rune did not dare to be careless. As he pushed aside another bush, a guy with green-brown juice all over his body and vines growing on his neck was sitting in front of him with his back to the ground. Defiler. Path, Sequence 9. Polluted Warrior Leave 5, Mutation. Spirituality, 240/500. Life Value, 5. Chapter 7 Residual Mutated Divinity. Lune looked at the creature in front of him quietly and did not act rashly. This was his first time to come into contact with a mutated sequence, so he could not be too cautious. Most of the extraordinary people who came to attack the blasphemer before died of suffocation. From this, it can be inferred that the strange vine on the opponent's neck is likely to have means such as whipping or strangulation. The opponent's original sequence warrior is a physical skill sequence, so the opponent has some of the warrior's abilities. Force, and the muscles will be strengthened by this sequence, such as charge and jump slash and other moves that are familiar to the public. It seems that the key lies in the vine on the neck. Rune thought to himself. 2 armor-piercing bullets were quietly stuffed into the barrel. Don't be careless. As long as you shoot, you will use all your strength. Rune crouched down and quietly moved towards the blasphemer. At this time, the blasphemer was facing away from him. As long as he went a few meters forward, the opponent would enter the strongest shooting range of the Destiny shotgun after the quick draw. Step by step, you can hear that the blasphemer's chest and abdomen and throat are making a purring sound similar to that of cats. Take another step forward, Rune frowned, slightly surprised. The blasphemer is not making a meaningless roar, but singing. The sound of the song is intermittent, and sometimes it is not clear. Riding the sea. Breaking the waves. Missing my hometown is too much to go home. Lune quickly figured out that this was a folk song known to everyone in the Shanliang Sea area, expressing the fishermen's longing for their families when they went out fishing. As the blasphemer's voice became low, he actually sobbed. Then, the blasphemer suddenly held his head with both hands, roared suddenly, and was irritable. It seemed that he was fighting against something. And at this time, Rune was just in the best position. Quickly draw the gun. His speed increased in an instant, and with a sliding step, he was about 3 meters away from the blasphemer. Then he pulled the trigger, and the armor-piercing bullet that had been unable to be restrained in the barrel spurted out, and the bullet with a sharp alloy hit the vines fiercely. The vines twitched instantly, and the green juice scattered all over the ground, and it seemed to be boiling and rolling bubbles on the ground. Surprisingly, after the blasphemer was shot, he did not immediately fall into the imagined state of rage. Instead, he turned around and looked at Rune. His eyes were very clear. Although Rune didn't know what was going on, he didn't blink, and fired another armor-piercing shell. This armor-piercing shell hit the blasphemer's chest directly. After the armor on his body was weakened, the remaining shrapnel passed through the chest. The blasphemer's eyes became dim, but there was a kind of relief and joy on his face. He pointed to the pocket on his waist and said, "Please. Be careful." Then he fell face down on the ground in front of him. Kill the blasphemer. Sequence 9. Polluted Warrior Leave 5, Mutation, Plundering Spiritual Value 20. Although the kill prompt popped up, Rune didn't dare to act rashly after hearing the blasphemer's words before he died. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a huge gap appeared on the blasphemer's back from the spine. Like a crab shedding its shell, the back of a green-brown monster appeared. In a short time, the monster swelled rapidly, like an octopus, with many vines stretching out. In a few seconds, a nearly 3-meter tall, sturdy humanoid monster appeared in front of him. The original blasphemer's skin fell to the ground like a thin film. As soon as the monster appeared, Rune's peeping eye was activated. Contaminated body. Path, residual mutated divinity. Spirituality, 500/500. Life value, 15. At the same time, the Destiny shotgun had already been stuffed with 2 armor-piercing bullets, bursting with the maximum firepower. Bursts of green juice burst out of the body, beating the monster into a bloody mess. But its strong vitality still allowed it to support its complete form. The facial features were blurred and squeezed together, roaring at Rune, and the flesh membranes on both sides of the cheeks were constantly inflated and rebounded as if they were about to be torn off at any time. What a disgusting monster! Even Rune felt a little nauseous. The powerful firepower of Destiny did not stop the monster. It pounced on Rune angrily, attacking irrationally. The 9 vines on its body launched a large-scale whipping. Some vines were like hands, trying to grab him and strangle him to death. For a moment, all the surrounding trees were damaged, breaking one after another, and the weeds on the ground that were taller than people were also broken. Rune was secretly shocked. If he had not been able to draw his gun quickly, he would have been in trouble if he had only relied on his reaction and ordinary body movements to dodge. If it were an ordinary sequencer, he would not be a physical skill system, and he did not have the real man bonus like himself. If he was hit, he would basically die. The extraordinary people before were a lesson. The fire of Destiny's shotgun never stopped, reaching the fastest firing frequency. The monster became more and more anxious, but its low IQ and single attack mode. In addition, Rune was a mid-range fighter with displacement skills, so it could only sigh in despair and be kiked alive. This is walking A. After 15 or 6 shots, the monster finally fell to the ground, with only its chest rising and falling, proving that it had a weak vitality. Rune stuffed 2 large lead bullets again, aiming at the last 2 vines left on its body. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, the vines exploded and the monster died. Kill the contaminated body, residual mutant divinity, plunder spirituality 50. Sequence 9. Outlaw leave 3. Sequence 9. Outlaw leave 4. Obtain skill points, 1. Current spirituality value limit 420. Rune breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't like this monster. First, it looks disgusting, and second, it costs too much money. This guy is brainless in battle, so it's easy to deal with, but his vitality is too strong. Through the battle, we can know that the monster's weakness is the vines. The vines of the blasphemer were broken, and his vitality was lost quickly. The vines of the polluted body were broken, and he died on the spot. But what are 9 vines doing? This battle used 20 large lead bullets and 4 armor-piercing bullets. 4 silver coins and 88 copper coins. Fighting is just burning money. Lune sighed and looked at the bodies of the blasphemer and the polluter, hoping to get something valuable from them. Then go back and see if you can get some money from Chris. After all, it was his mission, so it should be okay to ask him to reimburse. Then he began to touch the corpse, which was not a pleasant experience. It stinks. There is nothing worth noting on the body of the polluted body. However, these vines and the monster's form are special, maybe it's something worth studying. I can take it back and give it to Chris later. As for the blasphemer who was only a shell left, Rune remembered that when he was awake before he died, he pointed to his waist pocket. Rune searched that part. Sure enough, he found a letter and a necklace. The necklace was silver, as if it was made of pure silver, with a blue gem in the middle. Not to mention anything else, these 2 are worth a lot. And the prompt that popped up on the panel made Rune even more excited. Get the Wonder Leave 3, Concentration Necklace. Chapter 8 Break. Get the Wonder. Wonder. In the current world, as far as Rune knows, there are 3 kinds of items with magical powers. They are relics, holy objects, and wonders. Relics are items with extremely powerful power, but their use is often accompanied by significant side effects, such as sacrificing vitality, sacrificing souls, and mental disorders. Holy objects refer to objects that have been blessed by divinity and have corresponding divinity. Most of them are in the hands of corresponding believers and priests. It is relatively difficult for ordinary people to obtain them. And rare objects are objects that are naturally formed or acquired due to certain events or people. Their abilities are often unique. The three are collectively called extraordinary objects. Every extraordinary object is an object that extraordinary people scramble for. After all, according to the theory that combat power equals spirituality * increase, every extraordinary object has the potential to greatly improve the combat power of extraordinary people. It is a pleasant surprise that Rune was able to obtain this necklace this time. Rare object, concentrated necklace. Level, LV3, not upgradable. Ability, calm the mind, be immune to mental interference below spirituality, 30, greatly block mental interference below spirituality, 60, and slightly block mental interference below spirituality, 90. Good stuff. Rune raised his eyebrows. It was exactly the extraordinary thing he needed. For him, his attack was supported by his destiny, and his physical strength was backed by his manliness. What he lacked was a piece of mental defense equipment. With it, he could be considered a barely qualified heavy armored warrior. It could fight and resist. The only flaw was that the upper limit of this necklace was set at level 3 and could not be upgraded. It was destined to be used only as transitional equipment. But his destiny was a wonderful item that could be upgraded infinitely. Putting on the necklace, Rune suddenly felt that an invisible barrier seemed to appear around him. Thinking back, the blasphemer seemed to have been infected by the mutated divinity before. The reason why he could wake up for a short time was probably due to this necklace. As for the remaining letter, it was miraculously not hit by the bullet, and the handwriting inside was intact. Rune opened it. This was the suicide note written by the blasphemer to his lover and children. Every word was sincere and heartfelt, which made people feel a little sorry for the blasphemer's fate. In addition to these, Rune also learned some secrets. The related potions studied by the Black Shark Club are related to the mutant divinity. The blasphemer in front of him is just a failed product of the Black Shark Club's experiment. He took advantage of a commotion and successfully escaped from the control of the Black Shark Club, and then fled to this place. In the letter, a key figure in the Black Shark Club was mentioned. Marius. This person is the key to the Black Shark Club's potion research, and is also a strong man of Sequence 8. At the end of the letter, the blasphemer asked his wife and daughter to leave the original town and go somewhere else. Because the blasphemer seems to have some characteristics, he is an excellent experimental subject for potion experiments. And this characteristic will be inherited. Rune glanced at the envelope and was going to send it to Yeta village, a small fishing village on the coastline of Baloberg. Trigger the side quest, Pearl in the Palm, optional. Visit Yeta village and give the blasphemer's letter to his wife and daughter. Quest reward, unknown. A side quest. Rune raised his eyebrows and closed the task panel. Unknown reward, not too close. It doesn't seem worth it. My current main goal must be to find the Hydra gold coins. 180 days, and I still have to find the remaining 6 Hydra gold coins. That means 1 coin is found every 30 days on average. Although there are 200 or 300 Hydra gold coins in total, people with the Hydra curse are collecting them. If I am unlucky, I may find it difficult to find them after a long time. But if I am lucky and find 2 or 3 coins at a time, that is another situation. In short, everything is uncertain, time is tight, and we must take this as the priority. Since it is optional, it is not necessary to do it. Lun made up his mind. Let's talk about it later. If there are gold coins on the way, I can go and take a look. Folding the letter and putting it in his arms, Little Carter poked his head out from the side at some point. "Captain! Is the battle over? I heard the gunshots stop." Then she looked at the two corpses and frowned tightly. "What a disgusting monster!" Lun was a little surprised and glanced at Little Carter. "When did this kid come here? Her invisibility has become stronger again. When I looked at her spiritual power again, it was already 200. Her life value was also increased to 110. How did it increase so fast? She didn't fight, and there were no resources for her. She just ate a set meal for 5 people and then took a nap. Only 200 spiritual power points? And didn't Chris tell me that as long as I awaken my spiritual power, I will enter the sequence? Why doesn't Carter have a sequence yet? What secrets does this kid have? Captain? Why are you in a daze? How do we deal with these two bodies?" Carter waved his hand in front of Rune. Rune came back to his senses, find some grass mats underneath and drag them back. "Okay." Carter was very active in these things, and soon he skillfully prepared what he needed. Rune dragged the two bodies behind him, while Carter put his hands on his waist, looking very proud. "Captain, we are really awesome. We killed such a terrifying monster. Look at the expressions of those guys who cursed us to death when we go back later." Lun, who was walking behind, was stunned. This little Carter was quite vindictive. She secretly remembered the gossips of those people. Soon, the two of them returned to the streets of Snake Cave. The pirates and merchants in Snake Cave stopped their actions the moment they saw the two. The news that Lwen and Carter went to fight the blasphemer had been spread throughout the Snake Cave as a topic of conversation when they were fighting. Now the two have returned safely. Could it be that they didn't find the blasphemer? It's possible. We all know the strength of the blasphemer. How many people have died? It's their luck that they didn't die. The crowd was talking about it, not believing that Lwen and the others could kill the blasphemer. After all, when the blasphemer came to the Snake Cave not long ago, everyone saw the horror of the other party. Whether it was the strong man who stood out in the Snake Cave at that time, or the person who went to fight the blasphemer, they all died in the hands of the blasphemer. Until a guy standing on the table looked from afar and saw that Rune and the other man seemed to be dragging something behind them. Looking more carefully, it seemed to be 2 corpses. It seems that he and the others really killed the blasphemer. They are dragging 2 corpses back. The person standing on the table shouted, extremely surprised. And the other people in the Snake Cave also looked at each other. Did that guy really kill the blasphemer? Chapter 9 Relic Curse Nail Crossbow. With a familiar stench coming, all the doubts in the hearts of everyone in the Snake Cave disappeared. On that night not long ago, it was with this smell that the blasphemer rushed into the Snake Cave camp and started a killing spree. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone in the Snake Cave became extremely rich. Those who had never crossed paths with Rune breathed a sigh of relief. Rune killed the blasphemer, and the Snake Cave will no longer be threatened by the blasphemer, and it has entered a safe period. For those who do business, it couldn't be better. And the owner of the food stall was relieved and happy. When Rune took a gun to kill those troublemakers last night, he saw that this man was a bit cruel. But he didn't expect him to be so cruel. He seemed to be proud of it and smiled at others. As for those who had mocked Rune before or didn't think highly of him, their faces were not very good. We can only hope that guy doesn't hold a grudge. Soon, Rune and Carter dragged the body of the blasphemer through the streets of the Snake Cave. Carter walked proudly in front of everyone with his undeveloped chest. The people around didn't dare to look at them. Their eyes turned around the body of the blasphemer, and after confirming that it was correct, they secretly looked at Rune. Seeing that Rune didn't look away and ignored their intentions, they relaxed and whispered. "Cherik, what's the name of this ruthless guy?" Cherik was the name of the owner of the food stall. He thought for a moment and said, "It seems to be Rune." Rune. After this battle, Rune's name became known in the Snake Cave. Everyone knows that there is a guy named Rune who killed the blasphemer. Before the blasphemer, he killed many sequence 9 transcendents. So some people speculated that Rune's strength was definitely the strongest among the sequence 9, and even reached sequence 8. But Rune didn't care too much about all this. The reason why he walked on the streets of the snake cave without looking sideways was not because he was pretending to be cool, but because he was thinking about how to add skill points. Now he has a total of 6 skills. Peeping Eye leave 1, full, Fate Manipulator leave 1, full, Large Lead Bullet leave 1, True Man leave 2, Quick Draw leave 1, Armor Piercing Bullet leave 1. Except for the first 2 skills that cannot be upgraded, each of the other skills is very powerful, making it a bit difficult to choose. After some thinking, he finally added skill points to the Large Lead Bullet. Upgrading this skill is mainly based on 2 considerations. First, the Large Lead Bullet is his main output ability. Improving the Large Lead Bullet can improve the overall combat strength. Even when making armor-piercing bullets, it is based on the Large Lead Bullet, which is equivalent to improving the ability of the armor-piercing bullet in disguise. The second point is that improving the Large Lead Bullet can also strengthen the shotgun destiny. As Rune confirmed his choice, the data changed. Large Lead Bullet leave 1. Large Lead Bullet leave 2. Large Lead Bullet leave 2, Firearms ability, Shotgun, Destiny, Upgrade, leave 2, Acquired Large Lead Bullet Fusion ability, Large Lead Bullet Power slightly enhanced. Consumption, Ordinary Lead Bullet 2, Spirituality 1. Large Lead Bullet Power slightly enhanced. Destiny upgraded again. Rune took a look and made these 2 adjustments. Then he set his sights on Destiny. At this time, the shotgun Destiny had reached level 3. Strange item, Destiny. Level, leave 3. Ability, 55, 5, times Spirituality Amplification, adaptable to any caliber bullet. Increased Spirituality Amplification by 5 times. The power has been further enhanced. For the extraordinary people of the spell system, their fighting method is that the basic spirituality value is large, but the amplification multiple is small. But for Rune, the spiritual strength attached to each of his attacks was only a few points, and he had to rely on the high multiple increase of fate to increase the strength. This is probably the difference between 2 different types of extraordinary. Not long after adding points, Rune just arrived in front of Chris's big tent. "Don't drag it in, it's too smelly." Chris opened the tent, and the black round hat was exquisite and elegant. Behind him, several extraordinary people who looked powerful came out and drove away other idle people around them. Chris slowly approached the body of the blasphemer, holding his black cane, and fiddled with it with disgust. "It's disgusting, this ugly guy." Then he looked at Rune. "No injury. Your performance slightly exceeded my expectations. Come with me." Rune gave a look to Carter, and then followed Chris into the tent. "I have killed the blasphemer, and I have passed your test," Rune said to Chris. "According to the agreement, now is the time for you to pay." Chris sat back in his chair and said, "After this, I am sure that you are worth investing, so I will not be stingy with you." The news about another Hydra gold coin is actually related to the Black Shark Club. There is a researcher in the Black Shark Club named Melis. She should have a Hydra gold coin, or at least she has come into contact with the Hydra gold coin. Rune frowned when he heard this. He had seen this Melis in the blasphemer's letter just now. A level 8 transcendent. If the other Hydra gold coin is related to her, it will be very difficult to deal with. Rune thought for a while and asked, "Is the source of the news reliable?" "Of course it is reliable. Because this is the news I learned personally." Chris said, "Rune, you have to know that the world has its own rules, and everything has its own connection. For example, extraordinary people will attract extraordinary people, and enemies will meet enemies. Similarly, people who have Hydra gold coins can also sense other Hydra gold coins." He looked at Rune, I once met Melis and clearly sensed the breath of Hydra gold coins on the other party. If you meet her, I believe you will have the same feeling as me. If the news is true, how should I kill her? Since the other party is sure, Rune will not waste words. Chris smiled, of course, I will help you. We have common interests now. You need Hydra gold coins, and I need potion samples, and these two things are equally important to us. You know, businessmen value profit the most, so I prepared some good things for you. As he said. Chris snapped his fingers, and 4 items appeared in front of Rune. The first item was a short crossbow. Above the short crossbow, there was a crossbow arrow emitting a chill. The whole crossbow looked small and exquisite, but it exuded a strong murderous intent. The second item was a scroll engraved on sheepskin. The third item was a bottle of potion emitting red light. The fourth item was a small and exquisite dice. Relics spell nail crossbow, intermediate spider web scroll, dragon blood potion, storage dice. Chris introduced the items in front of him one by one, with a focused look as if he was looking at his own children. Rune, this is my sincerity. Chapter 10, Black Shark Club Base. Rune looked at the 4 items in front of him and activated the peeping eye. Relic, Curse Nail Crossbow. Level, LV10, cannot be upgraded. Ability. After hitting the enemy, if the enemy's spirituality is less than 1000, it will kill. If the enemy's spirituality is less than 2000, it will be accompanied by the Deep Sea Curse, the spiritual value will be blocked by 80%, and enter poisoning. If the enemy's spirituality is less than 3000, the spiritual value will be blocked by 60%, and enter poisoning. If the spiritual value is higher than 3000, it will be invalid. Disaster to oneself, completely broken after one use and cannot be repaired. Scroll, Spider Web Scroll. Level, Intermediate. Ability, after use generates a magic spider web with a radius of 5 m at the target location. Enemy units bound by it cannot move or teleport. Potion, Dragon Blood Potion. Level, None. Ability, after drinking, greatly increase physical strength and spirituality in a short period of time. After the duration ends, the residual potion will permanently increase physical strength and spirituality by a small amount. Strange item, Storage dice. Level, None. Ability, can hold some items. All 4 items are top quality treasures. The first time I saw a relic was a top level item like the Curse Nail Crossbow. According to its ability, a sequence 9 transcendent and ordinary people can be killed in one shot. This alone the power is chilling. If Rune didn't have the resurrection coin, he would probably be scared now. Not to mention, it has a great restrictive effect on enemies within sequence 8. 80%, 60% spiritual blockade. Directly weakened more than half of the combat power. Add a poisoning effect. Rune didn't know what to do if someone was hit by this arrow. At the same time, general relics have side effects, and the side effects are not small. And the side effect of this crossbow arrow is actually on itself. It is simply a perfect entry. The only shortcoming may be that the fault tolerance rate is not high and it is easy to be dodged. So Chris equipped him with intermediate spider web scroll. Displacement and teleportation prohibited. The combination of the two seems to be a little invincible. Finally, add the dragon blood potion. Enemy weakened, yourself strengthened. Putting the 3 items together, Rune felt confident. Sequence 8 enemies can also be defeated. Add a storage dice. Take a deep breath, Rune's eyes looking at Chris changed again. In the previous life, the saying that money is the master was very real. But in this life, it is also true. Merchant Chris seems to have endless treasures hidden behind him. Others play upgrade games, he plays props games. How about the 4 items, are you satisfied? Chris said, I have also suffered a lot this time, your mission must succeed. Is the potion sample so important to you? Rune couldn't help asking. The investment in himself is really not small. All this is to get back that potion sample. Of course. Chris said, merchants never do business at a loss. He signaled Rune to put away all the props, and then said, since everything is given to you, let me tell you about the mission next. Rune nodded. Chris said, remember the ship robbery I asked you to do before? The reason why the Black Shark Club conducts human trade so frequently is not for money, but to select suitable experimental subjects from them. As a physical skill transcendent who has just awakened spirituality, you meet the requirements perfectly. So you will be sent to the Black Shark Club base as an experimental subject. Merles is extremely cautious, and ordinary people can't even see him. You are a perfect experimental subject, and only you have the opportunity to come into contact with Merles and potions at the same time. The dark, damp, crowded cabin. An indescribable stench permeated the cabin. A sea of people swayed slightly as the ship rocked. Silent as the Black Sea. Rune crouched in the corner of the cabin with iron shackles on his hands and feet. The storage dice was indeed a rare item, and it had turned into a small magic circle engraved on his hand. Destiny, bullets, and the things Chris provided were all stored inside. From the only small opening for air, it can be observed that a day and a night have passed. According to the plan, the ship will soon arrive at the Black Shark Club's base. Rune moved his body, and the shackles on his hands and feet made a slight sound. All the guys below, come out. Hurry up. After a while, a man opened the small door on the cabin and shouted viciously. The silent crowd rushed out like lambs, and went to the deck, and then followed the instructions of the surrounding Black Shark members and moved forward silently. The crowd followed a path forward, and after a while, they were led into a cave. Iron cages and chains. All people were locked up in the dark cell in the cave in batches, and a few Black Shark members were guarding outside. And Lwen was the last one. He was led alone and walked towards the depths of the cave. After walking for about 10 minutes, the inside of the cave suddenly became clear. It turned out to be a huge space inside. Many members of the Black Shark Club were busy here, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. There were strange creatures soaked in green nutrient solution on both sides of the stone wall. From the appearance, these creatures were very similar to the blasphemers. Some of the creatures still had their eyes open, and their eyeballs kept turning as Rune walked. Rune was finally locked up in a separate room. And the conditions were much better than those in the dark cell. There were wool carpets, soft beds, aromatherapy, and books. If it weren't for the shackles on his hands and feet, this would be like a resort. Every time it was mealtime, there were extremely delicious meals delivered, and someone would give him a physical examination. 3 days later, Rune, who was reading a sexy magazine on the bed, frowned. An indescribable throbbing appeared in his heart. It was the mutual attraction between the Hydra gold coins. Rune turned over and got out of bed, his eyes passing through the window above the iron door of the cell. A woman wearing a wide white robe, nearly 2 meters tall, and a golden headdress can be seen walking towards this side. Every move of the other party gives off a suffocating sense of oppression. Sequence 8. The spirituality value alone is terrifying. The woman hurried, and someone behind her kept reporting to her. Experimental subject number 96 is a physical skill-based sequence 9 mutant who has just awakened his spirituality for less than half a month. It has been isolated for observation for 3 days. He is in good health and emotionally stable. He can be used as a reserve for experiments. Until the woman stopped at the door of the cell. She looked up and down at Rune with her snake-like eyes, and then showed a satisfied expression. Not only is he a physical skill-based supernatural being, he even has the mark of the Hydra god on his body. Perfect. It's so perfect. This is a perfect experimental subject. The woman's face showed a crazy enthusiasm, and she stretched out her slender fingers, as if she wanted to touch Rune. But after a brief pause, she withdrew her hand, licked her lips and said, "I'll make some preparations and send him to the laboratory tomorrow." After that, she turned and left. And Rune stared at the woman's back. Maris. Damn, the butt is so big. Chapter 11 Infiltration. Late at night. The cave where the Black Shark Club is based is still brightly lit. Even though many people who assist in the research have rested, the guards dare not slack off. Researcher Maris has issued an order to strictly guard the number 96 experiment in the cell. Tomorrow, this experiment will be needed for an extremely important experiment. Time passed by minute, and the guards who were originally concentrating their mental strength could not help but slack off a little. A guard yawned inadvertently. Then, the second and third guards also yawned. This yawn seemed to be contagious. In just a few minutes, all the guards who were guarding Rune in the cave fell asleep. At the door of Rune, a key was inserted into the keyhole and turned without anyone operating it. Click! With a slight sound, the door lock opened. Rune was not surprised at all. He said to the air outside the door, "Why are you here so late? Are all the things ready?" In the air, the voice of little Carter came, "Don't mention it. Captain, the key to your cell door is not on the guard at all. I took a lot of effort to steal it from their supervisor." As the voice sounded, Carter's petite figure gradually appeared, and she handed over a package of things in her hand. "Here, this is the base map I drew, and the lower level Moro alloy you need." Rune moved his body slightly and took everything. Little Carter's invisibility ability has greatly improved after her spiritual value increased. So Rune was bold enough to let her participate in this operation and play an important role. According to the plan, Carter should arrive at the base 2 days later than Rune. In the remaining time, she used her stealth ability to explore the base from top to bottom. She also brought 10 pieces of lower-level Moro alloy that Rune failed to prepare due to time constraints. As for the money, it was of course sponsored by Chris. In Rune's hands, the lower-level Moro alloy quickly turned into 10 armor-piercing bullets. Then, he picked up the map drawn by Carter and studied it carefully. And little Carter, on the side, began to finish off the stunned guard. It must be said that this child is bold and careful, and learns everything quickly. According to the map drawn by Carter, Melissa's laboratory is not in the cave, but in another place, which can be reached from the secret passage of the cave. There are many dangers on the way, including 3 sentinels composed of hundreds of Black Shark members. It is not easy to successfully reach Melissa's laboratory. At this time, Carter had also dealt with all the guards. "Captain, we have killed them all, and we have obtained 3 silver coins." "Not bad." Wen took the 3 silver coins without hesitation. Carter stood beside Wen. "Then should we go find that big butt woman? We find her and tie her up." "Stop, stop! Who taught you this?" Wen saw that little Carter was getting more and more crooked, and hurriedly called a halt. "Aren't all pirates like this?" Carter said, "Don't you like it, Captain?" Wen raised his eyebrows, but it was not that he didn't like it. It's just that the big butt woman, but she is a real sequence 8 expert. Yesterday, Maris just stood in front of him, and it was enough to make him feel suffocated. I just wanted to kill her quickly with the tools, nothing else. If I lose my life, what's the use of the magic? Lun pointed to several outposts on the map and asked, "Are they all accurate?" "I checked several times, and it's like this." Carter patted his chest and assured. Then Maris's laboratory. "The laboratory has no defense, but the house looks very solid, like a bunker," Carter said, "and the sound insulation is very good. I followed the big butt woman there, and as soon as she closed the door, I couldn't hear any sound." Lun nodded, "Hearing you say that, the situation is a bit bad. Let's try to see if we can sneak in." "Okay, Captain." Carter agreed readily. After all, with her ability, she is best at sneaking in, and even Sequence 8 Maris can't find her trace. After packing up and getting everything ready, the two followed the route on the map. There were no black shark members in the deep dark cave. Until they entered and exited a secret passage in the cave, they could hear the sound of black shark members changing shifts not far away. Lun looked around and found that the place guarded by the black shark members was very cunning. The pass was not big to begin with, but the small outpost they built blocked the surroundings tightly. If you want to bypass it, you either have to take a very long detour and walk along the coast, or you have to go through the dense jungle. And those jungles are simply impassable. If you want to open up a path through them, there must be a lot of noise. Are the two outposts in front of you like this too? Wen asked with a frown. At this moment, he compared the map and looked at the outpost in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a trance of seeing a photo and seeing the person in person. It seems to be all. Carter's words completely stunned Wen. If they are all outposts like this, how can you sneak in? Even if you can get around one by chance, you can't get around the second one. Lun took a deep breath. Remember you said that Melissa's laboratory is well soundproofed. That's absolutely right. Captain, what are you doing? Didn't we just agree to sneak in? Carter had just said half of her words when she saw Wen holding a gun and swaggering towards the outpost in front. Her words were also responded by Wen, kill them all, won't no one see us? This is also sneaking in. As soon as the voice fell, Wen had already walked close to the outpost. Many black shark guards at the outpost all looked at Wen. When they saw Wen for the first time, they were also confused. After all, no one could have thought that this guy who came over and stood in front of everyone would be an experimental subject to be sent to the laboratory tomorrow. You are. A guard at the outpost walked towards Wen. But what greeted him was a gunshot. The great power of fate blasted this man into ashes. Blood rained all over the ground, and everyone around was stunned. When they reacted, Rune fired the second shot, and another guard lost his upper body. Enemy attack. One guy reacted quickly and opened his mouth to shout, but the next second Rune had already used the quick draw, and the huge barrel was almost stuffed into the man's mouth. Bang! The outpost was in a panic for a while. Those holding melee weapons didn't dare to get close to Rune. Just kidding, the barrel of the shotgun in the opponent's hand was as thick as his arm. How could they fight him without a sequence? The people holding the musket were very troubled about whether Rune should use the quick draw in actual combat. The accuracy of the gun was not high to begin with, and it was even more difficult to hit. After firing a blank shot and reloading, 10 seconds had passed. This was a completely one-sided massacre. There were more than 20 people at the sentry post. In more than 2 minutes, no one could escape. The last guard who died seized the opportunity when Rune was changing bullets and rushed forward. The musket was only 3 meters away from Rune. At such a close distance, one shot hit directly. But the next second, the guard was horrified. Because the steel ball of the musket hit Rune, it was stuck in his muscles, and he was only slightly injured. Rune took the steel ball off his chest and threw it on the ground, and the muzzle of fate was aimed at the other party's head. The night wind blew, and the flames in the brazier were erratic, making Rune's shadow jump on the wall like a demon. Young man, do you know what a real man is? Chapter 12 Ambush. Bang! The gunshot rang again. After cleaning up the people at the first sentry post, Rune put on a guard's clothes, and then ran towards the next sentry post without looking back. Now that the first outpost has been in trouble, the second outpost is a distance away from here, but it will definitely be on guard when it hears the gunshots. Lune must hurry up and launch a surprise attack before the other side has fully mobilized its personnel. Who are you? Stop! In front of the second outpost, someone pointed a musket at Wen. When he saw Wen's clothes in the light of the fire, he put the gun down again. What happened in front? Lune didn't say anything, but just walked forward quickly. The other party also noticed something strange, still hesitating about what was going on. The gunshot of fate replaced the answer. The second and third outposts were cleared one after another, and the barrels of fate began to heat up. The blood and corpses on the ground represent the ruthless rule of the extraordinary over ordinary people. If you are not extraordinary, you are all ants. Of course, this sentence also applies to the use of high-level extraordinary people on low-level people. For example, Maris and Rune. There is a huge gap between each sequence of the extraordinary sequence, which requires countless time, energy, resources, and luck to improve. The suppression of spiritual values is the most ruthless natural chasm. So even if Rune had the treasure given by Chris before, he never despised Maris, the enemy. If he is not careful, he will be buried here. Rune exhaled a breath of turbid air. If possible, he would like to have one now. The depression in his heart after killing and the pressure of the upcoming war made his nerves a little tense. He looked back and saw little Carter arrive. He waited for a while and headed towards Maris's laboratory. Just as Carter had obtained from his previous investigation, there were no guards near Maris's laboratory. In other words, as a Sequence 8 transcendent, these ordinary people were not qualified to be her guards. She herself was the strongest fighting force in the base. As he walked along, Rune recalled the detection of Maris with the peeping eye yesterday. Name, Maris. Path, Sequence 8. Believer, Leave 6. Spirituality, 2200/2400. Life value, 60. 2004. Spirituality, 60. Life value. This means that the opponent is powerful and very difficult to kill. Rune also knows a little about the believer sequence. The most intuitive information is that the abilities of worshippers, believers, priests, and other similar sequences have a causal relationship with the existence they believe in. Maris called the Hydra a god, and it was unknown which trait of the Hydra she had obtained. While thinking, Rune had already arrived not far from the laboratory. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was locked, and he did not dare to rush forward. If he wanted to defeat Maris, he had to take the initiative. The spider web scroll, dragon blood potion, and the spell nail crossbow could bring the opponent's combat power to a level similar to his own. If Maris took the initiative, Rune was convinced that the opponent would have 10,000 ways to kill him. So he hid behind a tree at the door. Wait until dawn, which is the experimental time agreed by Maris. With how much Maris valued himself, he might not wait for the guards to send him to the laboratory, but would take the initiative to pick him up. So the opponent would most likely come out of the laboratory. The only thing that made people a little worried was that other surviving guards would find something unusual and come to tip off in advance. This was also a gamble. The tormenting time passed by minute, and Rune forced himself to calm down. When the first ray of light appeared from the east, there was movement in the laboratory. The bet was won. The door of the laboratory slowly opened, and Maris stepped out as expected. Lune was like an old hunter, quietly waiting for the other party to fall into his trap. Spider web scroll, generate a spider web with a radius of 5 meters, use the maximum distance, 10 meters. Maris moved forward step by step, but stopped 10 meters away. Her eyes were like a snake, looking at the big tree where Rune was hiding. Lune narrowed his eyes, and was discovered. Want to ambush me? Use the intermediate spider web scroll. Melissa's voice was light, as if everything was under control. I knew there was something wrong with Chris. The appearance of your perfect experimental subject was too coincidental. Combined with the information I got before, it's not difficult to guess your upcoming plan. She smiled like a ghost, but it's okay, you came to me yourself, and I saved a little effort. After that, she waved her hand, and the surging spiritual power surged out, and the tree broke in half, revealing Rune's figure. But don't worry, you are my precious experimental subject, and I can't bear to see you get hurt. Melis licked his lips, like a poisonous snake spitting out his tongue. Do you surrender yourself, or do I have to spend some effort? Facing Melis head-on, Rune felt 100 times more pressure than before. 2,400 spiritual power points, against his own 420, a difference of nearly 6 times. The other party can crush him to death with just the spiritual power value. It was a fantasy to use props openly in front of Melis. Fortunately, Rune thought one step further. Melis might find him, within his thinking range. So the spider web scroll and the spell nail crossbow had long been given to the invisible little Carter. The fact that she could follow Melis for so long was enough to prove that Melis could not see through her invisibility. In an instant, a huge spider web fell from the sky, tightly enveloping Melis. Being bound, unable to use displacement or teleportation, she could only be a live target in place. Maris was a little flustered for a moment, and she looked at Rune, puzzled. Obviously, Rune did not make any movement, so who released this spider web scroll? Obviously, there was no one else around. But no one answered her. The next second, a crossbow arrow with a cold light shot towards her body. The crossbow arrow, with the darkness from the deep sea, silent and terrifying. Maris herself knew that if she was hit, the consequences would be disastrous. But she was trapped in the spider web, with no room for escape, and could only watch the arrow sink into her body. A sharp pain, and then she felt her body enveloped by extreme cold, every inch of muscle and nerve was frozen. The curse was activated. Block 60% of the spiritual value. And with the poisoning effect, Maris's spiritual value instantly dropped to 960 points. The gap with Rune was narrowed by half. Gulp gulp. On Rune's side, he had already taken advantage of Maris being tied up to open the bottle of dragon blood potion. After swallowing a bottle of potion, my life is in my own hands. Rune felt as if there was a fire burning in his body, as if there was a small beast running along his blood vessels. Spiritual power value 420. Spiritual power value 840. The spiritual power value doubled. Although there was still a difference of more than 100 points between him and Melis, the opponent was still in a state of poisoning. After this back and forth, there was almost no difference. The armor-piercing bullet had already been loaded. Lung quickly drew his gun and stepped forward, aiming at Melis's head. With one shot, Melis's face was mostly fuzzy. With another shot, Melis felt pain and roared wildly. But Rune found something wrong. This Melis seemed to be a physical skill. Otherwise, with 2 shots from him, the bodies of the sequencers of other factions would have been smashed long ago. Damn it! You deserve to die. Despicable guy! Maris' voice suddenly became hoarse, and he used all his strength to tear the spider web apart against Rune's firepower. Then he took out a tube of yellow reagent and stabbed it directly into his neck. Chapter 13 Special Sequence 8 Snake Slave. After the potion entered Melis' body, it began to emit a dazzling light. Golden cracks like magma cracks began to appear on her skin. Painful wails continued to come from her mouth. Lun pulled the trigger, and the large lead bullet burst out, but was bounced off by an invisible aura. Melis's body was like an eggshell at this time, turning from soft to hard, and then something broke out of it. Before Lun could see clearly, he was blown away and hit a big tree beside him. Puh! Lun spit out the fishy and sweet blood in his mouth, took a deep breath, and the whole nasal cavity was filled with the smell of blood. This scene is really familiar. In front, Melis's evolution seemed to have been completed. Her body size had increased by 2 or 3 times, and she was more than 4 meters tall. The wide white robe on her body had been torn to pieces, revealing the hard scales underneath. Behind her, 9 vines similar to those of the polluter were ready to go. However, she was obviously more advanced than the polluter. While maintaining her self-awareness, the vines behind her also took a step further towards the pseudo-serpent form. The tip of the vine was already like a snake, with eyes and fangs. The black hair had turned into a group of snakes, entwined on the golden headdress. And her lower body, the big butt praised by Rune, showed a bloated snake tail after the clothes were torn. Rune's peeping eye was activated in time. Name, Maris. Path, Remnant of Divinity, Snake Slave. Spirituality, 1000/2400. Life value, 70. Special state, Hydra believer, fall into an excited state, absorb the divinity, power, of the Hydra, and greatly increase the strength, but cannot use other abilities. The spirituality and life value have increased slightly, and the life value of 70 is a bit scary. The power has increased greatly, and she is taking the path of breaking all laws with one force. Don't be hit by her body. Lune formulated a combat strategy in the blink of an eye. And Maris waved his arms, and the snake tail twisted quickly, and came to Rune in a few seconds. Hiss, in the name of the Hydra god, kill. She swung a punch, and the spirituality flowed on her arm, and the muscle strength instantly increased by several levels. At the same time, the 9 vines behind her also launched an attack, bringing her snake hair, biting towards Rune. Seeing this, Rune quickly drew his gun and launched an attack. Barely dodging Maris's punch, but the vines still tore off a piece of flesh from his back. Pain. The pain from his body made Rune grit his teeth, but it also stimulated his desire to fight. Just like facing a difficult level, a strong man always has an endless desire to conquer. Bang! A shot with a quick draw gun and an additional wounding effect accurately hit a vine. The vine exploded. Fortunately, it was able to break it. From the experience of fighting the polluters in the snake cave, it is not difficult to conclude that the strengths and weaknesses of these transformed enemies are the vines behind them. When the opponent attacks, his own attack, with 9 vines, almost covers the entire 180-degree surface. It is extremely difficult not to be hit. It is a bit like 3 heads and 6 arms. But as long as the strength of the vine is not enough to withstand the enemy's attack, if the opponent can fight a protracted war, it will definitely be able to defeat it. And Rune is exactly the man who can fight a protracted war. True manliness and quick gun draw and destiny and dragon blood potion, gave him the capital to fight a protracted war. Plus his last trump card, the resurrection coin, not afraid of exchanging injuries for injuries. Come and fight. Rune did not retreat but rushed towards Maris. One shot after another, although the large lead bullets could not cause fatal injuries to Maris, they were also extremely tormenting. She wanted to counterattack quickly and attacked Rune like crazy. But Rune didn't dodge at all except her own attacks. The vines bit him, and he blew up a vine. After a fight, there was no good place on Rune's body, even his face was bitten halfway, revealing the bones inside. Captain! Little Carter, hiding in the dark, clenched his fists and was extremely nervous. But she didn't go out rashly. She understood that she had no fighting power now, except to drag the captain down, and there was no point in going out. But she also made up her mind that once the captain was defeated, she would rush out and drag the captain away. As for where she could escape, only God knew. Anyway, she was a pirate under the captain's command, and even if she died, she would die with the captain. Carter is a loyal pirate. At this time, in the battle area, Melis was tortured by Rune. Madman, madman, madman! She screamed in anger and unwillingness. She was obviously a Sequence 8 Transcendent with 2400 spirituality points, the guy in front of her had only 420 spirituality points. But he succeeded in ambushing her and tricked her, forcing her to use potions to fight. After using the potion, this guy's fighting style was extremely rogue. Is he going to die? Why did he rush towards her face? Look at him, his body is covered with white bones, and there are few good pieces of meat. Excessive blood loss makes him extremely weak. But what's the endless fighting spirit in his eyes? This is unreasonable. Relying on this desperate fighting style, the guy really killed his 5 spiritual snakes. Even if he wins the battle, he will be seriously injured and fall into a very long period of weakness. It was really bad luck to meet such a guy. Rune was breathing heavily. He felt bad, but he knew that the other person felt bad as well. It was just that his condition was much worse. If it weren't for the dragon blood potion, he would have died once. This body had been used to its limit. One leg was crippled, and he couldn't quickly draw the gun, his hand was crippled, and he couldn't even hold on to his fate. The blood on his face obscured his vision, and breathing became a burden. It was almost impossible to fight. In this case, Rune turned the muzzle of his fate gun, pressed it against his throat from below, and then decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The violent gunshot shattered Rune. Captain! Little Carter was stunned. Maris was also stunned. She couldn't understand why the man in front of her would commit suicide. But she didn't care immediately. No matter what the reason, it was a good thing for her that the stupid opponent committed suicide. Next, we just need to find the accomplice who is hiding in the dark and has no fighting power. Humph, giving up is a good thing, better than being tortured alive. Merlisa's eyes searched around, and she seemed to hear a low cry just now. Compared to Rune, she hated the person in the dark more. After all the disadvantages started with her being ambushed. The most hateful thing is to hurt someone with a hidden arrow. But just as she looked around, a large lead bullet blew up a vine again. The sound of the gun was shocking. Rune's figure faded and then appeared in Merlisa's unbelievable eyes. There was a rampant smile at the corner of his mouth. Haha, up and down, left and right, Baba. Pirates are on the scene again. Chapter 14 Defeat the Snake Slaves and Plunder the Spirit. Use Resurrection Coins *1. Current remaining Resurrection Coins, 2. Rune rushed up again with his fate. After resurrection, the effect of the dragon blood potion did not disappear, which was very good news. It made him more comfortable when facing the low health Maris. At this time, the rogue nature of the resurrection coin had already appeared. Trading injuries for injuries, I am still in full condition after the exchange, how do you play? Maris obviously didn't know how to play, and for a while, she made mistakes again and again, and Rune caught the flaw and blew up 2 vines in a row. Her mentality was obviously problematic. From being ambushed, to being disgusted by the injury for injury, and now, she was about to be killed. Who wouldn't have a broken mentality when facing a wall? Shameless! Damn it! Maris protected the last vine behind her and rushed into the laboratory. In the laboratory, in the safe, she still had the last reagent. If she could inject the reagent again, there would be a chance to turn the tables. Even if there was a fatal backlash in the end, it would be better than being defeated now. But when she rushed into the laboratory, she was dumbfounded. Where is my safe? Why is it gone? Merlis thought for a second and had the answer in her mind. It was the invisible guy who hid the safe. She was so angry that she could explode, but she was powerless. This was a dead end. The next moment, Wen had chased in and shot the last vine with 1 shot. Merlis's huge body fell down and hit the ground heavily. Wen looked at Merlis's body and did not move lightly. Instead of making any rash moves, he started to fire more shots. Until the prompt popped up on the panel. Kill Special Sequence 8, Snake Slave, Plunder 200 Spirituality. The duration of the Dragon Blood Potion ends, obtain residual medicinal properties, and increase spirituality by 50. Kill Special Target, Life Value 70. Obtain Adventure Points 7. Spiritual Value 420, Spiritual Value 670. Sequence 9. Outlaw Leave 4. Sequence 9. Outlaw Leave 6. Obtain Skill Points, 2. A new firearms ability is unlocked. A series of gains represent the end of the battle with Maris. Hey! Run breathed a sigh of relief. Killing a Sequence 8 enemy is really difficult. First, the ambush was successful, and then his combat effectiveness was improved. At the same time, Maris's ability happened to be the kind that he could restrain. If he changed to a magic-based extraordinary sequence, he would definitely find it difficult to defeat him. All favorable conditions were on his side. And yet, he spent a resurrection coin. This was the gap between Sequence 8 and Sequence 9, which was frighteningly large. Going up, the gap between Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 would only get bigger and bigger. He still needed to grow faster. After a few seconds of thinking, Rune immediately turned his attention to Maris's body. Next, it was time to touch the body. Rune searched the body excitedly, then frowned. Nothing useful? But seeing that she had turned into a snakeman and her clothes were bursting, she really didn't have any equipment. Just when Rune was extremely disappointed, Carter's voice sounded not far away. "Captain! There is a secret room here." Rune got up and walked towards the source of Carter's voice. After passing through a tunnel, a secret room appeared in front of him. The layout of the secret room was very simple. A few tables and a chair. On the table were densely packed research data. After putting it away, a key appeared in front of him. Rune quickly recognized the origin of the key. The key to the bearer safe in the Baloberg Bank. As long as you know the serial number of the safe and have the key, you can easily get the things in the safe. Could it be that all the good things are stored there? The Hydra gold coin should be there too. Rune picked up the key and looked at it carefully, then smiled. Maris even thoughtfully stuck a small note in the corner with 687 written on it. Well, now there is no need to guess which box it is. After putting the key away, Rune prepared to leave with Carter. The drug sample in the safe that could not be opened in his hand had already been taken by Carter, the experimental data had been collected, Maris was also killed, the Hydra gold coin that Rune was looking for should be in the Baloberg Bank. The purpose of coming here this time has been achieved. As soon as the two walked out of the laboratory, they suddenly heard various sounds coming from the Black Shark Club base. The sound of cannons, gunshots, and roars were endless. The latest hollow flintlock rifles and Mansmeg cannons, such sophisticated equipment. As an old pirate in the kind sea, Rune heard the trick at once. This is the Baloberg Navy. The Baloberg Navy came to clear the Black Shark Club's base. At the entrance of the Black Shark Club's base, a man in a white Navy uniform stood on the deck of the ship. His square face was extremely serious, and the 4 stars on his shoulders represented his identity. One of the only 3 generals in the Baloberg Navy, Niels. The Black Shark Club has been driven by the Hydra Church to conduct secret experiments in secret. Want to extract divinity and create extraordinary people. And the Hydra Church and Baloberg have always been incompatible. If they succeed in their research, then this ability to turn ordinary people into extraordinary people will surely cause great turmoil in Baloberg. If this technology is in the hands of Baloberg, then Baloberg's military power will be further improved and suppress the other 2 marquises of the kind sea. Clearing the Black Shark Club's base and obtaining research data is a great achievement for Baloberg. If the information is obtained and the follow-up research is completed, the 4 stars on Nils' shoulders will become 5. Become the first 5-star admiral of Baloberg. The other 2 competitors will be left behind by him. Block the Black Shark Club's base and don't let any living creatures go out. Nils shouted. There is a Sequence 8 enemy who is not too strong. The main thing is to pay attention to retaining the potion sample. Killing a Sequence 8 enemy is not difficult. Finding and retaining the potion sample is difficult. No one is sure whether the other party will destroy the sample or hide the sample. Lune's side is in an extremely urgent situation. The Navy has blocked all coastlines at 360 degrees. It is extremely difficult to escape. He was already a notorious pirate, and he was discovered in the Black Shark Club's base. He might be killed directly. The Navy that came to clear the Black Shark Club's base this time was equipped with the latest weapons and had good combat effectiveness. Not to mention that there were many Sequence 9 non-commissioned officers and some Sequence 8 officers among them. These people invested a lot of money for the information and samples of the Black Shark Club's base. If Rune faced so many sequenceates head-on, he might not even have enough resurrection coins. Chapter 15 Firearms, Smoke Bombs. So, this is what money makes the world go round. On the Baloberg Navy ship, Rune and Chris stared at each other. Rune never expected that the emblem of the Bohemia Chamber of Commerce, the businessman Mr. Chris, would appear in this place and take them away safely from the Black Shark Club base. In theory, the Baloberg Navy, which is directly under Marquis Urbano, would not have anything to do with a grey businessman. Chris's expression was calm. Graves, I told you that interests are the eternal pursuit of all people. As long as the interests are the same, two people can change from enemies to partners, just like us. He pointed to the hidden secret room beside him. Of course, I have many partners, and this happens to be one who can help. A gentle voice came from the secret room. Lone Graves, a notorious pirate on the Kind Sea, is wanted in Baloberg for a bounty of 50 silver coins. If it weren't for Chris's strong recommendation, I wouldn't put the chips on you. Now can you tell me, was the mission successful? If I say it didn't succeed, will you throw me into the water to feed the sea monster now? Owen suddenly asked with a smile, if I say it succeeded and give you the things, will you kill me to silence me? The people in the secret room were silent. Chris glanced at the secret room. I guarantee your safety. Lone stared at Chris for a while and said, I believe you. Then he took out Maris's safe from the storage dice, and then a piece of research documents. Chris took a quick look and said, Graves, you have completed your mission very well. The integrity of the data is beyond my imagination. Go and have a rest. I have something to say to him. He naturally refers to the person in the secret room. After Owen left, the gentle voice in the secret room spoke again, letting Graves live is a hidden danger for us. He was originally a pirate, and it is not a pity for him to die. No, I think it's a pity that he died. Chris shook his head. What do you mean? The person in the secret room asked in confusion. Chris listed them all. First, he is a self-awakened extraordinary person. You and I both know that the potential of self-awakened extraordinary people is much greater than those from the noble church. Second, he is a person who pays attention to the spirit of contract. Although I am often flexible about the spirit of contract, I like people who cooperate with me to have this spirit. It makes people feel at ease. Third, he is good at creating surprises for people. Whether it is the test of him clearing the blasphemer or this crisis-ridden operation, I thought there is a high probability of failure, but he succeeded. This kind of person is either blessed by luck or has something hidden. No matter which one it is 100 benefits for me as a partner. Fourth, he is a smart person. He is a wise man, and he is a straightforward and smart man. It is easy to deal with such a person, and I like him very much. Fifth, he is just a pirate with a little follower. To sum up, such a smart man with a spirit of contract, a transcendent who is good at completing tasks and has unlimited potential, plus an identity without a background of power, is there a reason to invest in his future? The people in the secret room could not deny, a pirate with a bad record, you say it is full of advantages. He can be a pirate, but he can also be a legal citizen of Baloberg. There is no conflict. Chris looked into the secret room. Before the ship arrives at Baloberg, I hope he can have a clean and impeccable identity. Mist is steaming. After a long period of fatigue, a hot bath is the best reward for yourself. Looking up, rubbing the dirt off his body, Rune looked at himself in the half-length mirror. Well, if I use 4 character words to describe him, it would be strong, sturdy, energetic, like a coiled dragon, an old tree with roots. A firm look, a sharp face, and a little bit of a manly beard. To sum it up, it can be summed up in one word, handsome. After changing into a set of clean clothes in the cabin, Rune walked out of the bathroom. Snuggled in the white, fragrant, and soft safe quilt, he opened the panel. Name, Rune Graves. Path, Sequence 9. Outlaw, Leave 6. Spirituality, 670/670. Spell Strength, 0. Items, Shotgun, Destiny Leave 3, Concentration Necklace, Leave 3, Resurrection Coin *2. Quest, Main Line, Second Gold Coin, Snake Cave, Optional, Pearl in the Palm. Current available points, Skill Points 2, Adventure Points 7. Dangerous, but also rewarding. Rune immediately opened the skill panel. He was reminded of unlocking new firearms abilities during the previous battle. Smoke Bomb. One of the signature abilities of the Outlaw series. Without hesitation, add 1 point first. Smoke Bomb Leave 1, Gun ability, learn Smoke Bomb recipe. Use, form a smoke cloud with a radius of 2 meters in the target area to interfere with the enemy's vision. Units that inhale the smoke will fall into a short suffocation state. The smoke will automatically fill the terrain. Consumption, Magic Grey Fog 1, Empty Kin 1, Spirituality *1. A skill that looks very basic, but is very practical. Whether you are running or they are all good at creating chaos. In addition, there is a little skill point to choose from. Rune thought about it and added it to the large lead bullet. Because the large lead bullet is the most basic and most commonly used ability. Upgrading the large lead bullet is equivalent to upgrading the Fate shotgun. Large lead bullet Leave 2. Large lead bullet Leave 3. Large lead bullet Leave 3, Firearms ability, Shotgun, Fate, Upgrade, Leave 3, currently Leave 4, learn the ability to fuse large lead bullets. The power of large lead bullets is enhanced, with 2 spiritual value damage judgment. Large lead bullet cannot be upgraded at present, please continue to upgrade after advancing the sequence. Destiny Leave 4, get new ability, Telepathy. Consumption, Ordinary lead bullets 3, Spirituality 2. The Leave 3 large lead bullet has reached the limit of sequence 9. Outlaw. And the ability has been greatly improved. Originally, it only takes 1 spirituality to make a large lead bullet, which means it will cause 1 spirituality damage. Now it has become 2. Although the basic value has only increased by 1, this 1 point will become extremely exaggerated when the Destiny shotgun is increased by 50 times. It is equivalent to doubling the damage of a normal attack. And the ability of Telepathy can be simply said to be able to teleport the Destiny shotgun to your side at any time. Although it is an inconspicuous ability, it provides a guarantee for Rune's battle. Avoid the embarrassing situation of the shotgun leaving his hand. It is much more powerful, but the consumption has also increased. Rune is now happy and distressed. A large lead bullet now requires 3 ordinary lead bullets as a basis, 18 copper coins per shot. There is also the Moro alloy required for armor-piercing bullets, the magic grey fog required for smoke bombs, and the time cost of restoring spirituality. The ability of the firearms system, alchemy system, is convenient and powerful, but it is also too expensive. After adding skill points, Rune turned his attention to adventure points. The store opened. Chapter 16 Thin Divinity. The familiar store interface appeared in front of Rune again. Last time, he spent 2 points to buy a resurrection coin in the Adventure Points store, and this time he brought 7 adventure points to spend. You can take a look at the slightly more expensive things below. 7 adventure points are enough to buy a better LV2 Wonder, or a general LV3 Wonder. In addition, adventure points above 5 points can also participate in lottery and strengthening and other links. Rune thought about it for a while and temporarily gave up the lottery and other projects. Now he can be said to be penniless, and getting a set of wonders first is the best way to increase combat power. I now have attack, physical strength, and mental defense, but I lack a little auxiliary attribute. For example, spiritual recovery, blood-sucking, and speed are more suitable. With a goal, Rune immediately browsed them one by one. Finally locked on 2 wonders. One is a Leave 2 boot, which can increase the movement speed by 10%. One is a Leave 3 pendant, which can slightly increase the spiritual recovery speed. Finally, Rune chose the boots. As a physical and alchemy transcendent, his movement speed is naturally more important than mana recovery. If he were a magician, he would definitely choose the pendant without hesitation. Consume 5 adventure points to exchange 4 extraordinary marching boots. Rune put on the boots, which just fit the size of his feet and made him very flexible. For the remaining 2 adventure points, Rune thought about it and did not exchange them for resurrection coins this time. He still had 2 resurrection coins left, which would be enough for the time being as long as he did not commit suicide. And after finding the Hydra gold coins, he should have 2 more adventure points, and it would not be too late to replenish the resurrection coins then. 2 adventure points can be exchanged for 20 gold coins. Rune admitted that he did not know how expensive food and daily necessities were until he ran the household. Now he was short of money. 20 gold coins can greatly ease his financial pressure. Consume 2 adventure points exchange, 7 Cs gold coins *20. The purchasing power of 20 gold coins is equivalent to 200,000 in the previous life. Rune put the gold coins into the storage dice. There are too many things to purchase this time when I go to Baloberg. I have to buy a set of equipment for little Carter first. After the previous battle with Melis, Rune also realized that little Carter was a powerful assistant in combat. Her invisibility ability was so strong that even Melis of Sequence 8 could not detect it. If she was given a set of powerful alchemical equipment, she would become a terrifying assassin. Rune thought and wrote at the same time, and soon filled up a whole shopping list. At this time, Carter, who had finished washing, ran to Rune excitedly. "Captain, Baloberg is here." Baloberg is the name of the main city and the name of the fiefdom. It is one of the 3 major fiefdoms along the coast of the Good Sea, located in the northwest of the Good Sea. It borders the Good Sea to the west, the Great Glacier to the north, and the Marquis Sadio's fiefdom to the east. Blizzards often occur in the northern part of the country, and storms often blow in the Good Sea in the south, which can be described as constant natural disasters. But it is precisely because of this that the people of Baloberg have forged their tenacity. And its territory and territorial waters often produce extraordinary things related to storms and blizzards. Rune walked onto the deck and looked at the city of Baloberg from afar. The tall city walls and heavily armored guards army proved its military quality. In the past, pirates of his level would definitely flee at the first sight of the flag of the Baloberg Navy. Looking up, it was a rainy day today, which was not bad. The ships coming and going docked at the Baloberg harbor, bringing it fresh vegetables, fruits, and the favorite wine of the people of the Good Sea. The wall of Baloberg is the most magnificent among the 3 fiefdoms of the Good Sea. Even I am amazed every time I see it. At some point, Chris quietly walked to Rune's side. "It's really spectacular." Rune looked at Chris beside him. "Do you have something to say to me?" "Yes." Chris said, "I suggest you stay in Baloberg for half a month." Rune frowned. "You know, half a month, I don't have that time, I will leave in 3 days at most." "Leave? Where to go?" Chris asked Rune with one sentence. Indeed, he didn't know the whereabouts of the 3rd Hydra gold coin now, and he had no destination even if he left. But since Chris asked this, does it mean that he has some news? "Do you have any news about other Hydra coins?" Owen asked directly. "No, but I will have it soon." "What do you mean by this?" Chris said, "It has been found that the Black Shark stronghold that was destroyed this time was controlled by the Hydra Church. Baloberg and the Hydra Church will not let them go. In the next period of time, Baloberg Navy will definitely continue to make big moves. It is normal to find some clues of the appearance of Hydra coins." Lone heard this and agreed with Chris's statement in his heart. There are not many Hydra coins in existence, but they are all very scattered. If you ask where the number of Hydra is the largest, it must be the Hydra Church. After all, as fanatical followers of the Hydra god, everything about Hydra will be treasured or worshipped by believers. So, you just need to wait, our friends will bring us the latest news. Chris tapped the deck twice with his cane. When the time comes, I will initiate a deal with you. After that, he reached out and took out 2 IDs and handed them to Rune. You and your little follower are now a member of Baloberg, and your bounty warrant has been cancelled. Rune took it readily. That friend is really powerful. In the city of Baloberg, Rune accepted Chris's proposal and settled in Baloberg temporarily. He also gladly accepted Chris's kindness. However, Rune understood that this was just another form of transaction. The other party took down a small link in his huge resource chain and invested in himself. And he would become a pawn of Chris. But Rune didn't care. As long as there was profit to be made, no matter what identity it was, this was the philosophy of pirates. Speaking of which, it was a bit similar to the position of merchants. Entering the city, Baloberg, and the grey gathering places of Snake Cave do have different styles. Everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, and the street hawking is endless. The air is full of the smell of oak and wine. Run took Carter around the street for a few rounds and finally found the destination. Baloberg Bank. Unnamed Safe No. 687. After handing over the key proof, Rune was led into a top-secret separate room. A small safe was placed on the table in the room. Run inserted the key and turned it. With a click, the safety lock fell off. There were not many things in the safe, only 3 items. A letter, a Hydra gold coin, and a tube of crystal clear dark green liquid. Complete the task. Snake Cave. The second gold coin. Reward, Skill Point 1, Adventure Point 2. Discover, Melissa's secret letter. Discover epic level items, Thin Divinity. Happy New Year's Eve to all readers. The author wishes everyone a happy family reunion and good health. Chapter 17 Alchemy. Divinity. Desecrators, polluters, reagent samples. The source of everything comes from divinity. This is the favor of the Hydra to its believers, and it is also the material that countless people dream of. Its importance can be seen from the evaluation of epic on the panel. No material in the past has such a prefix. Rune was excited, and he didn't expect that Maris actually saved such a thing. He immediately used the peeping eye. Thin Divinity. Level, Epic. Ability, Admire the light of God with a mortal body, extremely important material, has its unique use in many occasions. Special, Rune Graves. Using Divinity when the sequence is advanced will add additional sequence entries. Extremely important material. It also has an additional effect on yourself. The name of Rune is written in the special column, which means that it is a characteristic that only he can use. Increase sequence entries. When he advances from sequence 9 to sequence 8, he will be able to have additional sequence entries by using the rare divinity. Additional sequence entries mean additional professions and additional abilities. As long as the resources are sufficient, multiple sequences are definitely stronger than a single sequence. After all, from the coverage, scope of application and possibility of ability development for the sake of the two, the difference is like heaven and earth. Run took a deep breath to keep himself calm, and then put it into the storage dice. Made a fortune. After a moment, he calmed down and looked at the secret letter from Maris. The content of the letter was extremely simple, with 4 words and a string of complicated symbols written on it. The snake tree is ready. Accept the task, snake tree, optional. After reading the letter, a strange prompt popped up on the panel. There was only the task name and the optional option, and no other information. This task is a bit confusing. Run couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't think about it. Put the letter away and left the bank. On the way, he exchanged 2 adventure points for resurrection coins and added 1 skill point to True Man. Pure Man leave 3, physical skill, Passive, increase physical strength by 30%, 1 layer, 5%, after entering the battle, 1 layer is added every 5 seconds, with a maximum of 10 layers, plus 300%, after full layers, the movement speed increases by 10%. Pure Man cannot be upgraded at present, please continue to upgrade after advancing the sequence. Like the large lead bullet, the skill level of Pure Men in the 9th stage of sequence is only level 3 at most, and the only way to upgrade it is to advance the sequence. However, the 3rd level of Pure Men also provides an additional attribute, 10% movement speed. Together with the extraordinary boots, it can provide a full 20% additional movement speed. It is a very practical attribute for Rune. I agreed with Chris to stay in Baloberg temporarily. And 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Rune did not dare to slack off. According to Chris, a qualified pirate/navy, in addition to being able to use guns, must also learn to use swords, cannons, and command ships. So during this period, Chris asked his partner to open a back door for Rune. Not only did he become a lieutenant in the Baloberg Navy, but he also gradually explored everything related to ships with the Navy training. Rune learned very quickly, and with the original foundation of pirates, he had almost completed all the Navy training programs in 10 days. He also gained some additional abilities. Baloberg Navy Basic Sword Skills Leave 1, Passive, Ordinary Ability, Concise and Practical Sword Skills. When using one-handed sword weapons, the attack power increases by 10%. Artillery Mastery Leave 1, Passive, Ordinary Ability, Basic Mastery of various types of artillery methods, artillery accuracy increased by 10%. Ship Control Mastery Leave 1, Passive, Ordinary Ability, Basic Mastery of various types of ship control methods, when serving as a captain. The stability of the ship's navigation increases by 10%. All 3 abilities are ordinary abilities. Even if you are not a superhuman, you can still acquire abilities through learning. But these abilities are very practical. After systematic learning, Rune gained additional bonuses through the panel. Little Carter also secretly learned from Rune. She began to learn everything about the Navy, and also learned basic projects such as literacy. Rune even spent 5 gold coins to tailor a set of extremely powerful equipment for her. The purchasing power of gold coins is naturally needless to say. 5 gold coins are a big deal. It can be said that Carter's equipment is all top-notch except that it is not a superhuman item. A full set of leather armor provides excellent protection without affecting movement. A complete set of sleeve arrows, hidden weapons, darts, short crossbows, and short knives are all made of excellent materials. Now she is already a fully armed assassin. She is in the dark, and Rune is in the light. The two together will definitely give countless enemies a headache. It was a rainy day, and the raindrops fell sparsely on the eaves, making a crisp sound. Someone knocked on the door of the hotel. When Rune opened the door, it was an officer wearing a Baloberg Navy uniform. The other party had dark skin and thick eyebrows, which was a bit inconsistent with the white Navy uniform. I took a look at the other party's epaulets, and 2 waves on it were clearly visible. The man was holding a document in his hand. After seeing Rune, he saluted in a standard way, then picked up the document and read it out. Rune Graves, Lieutenant of the Baloberg Navy. We have received orders from our superiors to discover that a member of the Hydra Church appeared on the southeast coast of the Baloberg Sea. According to the investigation clues, it is speculated that he may be hiding in the village of Lucerne. The details have been attached to the document. Order: Lieutenant Rune will lead the team, with Sergeant Hill and 30 soldiers to investigate. Time limit: depart today, limited to 15 days. After reading the document, the thick-browed officer saluted again, with a loud voice, "Sergeant Hill, report to the lieutenant." Not bad, very energetic. Rune took the document and patted the other party on the shoulder, "Don't be nervous." Then he read the attachment carefully and understood it in his heart. The attachment was written by Chris, and it specifically pointed out the important entry alchemy for this mission. Alchemy is a supernatural ability that can refine materials into powerful equipment, potions, or other special objects. Gold is a material that can contain a variety of supernatural energies, and is naturally an extremely important element in alchemy. Of course, if gold as a refining element itself has certain characteristics, then its help to the success of alchemy is not small. This time, the Hydra Church was discovered because someone used the Hydra gold coin as the core to open the evil alchemy array. The energy overflowing from the Hydra gold coin has polluted a village. Run's mission is to conduct a detailed investigation of the village. If any abnormality is found, report it to the Baloberg Navy immediately and then eliminate it. After reading the attachment, Rune couldn't hold back his emotions. He has been here for more than 10 days, and he is almost fading away. He looked at the thick-browed sergeant, gather the soldiers, count the number of people, and then set sail. The third Hydra gold coin, your Uncle Rune is here. Chapter 18 The Unlucky Little Pirate. Today's weather is good, it's a good day for robbery. Arash stood at the bow of the pirate ship, looking at the vast sea. As a pirate and a Sequence 9 transcendent, he is also a little famous in the pirate world in this area. Anyone who knows his name will think twice before doing anything. But more than half a month ago, something happened that made him extremely unhappy. The slaves he kept in the snake cave were killed inexplicably. Although they were just a few slaves, they were very skilled in operating ships and cannons. Whenever he went out to sea to do business, he would take them with him, and he would not have to worry about many things. Unlike these idiots on the ship now. In addition to the dozen or so little pirates who originally followed him, there were only a few people on the ship who were forcibly captured from the snake cave. Even if these people were reluctant, who told him that he was better than them. Be quick! Arash urged his pirates to wipe the cannons and guns, and then looked at a man who was washing food. He seemed to remember something. Who is that? The man shuddered and quickly replied, My name is Cherik, Captain Arash. Yes, Cherik, you are the guy closest to my tent. Arash said, I heard that the man who killed my slaves ate at your food stall. That guy is called Lulu. Loan. Yes, Owen, do you remember what he looks like? Yes. Cherik replied helplessly. The other party had to repeat such a conversation every day. Arash nodded, you'd better remember what that guy looks like. Every time I finish robbing a ship, I confirm it one by one. I heard that the guy has been robbing ships in these places recently. I've been waiting for him here for many days. When I catch him, I'll throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. That Lwen killed the blasphemer. Cherik muttered. The blasphemer? That's because I'm not in the snake cave. If I were in the snake cave, would it be his turn? Just watch how I kill him. After saying that, Arash kicked the basket hard, wash the vegetables well. Looking at Arash's back as he left, Cherik's face was full of worry. He was different from these pirates. He was just an honest cook. On weekdays, he just cooked fried rice and some dishes. As a result, because he had seen Rune's appearance, he was forcibly abducted by this guy to work as a coolie on the ship. Every time the other party hijacked the ship, they would let him see if there was Rune among the captives. They had been tied to the ship for half a month, all the way from Yeta village to here. I don't know if the other party really wants to find Rune. Or wants to completely get his coolie for free. If he didn't have poison in his hand, he would have wanted to poison these guys to death early. After a while of gritting his teeth, Cherik sighed. Forget it. I have been used to this kind of life for a long time. I just don't know which unlucky merchant ship will be robbed by this pirate today. Just thinking about this, the shadow of a ship appeared vaguely not far away. Cherik shook his head and felt sorry for the ship opposite. Hey, someone is unlucky again. The ship set sail, and Rune, Sergeant Hill, and 30 soldiers boarded the survivor. I heard that in a large-scale naval battle in Baloberg, all other escort ships were damaged, and only this ship survived, so it got this name. This ship is 28 meters long, 4.5 meters wide, and has a draft of 1.3 meters. It is a light paddle sail escort warship. There are 16 18-pound cannons on both sides, and a Mansmeg cannon in the middle as the main firepower. With this ship, Rune can be regarded as a serious captain. At this moment, he is sitting in the captain's room, looking at the sea chart thoughtfully. The destination, Lucerne village, although it is close to the sea, actually has no dock or port, so the ship cannot dock. At the same time, if there are Hydra cultists hiding in the village, if a group of people go there with great fanfare, it is likely to alert the enemy. So Rune finally decided to anchor the ship in Yeta village, which is not too far from Lucerne village. After leaving some soldiers to guard, he and little Carter went to Lucerne village in plain clothes to explore the way. And Rune seemed to remember that there was a branch line, pearl in the palm, in Yeta village, so he could go and see it when the time comes. Report to the lieutenant. There seems to be a pirate ship 2 miles ahead, heading towards us. Just as Rune was thinking, Sergeant Hill hurried to report. When Rune heard this, 3 big question marks rose in his head. What the hell? Pirate ship? And it's heading for me? This is Baloberg's naval warship. Thinking back to when I was a pirate, I saw the flag of Baloberg and rolled as far as I could. Which blind little pirate dared to come to me? Could it be that the distance was too far and it was raining, so the other party didn't see it clearly? Thinking of this, Rune hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Lower our flag quickly, don't let the pirates see it." This Sergeant Hill's head was blocked for a moment. Why lower the flag? Stupid! If you hold the flag, the pirates won't come. If they don't come, how can we make extra money? Rune urged. Sergeant, follow the order. Yes. Soldiers take following orders as their duty. So even if Hill didn't figure it out, he did it obediently. And Rune took the telescope and looked into the distance. He wanted to see which unlucky little pirate bumped into his hand. Captain, we are only half a mile away from the enemy, but there seems to be something wrong with the enemy's ship. A pirate shouted to Arash. Arash stood at the front of the deck. What's wrong? I want to see how wrong it is. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward. This ship has no flag. This ship is so big. This ship is so fast. This ship has 16 side guns and 1 main gun. The specification of the side gun should be 18 pounds. Wait, 18 pounds? Damn! Isn't this the configuration of the Baloberg Navy? Looking more carefully, the emblem of waves and icebergs is painted on the side of the ship. This is really a Baloberg Navy warship. Run! Turn around, run! Arash was furious. How can these scattered soldiers and their small 8-pound guns fight against the Baloberg Navy? It's all because of the wind and rain, which made his vision not so clear. Why doesn't this Navy ship have a flag? It's simply unethical. You had put up the flag long ago. Even if I was brave, I wouldn't dare to provoke it. But the Navy warship on the opposite side obviously didn't want to let them go. The roar of the alchemy machine driving the oars made Arash's legs sore. I can't run away, I can't run away at all. The gap between the warships is too obvious. Moreover, after a few shots from the opponent's side cord guns, my warship lost power and stagnated. Except for those who were killed by the shells, all the pirates were captured. All the hands were tied and they knelt on the ground obediently, waiting for the inspection of the other side's commander. The cook Cherik was also among the captives. He was desperate at the moment. I mixed with the pirates and was caught by the navy. The end would not be good. I can only hope that the commander of the other side can listen to my explanation. I, Cherik, was captured. Just when he organized his words and looked up at the other officer, he was stunned. The words on his lips were forgotten immediately. Instead, he was surprised and said, "Rune." This was heard by Arash on the side. He was also stunned. He looked at the high-spirited naval officer standing in front of him in disbelief. Is that Rune? In his heart, he couldn't accept it. Not a buddy. You were a little pirate like me 2 days ago, and today you have become a lieutenant of Baloberg? Your identity has changed so much in just a few days? You must have cheated. Happy New Year, Dragon Year. The author wishes everyone a Happy New Year. Every day is a day of writing with heart, and I never forget the New Year. Chapter 19 The Polluted Town. Are you from Yeta village? Is the leader I just killed here to seek revenge? Has he intercepted a lot of merchant ships at sea recently? Yes, there are those from the North Wind Chamber of Commerce and the Black Hand Chamber of Commerce. Sergeant, did you hear that? Write it down quickly. These are all confessions. Lone listened to Cherek's report and quickly directed Sergeant Hill to record it. And Hill, at this time, also looked at Lwen with admiration. This lieutenant is really amazing. On the way to the mission, his group caught a group of pirates who had committed crimes recently. Not to mention seizing a lot of supplies, they can also add a beautiful achievement to their resumes later. Lone was a little speechless at this time. The pirate leader came to seek revenge on him. And he crushed him without knowing it. He is really vulnerable. But there is another sentence in the words of the cook Cherek that is very useful to him. This group of pirates came from Yeta village. Run waved his hand, and the navy understood what he meant. Freeze the body of the pirate leader, lock the others in the lower cabin, register them, and check their identities. Cherek followed Rune step by step and walked into the captain's room. You said you came from Yeta village. Rune got straight to the point. Yes, Lieutenant Rune. Cherek was also a smart man, and he kept silent about all the things about Rune before. Did you find anything unusual in Yeta village? Abnormal. Hearing this, Cherek frowned and fell into deep thought. When he was brought aboard by Arash, he only cared about protecting his life and didn't pay too much attention to the things around him. Now after listening to Rune's reminder, thinking carefully, there was indeed something wrong with that place. After organizing his words, Cherek said, there is indeed something unusual in Yeta village. What are the details? I can't answer it for now, but it just feels weird to me. It's just a feeling. If I have to say it, there are fewer people coming and going. Cherek seemed to have grasped some key points. Yes. There are fewer people. Yeta village used to be a big village, but their fishing methods were unique, and many merchants would go there to buy fish. But after we went there this time, the fish business in the village stopped, and no one even went out to sea anymore. Lone nodded slightly after hearing this. So Yeta village has a lot of problems, which should be affected by the nearby Lucerne village. Originally, I thought the focus should be on Lucerne village, but now it seems that Yeta village must also be included in the warning range. After placing Cherek, the warship went to Yeta village without stopping. After 2.5 days, Yeta village was already in sight. It was already evening, and the sky gradually became dark. Rune used a telescope to check, and his heart tightened. The originally lively village now became dead and deserted, and there was almost no light in the whole village. On the street, there were vague black shadows twisting strangely like snakes, turning into black thin lines in the lens of the telescope. When the warship approached, a rotten smell of dead fish hit the air. It stinks. Even little Carter, who had been hiding beside Rune, couldn't help but complain. Rune changed into ordinary clothes, wrapped in a black windbreaker, and called little Carter to prepare to explore Yeta village at night. After all, on the whole ship, except for himself and little Carter, only the sergeant could be regarded as a little extraordinary combat power. The combat effectiveness of other naval soldiers was greatly reduced without the artillery on the warship. If they entered Yeta village, if something happened, they would be sending themselves to death, so it would be better to let them pick them up here. After receiving the task of staying on the ship, the sergeant immediately began to execute it, and agreed with Rune to use flares as the most important reminder. The warships docked at the dock can completely cover the entire small village. Before the night fell, Rune and little Carter stepped onto the dock. Arrived at Yeta village, automatically accept the task, main line. Town the third Hydra gold coin. Sideline, pearl in the palm, has been triggered. A prompt popped up on the panel, and Rune took a look and closed it. After entering the village, it was another scene. Rune was surprised to find that it was not as dead as it looked outside, but the air was a little damp and cold. At the door of the house, there were still some residents doing their own work. However, these people's movements were like machines, repeating all the time, and even Rune was indifferent when he walked by them. The village is very large, and there are many residents in it. It took Rune and little Carter more than 40 minutes to visit every corner of the village. In a small corner, Carter showed up. In front of the navy, she never forgot her identity as a pirate, and followed Rune's instructions to monitor the navy invisibly. Now that it was just Lwen and her, she felt more relaxed. Little Carter wrinkled his nose. "Captain. This town is so weird. Those guys are definitely problematic." She counted on her fingers. The fishermen who sell fish have been killing fish for who knows how long, and the women who wash clothes use water from the stinky ditch. The farmers who grow crops take care of the withered seedlings, and the fire in the hands of the lamplighters has gone out. Everyone seems to be doing their own thing, but their eyes have never left us, and they have knives, sticks, pitchforks, and daggers in their hands. It seems that they are ready to attack us at any time. The analysis is correct, there is progress. Lwen patted little Carter's shoulder encouragingly. "Then what do you think we should do next?" Little Carter pondered for a while, then shook his head. "I don't know, these people are too weird, I can't judge how to break the situation." "Then listen to the captain." Lwen smiled. "People should know how to communicate with each other, so that the world will become simple and beautiful. Of course, you should be polite when communicating, and you follow me to learn." Carter nodded and entered the invisible state. Lun moved his body and glanced around. The nearest person was a grey-haired old man standing at the door in a daze. Seeing this, Lun stepped forward and asked enthusiastically, "Hey, that dazed old man, yes, I'm calling you. What's the situation in this broken village?" The old man glanced at him, and his dull eyes turned to the other side. "Old man? Speak." Lun cautiously probed again. The old man's eyes were still dull. Lun was thoughtful. The next second, the muzzle of fate blocked the old man's forehead. "Damn old man, I'm talking to you, do you hear me?" The old man began to feel scared when pointed at by fate with the breath of death. A few unclear words squeezed out of his hoarse throat, and Lun couldn't hear them clearly. "Damn, you can't speak clearly, you are rude, shoot." The sound of the exploding gun spread throughout the small village, instantly breaking the silence here. Rune looked at the headless corpse of the old man, and inside it was a pitch-black snake twisting its half-remaining body and struggling. He had a look of as expected. "Indeed, those who are rude are not human, and my judgment is correct." Chapter 20 The Snake in the Wall. "Damn! Captain, how did you judge that? It's so cool." Seeing the black snake, Carter couldn't help but exclaimed. Rune picked up the fate and skillfully made a supplementary shot. "Feeling. Men rely on feeling." After confirming that the target in front of him was dead, he found a stick and poked the remaining body of the black snake in the meat paste. Using snakes to control people is really a fancy trick. After a moment, he stood up. "Since this old man is controlled, the people with abnormal behavior we just saw are most likely the same as him." "Not a high probability, Captain." Carter corrected. "Those people were controlled by snakes because they were already here." As soon as the words fell, Carter's sleeve arrow flew out, penetrated the thin mud wall beside him, and nailed it hard. A young man was roaring to pull out the arrow from his body. Seeing this, Carter shot another sleeve arrow, which pierced through the spine, and the man stopped struggling. Loon looked around. Behind the fishermen selling fish, the women washing clothes, the farmers who were planting the fields, and the people lighting the lamps, followed the remaining villagers, who walked slowly and gathered towards them like zombies. The already narrow road in the small village was a bit crowded for a while. The night became darker, and there seemed to be some kind of whistle in the sky calling birds back to their nests. "Captain, our situation is a bit bad," Carter said. "The field of vision has been greatly reduced, and there is a unique smell in the air." Loon's sense was a little slower than Carter's, but he soon realized the relevant information Carter said. What they are facing now is not only those who are controlled by the Black Snake, but also some unknown threats lurking in the dark. This village has big problems and is full of doubts. But no matter what, in the face of danger, pull the trigger first. When the large lead bullet hits the enemy, figure out other things. Facing in a village with a large number of people, Rune was not panicked at all. The confidence came from the storage dice, the 500 large lead bullets, 200 armor-piercing bullets, and 100 smoke bombs. The ammunition reserves cost a total of 3 gold coins and 12 silver coins, which perfectly solved the fear of insufficient firepower. With ammunition, there is confidence. The large lead bullets gushed out from the muzzle of Fate, and the golden red flames were particularly conspicuous in the dark night. After the upgrade, the new large lead bullets that can only be made with 3 ordinary lead bullets plus 2 spiritual points showed their full power at this time. The strange villagers came fiercely, but if they were hit by the attack of Fate, they would die. Those farther away turned into sieves, those closer turned into meat paste. Like a bulldozer, every time a bullet was fired, there would be a gap in the crowded strange villagers, and then it would be filled. And because Fate was a shotgun, there was no need to consider accuracy, just shoot directly when you saw the enemy. If it was an ordinary gun, you would have to aim at the opposite spine, which was very troublesome. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger, but it did not bring any trouble to Rune. What pressure! Under his crazy output, the slow-moving villagers did not pose any threat to them. Until the strange whistle sounded again in the night sky. Rune no longer hesitated and fired a shot at the location where the sound came from. With the brief muzzle flash, a snake shadow could be seen on the highest roof of the village, howling to the sky. Snakes can also howl? But before Rune could continue to think, another strange change occurred in the village. It seemed that something sleeping was gradually waking up. Snakes! Captain, so many snakes! Little Carter's anxious voice sounded. Lone looked around, frowning. Things were getting serious. Some buildings in the village began to shake, and after the mud shells on the surface fell off, piles of snake walls were revealed. Dense black snakes kept falling to the ground, twisting a few times and fully waking up, and then rushing towards Lwen. Lone's scalp was numb. This was a snake village. There were too many snakes, and he had to leave here. After making up his mind, Lwen shot and retreated, and he didn't know how many black snakes died under the shotgun. The whole village was full of broken snakes and blood, and a strong fishy smell was emitted after the ground dried. As time went on, Lwen and Carter gradually found something wrong. According to normal calculations, they must have walked out of the village and returned to the dock. But they are still spinning in the same place. Captain, we seem to be in a maze now, Carter said. Well, I noticed it. Lwen's sight moved slightly upwards, where the snake shadow was staring at them. We must kill the guy above. The first time it whistled, we should have been trapped in a maze, and the field of vision was greatly reduced. The second time it whistled, it awakened the sleeping snakes in the village. It is the key to the village's weirdness. Received. Little Carter's voice came. After the two of them had a clear goal, they immediately changed direction and headed towards the building where the snake shadow was. The barrel of fate was hot, and countless black snakes exploded. Run's nervous but excited face flickered in the dark night with the flames of the barrel. Fight. This is the strength of the alchemy and physical technique superhumans. As long as the preparation is sufficient, the ability to fight a protracted war is absolutely beyond people's imagination. As Rune got closer and closer, the snake shadow seemed to have sensed the threat. It whistled for the third time. In Rune's head, there was a sudden sound like a drum hammer, and the whole person was about to faint. Little Carter's condition was even worse. He appeared directly from the invisible state, with pale lips and weak. The mental attack caught both of them off guard. At this time, the pendant on Rune's neck began to emit a blue light, and the pain in his head was relieved a lot. He shook his head, forcing himself to wake up, and then carried the shaky little Carter on his back. "Hold me tight." Little Carter was drowsy, but still squeezed out a hum. After being stimulated by the whistle, Rune suddenly looked like a mad beast. The snake shadow's whistle has not stopped, and little Carter's condition is getting worse and worse. He can't stay here for long. Rune rushed through the snake group, but he couldn't find the right direction at all. Trapped in the maze, he couldn't leave here or hunt the snake shadow. "Captain, will we die here?" Little Carter's words were intermittent. "No, believe me." Lun noticed that something was wrong with little Carter's condition and quickly replied. In his anxiety, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a building, built with bricks and stones, which was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Without extra time to think, he rushed in with little Carter on his back. The snake tide followed closely behind, as if endless snakes were coming to drown them. Looking at the painful little Carter, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Lun gritted his teeth, took off the necklace on his neck, and put it on little Carter's neck. Suddenly, his face turned pale, but he still stood up. One person, guarding the narrow entrance of the house. Destiny is firmly in his own hands. Chapter 21 Achievement, Snake Killer. What will you do when you are besieged by a tide of snakes? Lun's choice is, fuck him. Since I can't get out of this broken village, I won't leave. Kill all of you black snakes and all problems will be solved. The ruthless large lead bullets blasted the stacked black snakes into slag, and the hot barrels kept roaring. The smell of gunpowder filled the air, mixed with the smell of blood, which made people very intoxicated. Occasionally, a black snake dodged the attack and bit Rune hard, but was also crushed to death by one hand with disdain, while the other hand was still controlling its fate. For the little Carter behind him, he couldn't take a step back. Killing and guarding, black gunpowder and double-barreled shotguns, this is the romance of men. The toxicity of black snakes is enough to be fatal to ordinary people. But the venom entered Rune, a superhuman with a full layer of pure manliness and triple physical fitness bonus. Except for a slightly slower movement, there was no other effect. The snake whistle hit his mind like a heavy hammer, and there was a tide of black snakes in front of him. Rune now has no time to think about anything else. Kill. Except killing, there is nothing else to do. I don't know who I am, I don't know where this is, but I know I'm going to kill. After an unknown amount of time, the snake on the rooftop finally stopped howling, and there was no longer any living black snake in front of Rune. The black fog that covered the town finally dissipated, and the faint white light of the sky fell in. Just run. I'm going to kill you next. Looking at the escaping snake, Rune did not chase, nor did he have the strength to chase. He killed almost all night, and when he stopped, he actually felt a wave of emptiness. He finally understood what a cigarette afterward is better than a living god meant. It would be nice to have a cigarette now. Just as he was thinking about where to get a cigarette, Carter's guilty voice came from behind him, "Captain. I'm sorry, I'm holding you back." Then Carter was hit on the head by Rune. Rune didn't say anything. As a captain, it was his duty to protect his loyal little pirate. It was just that he had not expected that Carter would recover so quickly. And Carter's next words almost made Rune jump. Captain, when I was dazed just now, I seemed to have awakened something. She took out a dagger from her waist, and then attacked like a ghost, and the dagger actually penetrated the thick brick wall. The brick wall in front of her was like tofu. And she only needed to make a slight move to cut it. Then, she jumped up again, like a flexible cat. She climbed over the eaves and landed lightly, almost without a sound. Rune raised his eyebrows, and the peeping eye was activated immediately. Name, Carter. Path, Sequence 9. Shadow Dancer, Leave 4. Spirituality, 400/400. Life Value, 150. Carter. Promoted to Extraordinary. Shadow Dancer. From the abilities Carter has shown, her sensitivity has been greatly increased, and her stealth ability has been strengthened. In addition, her hidden weapon attacks can be greatly increased. The spirituality value has increased by nearly one-fold, becoming 400. The life value has even increased to 150. Lune looked at the little Carter in front of him, as if he was looking at a monster. When encountering a crisis, he can break through on his own, his life value is extremely high, and it is extremely difficult to die. Isn't this a perfect template for the protagonist? And why do I feel a bit like her golden finger grandfather? Rune even suspected that even without him, little Carter would be able to survive the snake tide unscathed. This is the chosen one. Comparison is frustrating. Rune sighed. But then, a panel prompt popped up in front of him. Consumed 688 ammunition, killed 10,003 parasitic black snakes, on average, each bullet of destiny killed 14.53924 black snakes. You have a deep grudge against snakes. Achievement, Snake Killer. Snake Killer, increase damage to snakes by 20%, increase resistance to any ability of snakes by 20%, and reduce damage caused by snakes by 20%. You can be promoted by killing snakes. Achieve spell strength, 10. Last night's hard work was not in vain, and I actually gained an achievement. Special attack on snakes. Increase damage by 20%, reduce damage by 20%. Anyone who has played a little game knows how exaggerated these two buffs are when put together. Not to mention the 20% resistance. And it is an achievement that can be grown, and it can also kill the snake tribe to advance. Just based on this point, all the snake tribes have already found a way to die. As for the spell strength increase of 10, Rune opened the panel. Increase the spell strength by 1 point, and the effect of the amplified ability will increase by 1%. 10 points of spell strength is equivalent to a 10% increase in the effect of all abilities. Each shot of the large lead bullet comes with 2.2 spirituality points. The first layer of the Pure Man becomes a 33% attribute bonus, and the full layer becomes 330%. A shot after quickly drawing the gun comes with 3.3 spirituality points. Rune is very satisfied with the increase in magic power. Now it is only 10 points. In the future, when the magic power is higher, even the basic skills can have a very powerful effect. On the small road from the dock to the village, Sergeant Hill was quite annoyed. From last night to now, there has been no signal flare sent by the lieutenant. But the constant gunshots and the thick smell of blood in the air reminded them that Lieutenant Rune had encountered a fierce battle in the village. Therefore, without any orders, he gritted his teeth and led the team to support, wanting to ensure Lieutenant Rune's safety. But the village had been shrouded in a layer of black fog since last night. They tried to go inside, but they always came back inexplicably. This also made him more anxious. Fortunately, the black fog in front of them seemed to be dissipating at this moment. Hill led the way. The fog has dissipated, let's go up quickly. He couldn't help but hurried and panic, because when the fog dissipated, the gunshots that resounded in the village all night also stopped. He was afraid that after he entered the village, he would see Rune's body. A moment later, Rune's figure appeared at the entrance of the village, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The lieutenant had no more abnormalities except for his pale face and minor injuries. Rune waved his hand, signaling everyone to focus their attention on the village. Search the village immediately, and don't miss any clues in any corner. Yes. Hill immediately accepted the order. But the moment he stepped into the village, he held his breath. This is not a small village at all, it is clearly a slaughterhouse. The ground was full of broken limbs and debris, and among the horrifying corpses, there were also snakes broken into half. The densely packed snake corpses mixed with debris paved the road, and the blood had coagulated, and it was sticky when stepped on. The Navy soldiers were stunned. After they entered the Baloberg Navy, they fought quite a few battles, and had seen pirates and water monsters. But only this time, the weird and terrifying scene was chilling. It is hard to imagine what the lieutenant experienced here last night. Everyone looked at Rune, full of shock. The lieutenant solved all these ghosts by himself? Chapter 22 Relics, Imitated Love. There must be tens of thousands of these ghost things in total. One person fought against tens of thousands of snakes and villagers, but only suffered minor injuries. In an instant, the Navy began to doubt that Rune was the real monster. No wonder he could be airborne and directly take the position of lieutenant. This combat power is too outrageous. Everyone looked at Rune with admiration and respect. It is the dream of every Baloberg Navy to hunt down demons and alien parties and protect the peace of the territory. And Rune's one-man army is the ultimate dream. If everyone's orders to Rune before were more like subordinates obeying their superiors. Now, they listen to Rune's words from the bottom of their hearts and work harder. It didn't take long for the entire village to be searched by the Navy soldiers. The only thing worth paying attention to is a cellar. Rune followed the sergeant forward and stopped when he reached the door. Because someone had written a string of crooked words on the stone bricks above. Chiao Wei. Missing Daddy. Chiao Wei. Rune immediately perked up. The key figures in the pearl in the palm are the blasphemer's wife France and daughter Chiao Wei. But now the village has become a ghost, this mother and daughter. Rune walked down the small steps of the cellar, holding the lighting stick handed to him by the sergeant. The lighting stick is a common alchemical product, without open flames, and is often used for underwater lighting, so it is not necessary to afraid of accidentally igniting some gas in the cellar. The stairs were long and steep. When Rune reached the bottom, a vague shadow appeared in front of him. Looking forward, a corpse lying on the ground appeared in front of him. There were many wounds on the corpse, which was incomplete. It seemed that he had suffered inhuman torture before his death. Rune walked forward and raised the lighting stick to look carefully in front of the corpse. Finally, it was confirmed that the corpse was bitten to death by a black snake. At this time, Carter, who was lurking in the dark, stuffed the previous concentration necklace into Rune's hand. Captain, this thing has a reaction. Rune picked up the necklace, and sure enough, the necklace emitted a faint blue light. The corpse suddenly had a blue light echoing with it. Is there anything else here? Rune looked in that direction, and it turned out to be a necklace that was 80% similar to the concentration necklace. Relic, Imitation Love. Level, LV4. Ability, Immune to mental interference below spirituality, 40, Greatly shield mental interference below spirituality, 70, Slightly shield mental interference below spirituality, 100. Disaster to yourself, you will enter a manic state instead of a peaceful state. Manic, hungry and thirsty, eager to fight, and increasingly crazy. After using the peeping eye, Rune had roughly understood what was going on. The corpse of the woman in front of him was France, the wife of the blasphemer. The relic in his hand was also made by France based on her husband's necklace. Perhaps when she was alive, this necklace did not have extraordinary magic. It was her resentment after her death that transformed the necklace. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Rune thought for a moment, and then put the imitation love and the concentration necklace on his neck at the same time. The imagined double buff did not come true. Only the strongest of the same type of strange objects/relics/holy objects will work. The same type here does not mean that they are both necklaces, but that they are both spiritual defense items. With some regret, Rune handed the concentration necklace to little Carter, and put on the imitation love himself. Will the negative effect make you manic? I am already very manic. Always eager to fight. I must kill all those black snakes and the escaping snake shadows. Damn it! Kill them hard. The moment he put on the necklace, different thoughts floated through Rune's mind. Take a deep breath, and he scratched his head after calming down for a while. The side effects come so damn fast. Rune looked at Franz's body again, frowning. The wife's body is here, but what about his daughter's? His eyes couldn't help but move to a table not far away. Walk to the table. You have obtained, golden aureole potion recipe. You have obtained, Francis's diary. Golden aureole potion, made with rosemary, sage, sea beast heart, and golden snow lotus, it can temporarily greatly improve mental strength and toxicity resistance. Good potion properties, just what is needed now. As for the diary, Rune began to read it without hesitation. After a quick glance, he could only say that Franz was not a serious person. Her husband was away all year round, and she hooked up with many lovers. The farmer with a pitchfork who was killed by Rune before was one of them. After having sex with those people, she felt sorry for her husband, so she made this necklace to show the outside world that she loves her husband very much. So the name of this necklace is Imitated Love. It is not imitating the style of her husband's necklace, but the false love for her husband. After that, the village was in disaster, and the people of the Hydra Church came. Franz took her daughter Qiaowei and hid in the cellar, carrying the heirloom potion formula left by her husband. She thought she would be fine after a while, but the whole village was in trouble. After being discovered by the people of the Hydra Church, she realized that they came for her daughter, and decisively offered her daughter to save her life. As a result, the people of the Hydra Church could not stand it and tortured her to death. Funny thing is that the end of the diary was written by the people of the Hydra Church. There are only 2 words, bitch. Rune can only say, good death. Side quest, Pearl in the Palm, failed updated side quest, Qiaowei was kidnapped. After reading the diary, the side quest on Rune's panel changed. The previous quest required Rune to deliver the letter to the wife and daughter of the blasphemer. Now one is dead and the other is captured, so the quest naturally failed. However, it is worth noting that if Rune came earlier, the village had not yet suffered a disaster, and he might have been able to complete the quest. But Rune didn't care about it. All choices were the best choices. Retreat. After finishing everything, Rune drove the Navy soldiers back to Baloberg without hesitation. There were a lot of things to do on this return trip. First, hand over the pirates to collect the reward. Second, go back to replenish ammunition resources. Now he only has a dozen armor-piercing bullets left. Third, make the golden aureole potion. If you want to face the snake shadow and the subsequent extraordinary, this potion will definitely play a big role. Fourth, go back and apply to bring more people. This time he suffered a loss, and Rune was upset. Now that it is clear that the Lucerne village is definitely a dead place occupied by many people from the Hydra Church. Then the Baloberg Navy can do a main battle class ship, go and blast it. First, use the cannonballs to clean up the mess, and Rune will clean up the mess. If you have the resources, you are a fool. Little Black Snake, wait for me to take revenge on you. First of all, thank you for your support. The author is begging for a follow-up reading. Tomorrow, 2.13, Tuesday, the 4th day of the Chinese New Year, everyone must follow up, this will affect the recommendation and promotion of this book. The author kowtows 3 times and 5 times, begs on his knees. Please everyone. Chapter 23 promoted to lieutenant, please follow up. Attention, there are signs of melting of the northern glaciers, and an exploration team will be sent immediately to find out the situation. There is a monster attack in Iris Town, which needs to be suppressed. The signs of the activities of the Hydra Church are becoming more frequent, so pay extra attention. In the office of the Baloberg Navy, the staff hurried. Guys, hurry up, distribute the tasks, review the rewards and punishments, and make a form to report back. White papers are constantly spitting out from the brass alchemy machine, with important matters of the entire Baloberg on them. Suppressing demons, investigating unknown phenomena, eliminating dissidents, and judging rewards and punishments. These contents are reported by external personnel, summarized through the alchemy machine universal mirror, and finally put in the office for manual review. It can be said that this is the information hub of the entire Baloberg. Lewand is an old employee in the Baloberg office. He has always been praised for his carefulness and seriousness. No matter if there is any abnormality in the information coming out of the universal mirror, he can always find it in the first time. Last year, he was awarded the best employee for this. With a pair of round black-framed reading glasses, a quill pen, and an official seal, Lewand began his new day of review work. The 3rd Squadron of the Navy applied for exercise equipment. The first trial was passed and submitted to the superior. Baloberg was affected by the weather, and the price of materials increased exponentially. Some unscrupulous businessmen made a lot of illegal profits from it. We applied for arrest. The first trial was passed and submitted to the superior. The messages were quickly screened from his pen, and he was very efficient. Until he saw a message, and then stopped writing. Seemingly a little confused, he held the paper up to the light and took another serious look. 2nd Lieutenant Rune killed 43 Hydra believers in the Battle of Yeta Village, and eliminated nearly 10,000 mutated black snakes. He made outstanding contributions and applied for a promotion in rank. After reading every word, he was a little angry. Humph! 2nd Lieutenant Rune? You are so ambitious. Killing 43 believers is still possible for you, but you don't know how to make up data for nearly 10,000 mutated black snakes. As he said this, his quill pen was about to put a big X on the first trial opinion. But when he was about to write, he stopped again. The habit of seeking truth and being pragmatic that he had developed over the years prevented him from doing things based on subjective assumptions. Hanno. I need detailed information about today's B367 file. As soon as Ryan spoke, a young man with brown curly hair not far away immediately took action and walked quickly to the alchemy machine to operate it. After a while, Hanno came over with a stack of documents. Ryan, what news makes you take it so seriously? Let me think, you haven't used detailed inquiries for more than half a month. No way. Ryan sighed, you can take a look yourself. As he said, he handed over the brief document and took the detailed document. Hanno raised his eyebrows when he saw the document, and then put it on Ryan's desk with a smile. This guy is really good at bragging. Killing 10,000 black snakes. Humph, let me think, I have an impression of the name of Lieutenant Rune. He is the 2nd lieutenant who was airdropped half a month ago. I don't know who he has been relying on. He looked at Ryan with a smile. This person's background is not simple. This document? Even if there is a general behind him, the document is fake, and I won't sign it. Ryan's attitude was very firm. Well, there is no more detailed explanation in the document, but the sender is a little surprising. It's not Rune himself, but his sergeant. This makes the news a little more credible, but only a little bit. At this moment, a voice came from the office. B367 has additional documents. Hanno hurried to get it when he heard it. He and Ryan leaned over together, ready to review it carefully, but the next second, they were stunned. This is a photo taken by a photo camera. It was the horrible scene in Yeta village after the Battle of Rune. Ryan's palm trembled slightly as he turned to the next page, which showed another photo of the village. The picture of the mutant villagers who had turned into meat paste, with only half of their bodies left, and black snakes growing on their spines, made the two shudder. How terrifying! Lieutenant Rune, did he really face such an enemy in Yata village? At least with the photos, the credibility increased again. Continue to flip through, and the photos appeared one after another. Ryan and Hanno were silent. The next few pages were a mysterious symbol. After unlocking it with an instrument, the video of the scene at that time appeared instantly. In addition, there were fingerprints pressed by 30 Navy officers and sergeants, proving that they witnessed Rune's outstanding achievements. Finally, there was a piece of news that they killed a pirate ship, killed a notorious pirate, and captured several pirates alive. Of course, the last news was so different from the shocking Battle of Yata village that the two did not pay much attention to it. Heart. So, is this news true? Ryan took a deep breath and looked at Hanno in disbelief, hoping to see a positive expression on his face to prove that he was not dreaming. It is true. Hanno affirmed. At the same time, the most important thing is that the person mentioned in the news who participated in the battle is he, that is, Rune, not them. The two used the word battle, which in a sense exaggerated the battle. But Rune's move of forming an army alone made the two have to face it. One person, fighting against so many black snakes and mutant villagers. His courage is commendable. Rune. Ryan silently repeated the name several times, and then carefully put the information aside without ticking or crossing it. He needed someone to dispatch the person closest to Yata village to see if it was true. And the person closest to Yata village only needed 4 hours to arrive. When the news came again 4 hours later, Ryan and Hanno breathed a sigh of relief. The authenticity of the news has been fully confirmed. Ryan made a big tick on the message about the proposal for Lieutenant Rune's promotion. At the same time, this news spread throughout the office. Many people in the office had a deeper impression of Rune, from being indifferent to being optimistic and fond of it. Although personal heroism is not particularly worth promoting, it is extremely inspiring every time it appears. Lieutenant Rune, in the battle with the minions of the Hydra Church, he was a one-man army and won a great victory. But after a while, Rune's prefix may have to be changed. Lieutenant Rune. General Bellowberg's mansion. The proposal for promotion was finally handed over to the 4-star Admiral Niels. As one of the only 3 admirals, although the proposal for the promotion of the Navy passed many reviews, it was still up to him to make the final decision. Seeing the amazing record and scene, Niels paid more attention to the high-spirited young man in the photo. Lieutenant Rune. Interesting. Approved. Chapter 24, Catalogue of Strange Objects, please read on. On a cloudy day, the survivor slowly sailed into the port of Bellowberg. Run stood on the deck, looking at the bustling port as always, and couldn't hold back even for a quarter of an hour. There are too many things to do, and the next time will be very tight. I hope the incident in Yata village will not alarm the Hydra Church members in Lucerne village. If the other party abandons Lucerne village, then Rune's path to the 3rd Hydra gold coin will be full of twists and turns. Now it's a race against time. The survivor stopped steadily at the mooring place. After dropping anchor, Rune led the members on board to quickly disembark. Just after walking a few steps in the port, a public official wearing black old-fashioned glasses came to meet him. Lieutenant Rune, I am Ryan from the Bellowberg Navy office. I am waiting here under the order of the Navy Command. Speak. Rune stopped. Feeling Rune's sharp eyes, Ryan was not afraid, but rather appreciated them. Navy Command order, Lieutenant Rune, for his meritorious service in suppressing the dissidents in Yata village, is promoted to lieutenant, awarded 50 silver coins, and the right to exchange merits is opened. The whole army is informed. Got it. Rune took the warrant from Ryan's hand, glanced at Sergeant Hill inadvertently, and then retracted his gaze. The news about himself in Yata village spread quickly. The reward warrant from the command came down so quickly. Promotion is the pursuit of countless members of the Baloberg Navy. The higher the rank, the higher the salary, the higher the status, and the greater the power. Rune was promoted to lieutenant and was given 2 rewards. 50 silver coins, in front of Rune, who now has more than 10 gold coins left, can only be regarded as a small reward. But he had never heard of this merit exchange authority before. He immediately asked Ryan next to him. The other party explained very patiently, when the rank is promoted to lieutenant or above, you can use gold coins to exchange some rare items at the merit exchange place. The quality of the exchanged items is limited by the rank, and the quantity is limited by the current merit. In other words, it is equivalent to a store exclusively for internal personnel. Yes. Ryan nodded. That's convenient. Wen said, how do I get to the merit exchange place? After getting Ryan's guidance, Wen immediately said goodbye to him. The formula of the golden aureole potion he got before contained 2 precious materials, sea beast heart and golden snow lotus, and he was still worried about how to purchase them. This is really a pillow for a sleepy person. Carter, you are responsible for buying lead bullets and Moro alloy. Sergeant Hill, you are responsible for writing the application. We need the support of a main battleship, and the more people the better. After arranging the work of the two, Wen went forward along the road pointed by Ryan. Not long after, a small independent building appeared in front of him. There was no guard at the door, so Rune went forward and knocked gently. A few seconds later, a voice came from inside, Lieutenant Rune, you are allowed to enter. Rune pushed open the door, and a pure mahogany attic came into view. The complex magic array on it was like a carving, with an inexplicable beauty. In the middle of the attic was a huge table, but only a lonely white-haired old man was sitting there. He stroked the fluffy big Huzii said, come and see, you have 100 merits, and you can exchange for items within 100 gold coins every year. Run's eyes cast on the catalogue handed over by the other party, glanced at it, and swallowed his saliva. 1 holy artifact, Staff of Adagon, level 1 can cause unstable and destructive, equals 200, spell attacks to the enemy, can be charged after use, and will break after charging 3 times. Price, 150 gold coins. 2 strange artifact, Dark Night Cloak, level 1 invisible, cannot be seen through by ordinary methods, equals 200, by opponents of level 7 and below. Price, 100 gold coins. 3 strange artifact, Tide Messenger, level 1 control a small part of the power of the ocean, 50. Price, 500 gold coins. 4. From the first page, it is a first-level strange and holy object. Take out any one of them, it is extremely powerful. There are even 8th-level rare items at the back, which is the purchase limit of Rune's military rank. If possible, Rune would like to rob all of them here. But looking at the white-bearded old man in front of him, he obviously doesn't have that strength. It seems that he can only buy according to the rules. But looking at the prices of these things again, Rune's remaining gold coins seem particularly shabby. After counting, there were 11 gold coins and 68 silver coins left before. This time, little Carter brought 3 gold coins to buy supplies, plus the 50 silver coins just rewarded. He only has 9 gold coins and 18 silver coins left. The cheapest of these rare items costs 100 gold coins. Money. Rune has never wanted money so much. Although there are rare items in the adventure store, most of them are basic models, which can't be compared with the fine products here. Forget it. Rune sighed, put making money on the agenda in his mind, and then silently turned the catalogue to the page of materials. Heart of the Sea Beast and Golden Snow Lotus are all there. According to the quality. The low-quality ones are sold for 3 gold for the Sea Beast Heart and 5 gold for the Golden Snow Lotus. No matter how high the quality is, Rune can't afford it. Have you chosen? Whitebeard looked at the goods selected by Rune, and after he paid, he waved his hand. The two appeared in front of Rune. Put these two materials away, and the remaining sage and rosemary are common materials. Spend some more silver coins to borrow alchemical equipment, and the golden aureole potion is already in sight. Have you seen Lieutenant Rune? Hey, Lieutenant Rune? How is he in person? In the Navy office, Hanno asked Ryan, who had just returned. This question also made other people in the office look sideways. Lieutenant Rune is even more charming than I thought. Ryan did not hide Tal's praise at all. He is very efficient and capable. I think he is just taking a break this time and will continue to perform his mission soon. So cool. It's a pity that I am not the one to read the official document. I really want to meet him in person. Hanno said. There will be a chance. Ryan sat down. In the future, we will be responsible for reviewing the news about Lieutenant Rune. As soon as the voice fell, the alchemy machine rang. Someone said, "It's Lieutenant Rune's application." Ryan took it and took a look at it immediately, and then he was slightly excited. Look, I was right. Lieutenant Rune applied to extend the last mission time limit and requested a main battleship for support. He is going to make a big move. Hanno frowned slightly. Extending the time is no problem, but the main battleship is a bit difficult, but let's help him try first. One day later, Rune was ready to set off again, and the application he asked Hill to write was also replied. The main battleship can provide support, but can only stay for a short time and conduct 3 rounds of bombardment. Add 20 Navy soldiers and some weapons to Rune. The rest depends on him. However, these things are enough for Rune. He has seen the main battleship of Baloberg with his own eyes. The side guns start at 100 pounds, and the main guns must be thousands of pounds. It is so powerful. Chapter 25 Caliber is the truth. In the secret room of Lucerne village. The dim light can only illuminate a small area. At the edge of the light, 2 Hydra believers in white robes are using blood to outline strange and complex patterns on the ground. The 2 raised their heads slightly, and there were 2 eye-catching black tattoos on their chins. Viper and Owl. How is the investigation of Yeta village going? Viper spoke in a low voice. Dozens of parasitic slaves and tens of thousands of black snakes were all slaughtered overnight, which made Lord Maldo very dissatisfied. Owl stopped what he was doing. According to the report of Baloberg's spies, this was done by Navy Lieutenant Rune. It is said that 1 man and 1 gun destroyed our entire base. 1 man. 1 gun. Viper's expression was slightly dull, as if he couldn't believe it. Are you sure the news is correct? Even if he can kill dozens of parasitic slaves, can he kill so many black snakes by himself? That's tens of thousands of black snakes, tens of thousands. The news is absolutely correct. When I received it, I confirmed it with the spies several times. Owl said, who knows when such a ruthless person appeared in the Baloberg Navy. The secret room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Viper said, after the Baloberg Navy cleared out Yeta village, we will definitely be the next target. However, Lord Maldo's plan has reached a critical moment and cannot be diverted. We must take all defensive measures and must not be with like Maris. Don't worry, I've already arranged it. When talking about defense measures, Owl became more confident. On the ground of the village, I carved hundreds of magic circles, arranged more than 3,000 black snakes, and countless mechanical props, emptying my family's wealth. Even if a Sequence 8 guy comes, he will die here. That's good. Viper felt relieved. When the plan succeeds, I will go to meet Lieutenant Rune and see what he is capable of. I can't just let the black snakes I cultivated with great effort go like this. I'll go with you then. Owl said, killing Rune is like a formal declaration of war against the Baloberg Navy. Wait, what's that sound? Before Owl finished speaking, his hair stood up, as if some danger was coming. Viper also had the same feeling. The 2 of them looked around but found nothing unusual. But the next moment, they knew where the danger came from. In the sky, countless shells fell from the sky and exploded above the secret room. The entire Lucerne village suddenly became a paradise for shells. Hundreds of pounds of side guns and thousands of pounds of main guns began to show their full power at this time. They roared like angry lions, biting everything that was killed. The enemies in the village. The houses in Lucerne village were instantly turned into rubble, and no inch of land survived. The flames from the shells and the flying shrapnel declared the sovereignty of the Baloberg navy over the territory. At this moment, no matter what well-carved magic circle, what arranged black snakes, or what carefully designed props, in the face of large-caliber firepower, all became a joke. No one could survive. Viper and Owl could only hold their heads and squat in the corner of the secret room, using all their strength to activate defensive props and abilities. The ground was shaking, and the house was trembling. Even though they were both sequence 9 at the peak, they dared not move rashly. If they were hit by a shell, they would never survive. But once the bombardment started, it seemed as if there was no time to stop. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. At the beginning, Viper and Owl, who were hiding in the corner, could still survive, but 3 rounds of bombardment eliminated any luck. A shell landed right on top of their heads. In front of them, there was only blood and dust. After an unknown amount of time, the bombardment finally stopped. Viper and Owl, all their bones were broken, their internal organs were damaged, and they were seriously injured and dying. But they were not without a backup plan. Thick Black the snake crawled out of the Viper's ring, wrapped around them, and bit their necks. Following the bite wound, the black snake drilled towards the spine. The two people's faces were in great pain, but as long as the black snake was fused, they could temporarily regain their mobility and escape from this place. But the truth is always not so satisfactory. The black snake was less than half fused, and many footsteps were heard in the village that was baptized by artillery fire. The last shaky and broken wall left in the secret room was also kicked away by someone. The wall collapsed and a figure appeared. "Hey, there are still 2 who are not dead." The man held a strange-shaped double-barreled shotgun in his hand, and his eyes were full of teasing. As he said, the man walked to the 2 people, grabbed the black snake without saying anything, and then forcibly pulled the black snake out of their bodies. The pain of the withdrawal made the 2 people live a life worse than death. The owl stared at the man's face, and then seemed to remember something. "Loon!" He shouted this and fainted. Loon threw the black snake aside and shot it into a pulp with 2 shots, then looked at the 2 dying people. "You know me? They look like 2 big fish. Soldier! Come and deal with these 2 people, don't let them die." After clapping his hands and handing the 2 men over to the soldiers, Rune rushed to another place again. It took more than 2 days for him to finally return to the vicinity of Lucerne village. He was extremely satisfied with the combat effectiveness of Baloberg's main battleship. After 3 rounds, the village was razed to the ground, and all the shops of the Hydra Church on the ground were scrapped. Looking at the magic arrays and traps that had been arranged here all turned into debris, Rune felt indescribably happy. "I knew that you guys from the Hydra Church had bad intentions and prepared so many things to deal with me, but now they are all gone, right? The caliber is the truth. The extraordinary power in this world is not only about spells and physical skills, but also the power of alchemical technology should not be underestimated. Even gods can't stand carving magic arrays in the rifling." The ruins of the village were quickly cleared by the soldiers. "Report to Lieutenant Rune, the village has been searched." The soldier came to report, a total of 43 bodies of Hydra Church believers, 2 seriously injured Hydra cult leaders, some broken research materials, and a secret passage leading to the underground. "No money?" Owen asked seriously. "This? No. Poor. Owen now has an obsession with money." Then, under the guidance of the soldier, Owen arrived at the entrance of the secret passage. The dark opening seemed to have a kind of magic that attracted people to go down. But he resisted the urge. "Soldier, soldier! The one I led before, where are the grenades? Take them and drink them." Chapter 26, The Book of Formations. Lun's extraordinary system is a combination of physical skills and alchemy. Weapons, firearms, ammunition, props, and close combat are his strengths. And the guys in the magic system are good at various spells and formations. Especially the formation, which can be drawn in advance, can play a huge role. Just like in Yeta village, the snake whistle affects the mind. And the formation that can blind the vision forces Rune to be a little embarrassed. But it is precisely because of the experience and lessons of the last time that Rune has realized it. Alchemy extraordinary people should pay more attention to pre-war preparations. Collect information about the enemy and prepare corresponding restraining equipment, and then a fatal blow. At the very least, you have to prepare a perfect response strategy. And this time, when dealing with the guys from the Hydra Church, the primary strategy is to use grenades to clear the way and artillery fire to wash the ground. Destroy the opponent's defense measures, and then clean up the mess manually. Lune himself prepared 1,000 large lead bullets and 200 armor-piercing bullets. Not to mention that before the team set off, they also received 5 boxes of grenades and a powerful alchemical shell Stormhammer Type I from the munitions department. With the blessing of military equipment, experienced soldiers will also be very powerful. Throw. In the dark secret passage, the grenade exploded after a short delay. It was powerful enough to clear some traps and ambushes, but it would not cause the secret passage to collapse. After 2 rounds of throwing, Rune led the team in with a lighting stick. As soon as they got to the bottom of the secret passage, they found the bodies of 2 Hydra Church believers. Once again proved the value of using grenades to open the way. The secret passage was not long, and they could reach the bottom in just 2 steps. At this time, a huge stone door appeared in front of them, and even 3 or 4 people could not push it open. Just as Rune waved his hand and prepared to have someone blow up the stone door, he was immediately stopped by Sergeant Hill. "Lieutenant Rune, this door cannot be blown up." "Why?" Rune looked at the stone door again and did not find anything strange. "Come and see." Hill stepped forward and put the lighting stick close to the stone door, so that he could see some faint patterns on it. There is a formation engraved on this door. At first glance, it is the Formation 33 Protection Formation in the Formation book. Its main function is to absorb external energy and rebound it. The Formation book? Do you know this? Lun heard this for the first time. Hill said, "It's normal that you don't know. In the sequence of inherited magic transcendence, the 3 books Formation book, Spell book and Potion book are required to practice. Although they are not particularly powerful and profound, they are also the corresponding foundation." "I see." Lun thought for a while. "Since you said so, you should have the Formation book, right?" "Yes, I do." Hill looked embarrassed. "Let me see it, and I won't care about what happened last time." The last time Rune hadn't returned to Baloberg, the military already knew everything that happened in Yeta village. This means that Hill was a nail planted by the military next to him. Originally, it was not a big deal to have someone supervise him when he went out, but Hill didn't say it clearly, so he was regarded as a hidden chess move. "This is a bit unfair." "Okay." Hill gritted his teeth and agreed. "Since you know, how should this door be opened?" Rune looked at the stone door again. Could it be that he would stop here today? "There are only 2 ways to open this kind of stone door," Hill said, "either break it by force. But the energy injected must be greater than the tolerance range of the formation. Judging from the strength of the formation on the stone door, it requires a full-strength attack from a supernatural person above sequence 7, the second way is to find the password." He pointed to a corner, and Rune found a dial that looked like an old-fashioned telephone. Rune's eyebrows raised. "Combination lock?" In the dark underground space, a huge 9-headed stone statue is located in the middle, and the hideous and terrifying snake head is lifelike, which makes people shudder. Under the stone statue, a little girl with a delicate face is sleeping with her eyes closed. Great God of the Hydra, please accept our sacrifice. In front of them, an ugly man waved his staff. Suddenly, the little girl showed a look of pain on her face, and a faint green light continued to flow out of her body and then injected into the statue. The light was injected, and the statue was activated. The huge alchemy array located underground also flashed a dim light. Above the statue, it seemed that the breath of real gods was constantly descending. All around, many believers knelt on the ground, crawling and kowtowing. A few people raised their heads, their eyes solemn, and looked at this sacred moment. Lord Possum, something happened. An extremely slight voice sounded beside him, causing dissatisfaction among the white-robed people. Now it is in the preparation stage for the Hydra god to bestow a miracle, and watching 1 second less is a huge loss. But the voice sounded again, there was a big commotion on the ground just now, and Lord Viper and Lord Owl have lost contact. Hearing this, the possum hesitated for a moment before reluctantly leaving the place. What is the situation now? The possum asked after leaving the underground space and returning to the secret passage. I don't know the details. All our people outside are dead. It is speculated that Bellowberg's navy launched an attack here. Let's go to the core of the formation. The possum walked quickly. The ceremony of Lord Maldo has begun, which is in the weakest state at this moment. If an enemy breaks in at this time, then things will be very bad. The core of the formation is built by Maldo, which controls the hub of the entire underground formation. It can monitor the underground formation and control part of the formation. The possum put his forehead against the light ball in the air, and suddenly he had a full view of the entire underground situation. Such a fast speed! When he saw Rune and others were already in front of the stone gate, his heart trembled. Based on the time when Viper and Owl lost contact, it can be inferred that this group of people reached this place in just 1 hour. The ground shop, and those 2 guys are all eating dry rice. It can't delay for a little time, so that the opponent has reached this position. The possum cursed in his heart, quite unhappy. But he never thought that the whole village is gone now. The buildings were broken into pieces, and the people were turned into meat paste. It's not easy to find a secret passage in a large open space. After observing for a while in the core of the formation, the possum felt relieved when he found that Rune and others were just wandering at the door. It's okay. None of the people who came here are above sequence 7. Plus they don't know the password and can't break the stone door, so they can only stare there. By the time they get reinforcements, Lord Maldo's ceremony will have been completed. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the scene in front of the stone door suddenly unfolded in the air. The possum said to his men, "You just monitor here. I'm going back to continue to admire the miracle. Don't call me if there's nothing important." He hurried and was about to leave, but was stopped immediately. "Lord Possum! What's the matter? They seem to be able to open the stone door." "Impossible. Only Lord Maldo and I know the password. Even the 2 guys on the ground don't know it." But when he turned around, the password entered by Rune in the picture was already more than half correct. Chapter 27 Brass Snake Tree. No, how could someone write the password in a letter and keep it in the bank? Lun scratched his head, and the stone door in front of him opened. "I didn't expect that the mysterious letter found in the safe of Maris Bank before turned out to be the password of this stone door." If Lun hadn't seen the strange pattern next to the password lock and felt familiar, he would never have thought of the connection between the two. The stone door slowly opened, and some sand fell from above. In front of everyone, a huge underground space appeared again. A big tree made of brass is located in the middle of the space. The branches of the big tree are forked, winding like snakes, reaching the top of the underground space. The dense branches penetrated into the soil, as if the whole space was supported by it. There are several flashing lights around, and the light shines on the brass, flowing and reflecting. Black snakes are entangled on it, as if paired with the twisted branches. They looked at the people who opened the door, spitting out their tongues, and then raised their heads. At the top of the tree, there was a black snake that was obviously much larger, spreading its fleshy wings on its neck. Like a peacock spreading its tail, there were black and white eye patterns on the fleshy wings overlooking everything below. Hill seemed surprised by the scene in front of him. He slowly took a step forward and exhaled heavily. This is imitating the golden tree. What is the golden tree? Rune frowned slightly. It is a legendary magical object with life. It can grow upwards, merge into the sky, and become one with the world. Hill said, the golden tree combined with the world can control the fate of the world, tamper with the laws of the world, and even formulate laws for everything. He said with a little excitement, the brass tree in front of me is very similar in shape to the golden tree pattern I have seen in the book. It must be made by the Hydra cult for some ritual, and it is taken for its meaning of reaching the sky. Hearing this, Rune looked at the yellow-tongued snake tree, and he had a sense of déjà vu. A few seconds later, he came back to his senses, and the panel had popped up. Progress of the side quest, Snake Tree, is triggered. Quest, destroy the brass snake tree. Reward, achievement, Snake Killer, upgrade, 100 spiritual points. At this time, Hill said on the side. Lieutenant Rune, we have to speed up the progress. It seems that there must be some secret rituals going on in the Hydra Church ahead. Rune nodded, prepare for battle. The battle-hardened soldiers behind him had already prepared for the battle and lined up for battle. Raised the musket in his hand, aimed at the snake on the brass tree, and started the first round of volleys. The Baloberg Navy has a rule that soldiers who participate in suppressing demons and dissidents must have combat experience. Therefore, the 20 Navy officers and soldiers who entered the underground are all veterans who have experienced many battles, and their marksmanship is not comparable to that of ordinary soldiers. After a round of shooting, several black snakes fell. Rune was not accommodating, and threw 2 grenades, which rolled under the snake tree. Explosions sounded, and all the black snakes at the bottom of the snake tree were cleared out. As soon as the grenade exploded, the second round of volleys began again, with extremely fast efficiency. And the snakes on the snake tree did not sit still and wait for death. They tightened their bodies and flew out of the tree like springs. Twisting their bodies, they seemed to be swimming in the air. In a blink of an eye, they pounced on in front of everyone. The black in the air and after landing has obviously increased its flexibility, and it is not so easy to hit with a musket. For a while, the Navy could only draw out the short knife to fight. Looking at Rune, he was still killing. The shotgun is simply the nemesis of this flexible and fragile creature. Run fast? Can it be faster than a bullet? Not to mention the wide coverage of the shrapnel. When the passive of the pure man was fully stacked, Rune rushed directly into the snake group. Many soldiers saw Rune's bravery and imagined how he fought against 10,000 in the black snake tide that night. Morale was instantly ignited, and everyone fought much more actively. Rune fired another shot and killed more than 10 black snakes. But he felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. If the relic, imitation love he wore before did not work on weekdays, Rune could suppress it with his reason and heart. But at this moment, the irritable mood suddenly surged in, which showed that the fake love was working. Rune subconsciously turned his head to look at the top of the snake tree, the black snake with its wings spread. Gradually, its body overlapped with the snake shadow that night. Snake Path, Special, Sequence 9, Leave 4 Brass Snake Tree Shadow, cannot be upgraded, Spiritual, 400/400 Life Value, 15. It's this guy. Damn, I finally found you. Die for me. Rune's anger was ignited, and a large lead bullet was ejected. Then, he quickly drew his gun and armor-piercing bullet and shot at the top of the snake tree again. 2 rounds of ammunition made the treetop snake dodge, but at the same time, the snake whistle sounded again from its mouth. All the Navy soldiers around, except Hill, fell to the ground. In severe cases, they even began to twitch and vomit blood. Lun felt that his brain was hit and he felt moderate discomfort. But the next second, he took out a bottle of golden potion. Golden aureole potion, low level, enhances mental resistance and toxin resistance to a certain extent, lasting for 2 hours. The golden liquid flowed into his stomach. And the whole person felt like a basin of cold water was poured on him in the middle of winter. He shuddered and was extremely sober. He looked at the snake with murderous intent in his eyes. Knowing that your stronghold is good at mental attacks, we have already prepared restraint measures for you. Lun, who was not affected by the snake whistle, was like a god of war. The violent shooting killed almost all the snakes around in just 1 minute. Seeing this, the treetop snake spit out its snake tongue in a bluffing manner, and its restless twisting snake body exposed its panic. As Rune approached step by step, the treetop snake whistled again. It's just that the tone of this time is a little different. As the snake's howl echoed in the underground space, the sand on the ground broke quickly. 4 brass buds grew out. As the buds unfolded, the blasphemers with yellow-brown mucus inside were revealed. Lun took a glance and found that the transformation of these blasphemers was obviously much more successful than the ones he had met before. However, the blasphemers in front of him were obviously still in the cultivation stage and had not fully developed. This may be the reason why the treetop snake did not call them out at the first time. After the 4 blasphemers appeared, they immediately stretched their bodies, and vines grew behind them, and they were about to wake up completely. But what greeted them were 4 crisp gunshots. Chapter 28 Treetop Snake. The 4 blasphemers exploded in an instant. Kill the Defiler, incomplete, plunder spirituality 10-4. Spirit 670. Spirit 710. Sequence 9. Outlaw leave 6. Sequence 9. Outlaw leave 7. Obtain skill points, 1. All turned into plundered spirituality. But what surprised Rune a little was that the treetop snake didn't seem to expect to rely on these 4 incompletely developed defilers to kill itself. It just needed them to hold itself back and buy time for it to escape. The speed of the treetop snake is much faster than that of ordinary snakes. The way it floats in the air, it can be said that it is flying in the air. In the time it took Rune to fire 4 shots, the treetop snake had already rushed out more than a dozen positions. Seeing this, Rune did not chase it, but instead showed a disdainful smile. Little guy, I let you run away last time, and I can let you run this time? The treetop snake also seemed to feel something was wrong. The body was still in the air, and it wanted to change direction by force. But as a snake, it had no wings and no flying spell, so it was destined to be unable to fully control it by gliding. In the darkness, a deadly blade flashed. An ominous breath came over. The treetop snake died without even seeing its opponent. Captain, did I do well? Little Carter appeared, his face full of pride. Lun refined a total of 3 bottles of golden aureole potion, 2 on Rune and 1 on Carter. Little Carter, who had the concentration necklace and golden aureole potion, was also immune to the snake whistle of the treetop snake and launched a fatal attack at a critical moment. Getting more and more powerful. Rune praised Little Carter sincerely. Since Carter entered the extraordinary sequence, even if he did nothing every day, his spiritual value would increase by himself. If you eat well and sleep well, you will make obvious progress, which makes Rune jealous. Little Carter put his hands on his waist, finally. I took action. The enemy is on guard against me, so I don't have to hide all the time. She never stopped talking. Captain, do you know that I am such a talkative person, and I have to hide all the time? How uncomfortable it is. Next time, let's just kill them head on. Rune was obviously used to her chatterbox. He pretended not to hear anything and walked towards the brass snake tree. Little Carter followed behind, pointing at the brass snake tree, "Yes, yes, yes. And this, I wanted to exclaim at the beginning. It's so cool, I've never seen such a rare thing. Captain, let's make it and sell it for money. Those artists must have a lot of money to buy this thing." While Carter was mumbling, Rune hesitated for a moment and put the grenade on his waist back. The mission asked him to destroy the brass snake tree, and he was originally going to blow it up directly with a grenade. But after hearing Carter's words, he changed his mind. It makes sense. This thing must be very valuable. Ahem, Carter, I'll give you a task, saw this tree down. Rune said. Little Carter's extraordinary talent has a blade that penetrates and is extremely sharp. She is the most suitable person to do this. Okay. Little Carter saluted crookedly like the Navy, then took a knife and walked to the root of the brass snake tree and started sawing. Rune walked to Hill and the soldiers. After counting the casualties, you and your brothers should go back to rest. The situation below should not be something they can deal with. Call some more people to transport the brass snake tree out. Yes. Hill was not hypocritical at all. I'll have someone send you the storm hammer type I. Okay. Not long after, the heavy weapon storm hammer type I was already in Rune's storage dice. The brass snake tree also fell down after a moment, bringing down a large piece of soil on the top. Little Carter considerately disassembled it into several parts, and the soldiers transported it to the survivor for storage. At this time, the panel popped up. Complete the side quest, Snake Tree. Achievement, Snake Killer, Improvement, increase damage to snakes by 30%, 10%, increase resistance to any ability of snakes by 30%, 10%, and reduce damage caused by snakes to you by 30%, 10%. Gain 100 spiritual points. Spirit 710. Spirit 810. Sequence 9. Outlaw Leave 7. Sequence 9. Outlaw Leave 8. Gain skill points 1. Current skill points 2. Kill the blasphemers in succession, complete the side quest, and the sequence level directly reaches level 8. There are also 2 skill points. Rune did not hesitate and added all of them to Quick Draw. Quick Draw Leave 3, Physical Skill, Slide and move a certain distance, 0m 7m, upper limit increased by 2m, and load a bullet for your destiny. This bullet has an additional 2 spiritual damage and adds a layer of real manliness. When Quick Draw, it is in weak dominance state. Quick Draw cannot be upgraded at present. Please continue to upgrade after advancing sequence. Consumption, Spirituality *50, increase by 20. Another skill has reached the maximum level at the current stage, and the strength has been greatly improved. Not to mention the damage increase after Quick Draw, weak dominance, also makes Rune very satisfied. With this special effect, he can truly open the ability of the physical skill Extraordinary Person. Using weak dominance, he can fight with some enemies in close combat and knock them away. Facing any weak wall, he can also directly smash it. Turning off the panel, Rune is ready to move on. Little Carter, who was standing by, cheered when he saw that all the soldiers had left. Finally, only Pirate Carter and the captain are left to take risks. It's so tiring to pretend to be a navy every day. We're still more comfortable as pirates. Lune also smiled at this. Of course we are pirates, and we will definitely be the most powerful pirates in the 7 seas in the future, but we have to be flexible. How do you adapt? Little Carter tilted his head. When you put on the skin, you are a navy, and when you take off the skin, you are a pirate. Little Carter's eyes lit up. Oh, I understand, Captain. Even though I wear navy clothes, my heart is still that of a pirate. You are a teachable kid. The two of them packed up and continued to walk deeper. In the core of the formation, except for the inability to hear any sound, everything here was seen by the possum. Lune and others passed the snake tree and dismantled the brass snake tree, which made the possum's face green. The snake tree can be said to be a relatively important component of the underground alchemy formation. Without the snake tree, Lord Maldo's ceremony will face considerable resistance. But now is not the time to talk about this. The rude guy with a double-barreled shotgun is walking towards the depths. Now is the time to think about how to face him. The possum stared at the scene in front of him. They will enter the illusion in the next stage. Although they obviously have spiritual protective artifacts and drank the potion, the illusion was designed by Lord Maldo himself after all. The illusion array set up by a Sequence 8 Transcendent with all their strength is enough to make them suffer. His brows were furrowed. Although according to common sense, the illusion array is absolutely foolproof to deal with these two people. But for some reason, he always felt I have a bad feeling. Damn it. Chapter 29 He is a lunatic. Lord Possum, they are about to enter the illusion. The man in white robes stared at the screen, not daring to breathe. I can see it. The possum was also very nervous now. The strange premonition just now has been lingering in his heart. Why do they give people such a strange feeling when they are just two Sequence 9 guys? It's as if these two people can easily break through all obstacles and then successfully eliminate their own villains. But if you think about it a little bit, the many formations and stalls on the ground, the vipers and owls, and the brass snake tree. It seems that none of them can last more than a few minutes in the hands of that guy. That guy is too scary. I hope Lord Maldo's illusion can work wonders. In the picture, Rune and Carter kept walking at a very fast speed, and arrived at the entrance of the illusion in a few minutes. This illusion array can confuse people's hearts and arouse their 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even if a Sequence 8 extraordinary person enters, those with weak will sink into it. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with these two people. The possum held his breath in front of the screen. Run and Carter quickly stepped into the barrier of the illusion array. It was a wide room, and the stone walls around were polished very smoothly. The oil lamps on both sides emitted faint light. After they entered, the flames turned into a strange green. Run and Carter's steps suddenly stopped, and their eyes became empty. I got it. The possum clapped his hands excitedly. Then he quickly manipulated the core of the array and adjusted it to the illusion array. The illusion ranges from shallow to deep, and can capture the weakest emotions in people's hearts. As long as it is a normal human, it will definitely fall into it and cannot extricate itself. And Run, who was in the illusion, felt that his eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a classroom with yellowed walls. The afternoon sun was a little dazzling, and it was inevitable that he would feel a little hot when it was on his body. There were cicadas chirping noisily on the thick-tung trees outside. The wind blew the blue curtains and slapped the slogan "Be calm and strive for 100 days." The girl in a white short shirt and a light blue skirt was blushing and walked towards him with an envelope in her hand. Lun could smell the faint fragrance of the girl, and her slightly transparent top exuded a full of youthful hormones. For a moment, Lun was a little confused. Has he traveled through time again? The girl in front of him. By the way, it was the class flower that he had always had a crush on in high school. Classmate Lun, I like you, please date me. The classmates around him were shocked or envious when they heard it. The class flower confessed. But Lun frowned immediately. Something seems to be wrong. Something is very wrong. In Lun's heart, he has a very clear understanding of himself. How could a useless person like him be liked by girls? So everything in front of him is fake. Bang! The gun of fate fired, and the class flower turned into a pool of meat paste and was printed on the wall. None of the classmates around him could escape. When the last classmate died, Lun's eyes went dark again. On New Year's Eve, fireworks were set off. A large table of New Year's Eve dinner, and hot dumplings in the pot were served on the table. The family was in high spirits and toasted to celebrate. Lun, what are you doing standing there? Come and sit down. Grandma is giving you New Year's money. The gray-haired grandma smiled. The grandfather on the side also called out. Come and get the New Year's money. You won't get it when you get married in 2 years. The father drank a little wine, talked drunkenly, and his face was slightly red. The mother took off her apron. After a busy day during the New Year, she finally had time to sit down and eat a meal. Looking at the harmonious and happy scene in front of him, Rune's eyes were full of disappointment, and then he showed a disdainful smile. Bang! The gunshot killed people. The eyes went dark again. This time, 2 groups of pirates were fighting. 2 ships were fighting on the board, and many pirates rushed up. The scene was extremely cruel. Musketeers, scimitars, fighting sounds. Rune stood at the bow and looked at the opposite side. The leaders over there turned out to be himself and little Carter. Rune on the opposite side seemed to see himself and was also shocked. The other party quickly raised his fate, and little Carter also launched a surprise attack on him. But after Rune's last illusion, there was no doubt or hesitation in his eyes at this moment. Kill. No pirate could escape the muzzle of fate, including little Carter and himself. The blood dyed the pirate's flag red, and the red sunset fell on the deck. Lun pulled the trigger on himself without any fear. After the gunshot, his eyes went dark and he returned to the empty room in reality. Illusion array, it's still interesting. Then he raised his destiny and smashed all the oil lamps around. Little Carter also woke up suddenly. She hugged Lun all of a sudden. Captain. Lun touched her head. It's okay. Yet. Little Carter nodded repeatedly. In fact, I found it was an illusion as soon as I entered. It actually let me live with my parents. But Captain, you know, I am an orphan without parents. After a moment of silence, she raised her head, blinked her eyes, and asked, Captain, what about you? How did you find out that it was an illusion? You woke up earlier than me. Lun raised his eyebrows. Actually, I am also an orphan. It took only 5 minutes for Rune and little Carter to wake up from the illusion. The opossum in front of the core of the formation was shocked and scared. When Lord Maldo constructed the illusion, he had also experienced it himself. Naturally, he knew what was going on inside. Those who enter the illusion need to kill their love, family, friendship, and themselves with their own hands to break free. Facing the happy and painful moments in memories, everyone has nostalgia and regrets in their hearts. It is human nature to want to keep the beauty in memory forever and make up for the imperfections in memory. It is hard to imagine what kind of person can kill all the warmth without relying on external forces. It must be someone who has suffered unimaginable pain and has no expectations for reality. The opossum once inside, after experiencing the second illusion, he was completely lost. Resurrecting his relatives was his original intention to join the Hydra Church. With this as the meaning of his life, he was destined to be unable to get out of the illusion. But Rune got out of it on his own. In other words, Rune killed his lover, killed his relatives, killed his partner, and then killed himself. Kill everything. He is a lunatic. The possum took a deep breath and trembled all over. Now Lord Maldo is presiding over the ceremony and cannot move. Is it possible that he has to face this terrible guy himself? But the possum knows that he can't resist this ruthless man for long. What to do? The possum gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. Chapter 30 Stormhammer Type. Run. Run directly. Maldo's ritual has just begun, and it is absolutely impossible to complete it before Rune arrives. Based on the current situation, it is only a matter of time before Rune destroys this ritual. He doesn't want to be buried here with Maldo. He still has to think of other ways to revive his relatives. However, he still has to be prepared. What if Rune and the others don't kill Maldo completely? Wouldn't he be retaliated by Maldo? He rolled his eyes and looked at his men beside him. You are a bit of a hindrance here, so I can only trouble you to die first. Captain, look ahead. Little Carter lowered her voice, her eyes full of shock. After she and Rune passed through the illusion, there was a smooth road ahead without any obstacles. After walking through 2 stone stairs, a huge underground space appeared in front of them. The worshippers, Maldo who manipulated the ritual, the suffering girl Qiao Wei, and the terrifying Hydra statue appeared in front of them one after another. The meaningless chanting of Maldo echoed throughout the underground space. Rune took a deep breath and then looked at the Hydra statue. This guy. He was familiar with him. In his previous life, he was in the deep-sea prison and got the promise of the Hydra to escape. At that time, he had seen each other in a dream. Seeing each other again at this time was so vivid, naturally a little apprehensive. Hydra, as a legendary creature, is a god worshipped by countless believers, and its legend is naturally widely circulated. The most classic legend is that Hydra has 10 lives. The 9 snake heads represent its ability. And its heart is the core of everything. Lune looked at the heart of the Hydra statue, and a familiar feeling came to him. It is the center of the entire village's alchemy formation, and it is also the location of the Hydra gold coin. The priest Maldo of the Hydra Church used the Hydra gold coin as the alchemy core, the Hydra statue, and Qiao Wei's soul injected with the spiritual evolution potion as the medium to pray for the blessing of the Hydra god. To put it simply, they want to create a Hydra clone. After the ceremony is completed, the stone statue will receive part of the power of the Hydra and become a real living thing. When the Hydra Church ceremony is successful, it is equivalent to having a war machine. It is hard to imagine what kind of bloody storm the Hydra Church will set off with the Hydra clone. The most important thing is that this ceremony is just an attempt, not unrepeatable. Maybe there will be a steady stream of Hydra clones being created in the future. Of course, these things have little impact on Rune. There is no hatred between him and the Hydra Church. He just wants the Hydra gold coin in the stone statue. Rune raised his head, looking at Maldo who was presiding over the ceremony in the air. Name, Maldo. Path, Special Sequence 8. Spiritual Prayer, Leave 6. Spirituality, 400/2400. Life Points, 30. Found it, there is a Sequence 8 in this base. Whether it was the shop on the ground before, or the stone door, the brass snake tree, or the illusion array, everything showed that there was definitely a Sequence 8 in this base. It's just that this Sequence 8 seems a little different from what I imagined. Why is his spirituality only 400, and his life point only 30 points? Rune took another careful look at the ceremony site. It seems that this ceremony is not good for Maldo himself. The consumption is also extremely great. Even his own life must be sacrificed. But this is normal. Sequence 8 transcendents are certainly powerful. But if they want to pray for the power of the gods, their ranks are still much lower. These lower ranks naturally need to be compensated by other conditions. However, Maldo, who was in a weak state, was exactly what Rune wanted. If he doesn't kill him now, when will he? Rune silently took out the Storm Hammer Type I from the storage dice. This is also the killer weapon prepared for the direct battle against Sequence 8 from the beginning, and it is also the trump card for cleaning up the mess this time. Alchemical product, Storm Hammer Type I. Level, Leave 20. Ability, after locking the target, track and shoot at supersonic speed, causing 2000 physical damage to enemies within the range. The physical damage of an ordinary grenade is 30 points, while the Storm Hammer Type I has a full 2000 points. As one of the top individual weapons in the Baloberg Navy, its power is even stronger than some shipborne guns. It has a high cost, and Rune was barely able to apply for one with someone opening a backdoor. But one shot is enough to pose a huge threat to Sequence 8 head-on. And in this situation, in the dark, it is even easier to sneak attack a Sequence 8 who cannot move, is in a very bad state, and is good at mental ability. The black barrel is engraved with golden lines. There are more than a dozen fist-sized pointed cylindrical shells on the head, ready to go at any time. After Rune was ready, he immediately aimed at Maldo, who was unable to move. Little Carter was also ready to attack the 2 sequence 9 believers below. After everything was ready, the lines on the storm hammer type eye suddenly lit up. After 1 second of aiming and charging, the golden lines burst into a strong light, and the shells broke out of the body. Rune couldn't resist the huge recoil of the storm hammer and fell to the ground. Fortunately, it automatically locked the enemy after aiming. Otherwise it would have missed the target. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of all the Hydra cultists below. Maldo also noticed it. Hearing the sound of the sonic boom in the air, his heart trembled suddenly. A premonition of impending death emerged in his heart. How could someone appear in this place and launch a surprise attack on him? A possum was clearly arranged to be responsible for controlling the core of the formation, and he should have a full view of everything outside. But it doesn't matter. In order to prevent this from happening, he specially set up multiple layers of formations here, which are enough to help him resist other attacks. Wait, why didn't the formation trigger? Maldo looked at the shells in front of him, and his whole body was trembling with fear. All this is different from what he imagined. Suddenly, he saw a figure quickly leaving the corner in his peripheral vision. A possum. He betrayed. He secretly destroyed all his defensive formations. I don't know how much reluctance and helplessness Maldo couldn't express. The storm hammer eye had exploded in front of him. The flames mixed with shrapnel devoured his body and turned it into residue in an instant. The believers below were not feeling well either. They were shocked by the aftermath of the storm hammer and were seriously injured. Lone frowned as he looked at Maldo, who was blown into fireworks in the air. The other party didn't take any precautions at all? It's too strange. Kill Special Sequence 8. God's Supplicant, Leave 6, Plunder Spirituality 200. Side Quest, Abducted Chiao Wei, Progress Update. Danger. Danger. Strong divine reaction detected. I was sick yesterday and took a rest. I'm a little late for 2 chapters. Sorry. I'm working hard on typing, and it should be updated normally in the early morning today. Thank you for your rewards, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. I'm flattered. The little author is working hard on typing. Chapter 31, The Hydra. Rune had a bad feeling in his heart. After killing the weak Maldo, the panel was interrupted before the prompt was even displayed. This had never happened before. Something terrible must be happening. Combined with strong divinity and Hydra statue, there seems to be no need to speculate what will happen next. Hide. Hide first, observe what is going on, and then wait for an opportunity to move. Rune did not hesitate at all and immediately took little Carter to a safe place. He turned around and looked at the statue in the center from a distance. At this moment, a phantom of a Hydra was falling from the sky, bringing unparalleled pressure. Its head stared at Rune and roared angrily. It seemed that it also understood that it was this human who ruined its good deeds. The statue slowly moved, and many sand and stones fell from above, and several hideous snake heads began to move their bodies. However, what surprised Rune was that the 9-headed snake statue did not chase him immediately, but protected the little girl Chiao Wei in his arms. The next moment, the endless dim light was sucked out of Chiao Wei's body by the 9-headed snake statue. As the light became more and more, the skin of the statue gradually fell off, revealing the real flesh and blood inside. Pieces of dim green scales slowly grew, and mucus began to seep out from under the skin. The snake body twisted in the underground space. It made a gurgling sound. Lone finally understood it. The real purpose of the Hydra's arrival was not for him, but for the little girl Chiao Wei. It seems that Chiao Wei is really special. The Hydra cult, Maris targeted Chiao Wei's father, and Maldo targeted Chiao Wei herself. Their physique and souls seemed to have a high affinity with the Hydra. Lone activated the peeping eye on the big guy in front of him. Hydra statue. Path, Special Sequence 8. Spiritual Advent, Leave 10. Spirituality, 1500/3000. Life value, 100. Special status, forced spiritual advent. The sacrifice ceremony is not completed, the product of forced spiritual advent, the sequence rank is reduced, 7, 8, the current spirituality is halved, 3000, 1500. Special status, single attribute, possessing the spiritual attribute of Hydra, and exempt from most mental attacks. Special status, stone body, immune to abnormal effects below sequence 7, petrification, poisoning, fire, hurricane, and other abnormal effects. Physical resistance is maintained at a high value and fixed, unable to self-recover from injuries. Special status, sub-divinity, has a strong suppressive effect on creatures with extraordinary ranks below sequence 8, and the effect of arbitrarily consuming spirituality is halved. Looking at the panel of the Hydra statue, Rune fell into a brief silence. Although many attributes were weakened by the forced descent of spirits, the opponent is still the top existence of sequence 8. The spiritual value is 1500, but its upper limit is still 3000. As long as it is given time, it can continue to recover and return to the peak. 3 special states, all of which show its strength. Immune to most mental attacks, high physical armor value, immune to most abnormalities below sequence 7. This attribute looks really amazing. Rune stood in front of the Hydra statue, like a bug challenging a prehistoric behemoth. But even so, Rune's fighting spirit was still burning. The opponent is very strong, but not invincible. The Hydra statue only inherited a single attribute, and its main means is mental attack. I now have a fake love, and the golden aureole potion will last for a long time, which can have a partial immunity effect. Its sub-divinity is indeed very restraining to Rune's pure man, quick draw. Alchemical ammunition that can be prepared in advance is not restricted by it. Add to that, Snake Killer, s 30% extra damage reduction and resistance, and the combat power is closer again. The most important thing is that the Hydra statue cannot be restored after being injured. That is to say, as long as you can hit the statue, everything is possible. Even if it is a god, as long as the blood bar is exposed, it will kill you. Rune has never been a timid coward, but a brave man who dares to try. Go up when there is a chance. The gunshot of fate kicked off the battle. Seeing the slight cracks on the Hydra statue, Rune was relieved. There is a fight. The Hydra statue turned around in surprise. It didn't expect that the little human being in front of it, who was cursed by it, dared to take the initiative to fight against it. And it also caused damage to itself. Unforgivable. The Hydra statue uttered a string of ancient language. Rune didn't know if it was because of the curse, but he actually understood it. The 4 words echoed in the underground space, causing a great impact on Rune's spirit. In a moment of distraction, the tail of the Hydra statue had already swept over. Rune quickly used the quick draw gun to dodge. After being suppressed by sub-divinity, the maximum displacement distance of the quick draw gun was only 3.5 meters, and the added damage was also halved. This was a special test of Rune's combat experience and the timing of using skills. If he was hit by the enemy's attack twice a little earlier or later, he would have to hand over a resurrection coin. Fortunately, Rune was also an old pirate who had experienced many battles. The battle memory left by his predecessor, the combat skills trained after he came, and the combat intuition after he was promoted to extraordinary. The 3 together made his fighting style flexible and diverse. He could barely deal with the enemy in front of him. Seeing that Rune dodged his attack and fired 3 shots in a row, and another crack appeared on his body, the Hydra statue became even more angry. Die! A single syllable was uttered, and Rune's eardrums instantly pierced with pain, as if the whole person was placed in a big bell and hit hard. Blood flowed from his ears, and his hearing was severely damaged. The blood vessels in his temples began to throb like thunder, as if they were about to burst at any time. Fortunately, from deep inside his body, the golden aureole potion began to surge, soothing the crazy throbbing in his body. It's really too much. Rune took a deep breath and rolled to avoid the attack of the Hydra statue again. An 8th level enemy has a crushing advantage over a 9th level enemy. Not to mention that this is the descent of the god, and it has a more special effect. Rune dodged the attack of the Hydra statue while counter-attacking. But there was no good effect. Every half a minute or so, the Hydra statue would make that terrifying sound. Rune's state was suppressed by the Hydra again and again. This is not a solution. Rune spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. The only variable is Qiao Wei. Looking up, Rune looked at the child who had been connected to the Hydra statue by a green bond. If we disconnect her from the Hydra statue, there might be hope. Chapter 32 Sequence 9 Full Level. Of course, Rune's words were not to himself, but to Carter, who had been hiding nearby. As of now, the Hydra statue has not seen through little Carter's invisibility. Her secrets can bring the most unexpected surprise to the Hydra. I'll make more noise, and you'll be ready to strike at any time. After Rune finished speaking, he rushed up again with his destiny in his hands. This time, his attack was even more fierce and deadly. He quickly drew his gun and jumped, and climbed directly onto the back of the Hydra statue. Even if the Hydra statue roared, there was no way to throw Rune off its back. Rune, riding on the back of the Hydra, brought great pressure to the Hydra. Because here, he could already threaten the snake head with armor-piercing bullets. The Hydra statue also tried to fight back, but Rune dodged it flexibly every time. As a result, its attack not only did not cause any damage to Rune, but on the contrary injured himself. The broken skin quickly turned into grey-white stones and fell off. After half a quarter of an hour, Rune had worn off one of its snake heads. And Rune's condition was horrible. The golden aureole potion had fully exerted its full effect, and his body was emitting a faint golden light. Blood mixed with red flowed down, becoming his most conspicuous tattoo. For a moment, Rune standing on the snake really looked like a god. The Hydra statue was furious. It had never thought that it would be injured to such an extent by a bug. Die! An even more violent roar came out of the Hydra's mouth. Rune was in a trance, and he was already somewhat unstable on the snake's body. Only his unyielding will allowed him to hold a piece of snake scale tightly with both hands to prevent himself from falling. Destiny left his hand, but the next second he was summoned by Rune, and a white light flashed in the air again, and was instantly transferred to Rune's hands. 1 shot, 2 shots. The hot shell was thrown out by Destiny along with the hot white smoke, and 2 armor-piercing bullets were replaced again. Seize every breath and aim at the snake head and shoot. At this time, Rune did not dare to be careless like he did when facing Maris. He did not dare to use suicide to exchange for full status to participate in the battle. Every lingering shot now is paving the way for victory. The Hydra statue was completely fed up with Rune's harassment attacks. The rage made it lose its mind. This result is exactly what Rune wanted to see. Now, there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in the air. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Wei, who had been protected by the Hydra statue, had disappeared. The green link between her and the Hydra statue was broken. Bugs! Damn it! Die! The Hydra statue, which was keenly aware of this, fell into complete anger. 3 consecutive words with powerful mental attacks came out of her mouth. Luan's body fell from the air, his eyes were scattered. He fell to the ground, and was then crushed by the Hydra statue, turning into a pool of minced meat. The Hydra statue that killed Luan immediately began to look for the thief who stole Qiao Wei. The remaining 8 snake heads began to look for the huge underground space. Then it found that the thief was about to take Qiao Wei away from here. No! Stay! The hysterical Hydra rushed forward recklessly. But the exit was too narrow, and it could only allow 1 snake head to get in a short distance. At this time, it felt that its body was under strong attack. Looking back, the insect that had been dead just now was standing in front of him intact. "What are you looking at? Your opponent is me. Stupid Hydra, take 2 shots from your grandfather." Rune, who was in full state, was obviously more crazy, and brought more troubles to the Hydra statue. Because in his peeping eyes, the status bar of the Hydra statue suddenly had an extra item. Special state, loss of soul body, losing an important sacrificial body, unable to fully maintain the current state, strength declines over time. As long as it is dragged and beaten, the power of the Hydra statue will decay. The most obvious is the upper limit of its spiritual value, which directly decreased by 500 to 2,500 at the moment of disconnection from Qiao Wei's body. This made this battle full of suspense again. A Sequence 9 Transcendent and a Sequence 8 Spirit Descending Hydra statue began to. The final fierce battle. Lun no longer knew how many shots he had fired. All he could see now was fighting. His combat experience and skills were growing rapidly as he fought against the Hydra statue. With the statue's power constantly declining, the man and the snake fought back and forth. The only thing that could threaten Rune was the Hydra statue's mental attack. Half an hour later, Rune was exhausted. Only 3 heads were left on the Hydra statue. And Rune. Resurrection coin activated, current number of resurrection coins remaining, 0. The only remaining resurrection coin has been used up. Lun used the peeping eye. The Hydra statue's after the spirituality value dropped to 1,500, there was no movement, and it seemed that it had reached the lower limit. After losing Qiao Wei and the 6 heads of the Hydra, it was no longer as rampant as before. Its movements became extremely cautious, but the hatred for Rune in its eyes did not diminish. Rune was not afraid at all and stared at the other party's eyes. "Yes. That's the look. If you dare, come and fight me." After the voice fell, he took the initiative to attack again. The Hydra, with only 3 heads left, was not Rune's opponent for a while. Without the 6 heads, the mental attacks it spewed out of its mouth could no longer pose a great threat to Rune. Rune, who used 2 lives as tuition, now had full skills. Whether it was moving, rolling, or using skills, it was just right, and gradually there was a sense of beauty in the battle. In a moment, the 2 snake heads turned into grey stones. Only 1 person and 1 snake were left, facing each other from a distance. The huge snake statue lowered its head, and Rune looked up and squinted. One was angry, the other was proud. Rune jumped up, from the snake body to the last snake head, from top to bottom, fate roared. Piercing through the sky. The last snake head was stepped on by him and turned into stone. Then he shot and blew away the remaining heart. The 3rd Hydra gold coin fell to the ground. Complete the task, town the 3rd Hydra gold coin, get adventure points, 2, skill points, 1. Kill special sequence 8. Adventuring spirit, leave 10, plunder spirituality 500. Sequence 9. Outlaw, leave 8. Sequence 9. Outlaw, leave 10. Current spirituality 1510/1000. Get the main task, sequence advanced. Sequence advancement, level is upgraded to sequence 9, and you are about to enter sequence 8. Before that, you need to do some preparation. Chapter 33 Monster Explosion, add points to return to the city. Looking at the prompts that kept popping up on the panel, Rune breathed a sigh of relief. Although it took a lot of effort to destroy the Hydra statue, the harvest was also rich. The first thing to bear the brunt was the spiritual value plundered. Continuously killing Maldo and the Hydra statue, a total of 700 spiritual points were plundered. The current spiritual value has even exceeded the rated upper limit that sequence 9 should have. A full 1,510 points. Rune can feel the full power flowing in his body. 1 punch can definitely kill 2 cows. If it is just to advance to sequence 8, the spiritual value upper limit only needs 1,000 points, and I don't know what the extra 500 spiritual points will do. The second gain of this trip is adventure points and skill points. Looking at the panel, Rune was very satisfied with the numbers of the two. Current adventure points, 15, Maldo plus 3, Hydra statue plus 10, third Hydra gold coin plus 2. Current skill points, 4, upgrade plus 3, third Hydra gold coin plus 1. Adventure store. The panel popped up, and Rune exchanged the resurrection coins without hesitation. Exchange resurrection coins 3, consume adventure points 6. Next resurrection coin price increase, 5 purchases. In addition, Rune also selected a pair of rare gloves in the store, which was exactly worth 9 adventure points. Rare item, acceleration gloves. Level, leave 7. Ability, increase the speed of attack by 20%, slightly increase the strength value. A very simple, but very practical rare item, just made up for the vacancy of Rune's hand protector. Speaking of which, the equipment types and props in the store are like this: there is no magic equipment or the like, all are basic and practical equipment. After the adventure points were used up, Rune set his sights on the skill points. Currently, the 3 skills large lead bullet leave 3 quick draw leave 3 true man leave 3 are all in an unupgradable state due to rank restrictions. The skills that can be added are armor piercing bullet leave 1 smoke bomb leave 1. 4 skill points are just enough to upgrade them all to the maximum level. Armor piercing bullet leave 3, gun ability, learn the ability to transform armor piercing bullets. After transformation, bullets have an additional 3/2 spirituality special attack against armored units. Consumption, spirituality 5, any bullet 1, intermediate moro alloy *1, new. Smoke bomb leave 3, gun ability, learn the smoke bomb recipe. Use, form a smoke cloud with a radius of 4-2 meters in the target area, interfering with the enemy's vision. Units that inhale the smoke will fall into a short suffocation state. The smoke will automatically fill the terrain. You can see part of the enemy's outline in the smoke bomb. New. Consumption, magic grey mist 1, empty kin 1, spirituality *3-2. 4 skill points have been added. Armor piercing bullet and smoke bomb are also in a state where they cannot be upgraded due to rank restrictions. This time, the effect of the 2 skills is obviously improved. The improvement of armor-piercing bullets is relatively simple, and it is a pure damage increase. In the process of dealing with the Hydra statue, 200 rounds of armor-piercing bullets were just used up, which played a very important role. The improvement of smoke bombs is simply a bug. You can see the outline of the enemy in the smoke bomb. In short, the first is perspective. A guy with a gun can see through the terrain he created. What a terrifying effect! Before, Rune learned the first level smoke bomb, but he never used it. That's because the use of smoke bombs will also interfere with his own vision. After adding points this time, it can be imagined that future battles will be perspective and blind. It's a pity that the 100 smoke bombs made before will not have this effect. Alchemy items must be remade after the ability is improved. After turning off the panel, Rune looked at the Hydra statue and Maldo's body. After searching for a while, in addition to the known Hydra gold coins, he really found a few things. Soul Orb, *10. Level, Rare. Ability, the Soul Orb of the Titans is a must for some secret cultivation and is also a valuable currency. Precious wooden box. Level, Rare. Ability, extremely hard, used to protect, Hydra Spirit Potion *2. 10 blue beads that look like glass beads are called Soul Orbs. Just from its appearance, it has a very good value. It's just that it says it is a valuable currency, and you need to ask where it can be used. As for the precious wooden box, there is no need to think too much. Everything is within Chris's calculations. They let themselves come here, most likely for this thing. The potion sample obtained from Maris last time focused on transforming the body, and this time the potion is related to the spirit. Combining the two, perhaps we can really find a way to advance through divine blessings? Rune curled his lips. These were not things he should think about. Cooperating with Chris would benefit him and help him complete the task. The best of both worlds. After packing up everything, he walked out of the underground space. Little Carter had been waiting up there early. Her tone was a little flustered, as if she was a little guilty. "Captain, the girl is dead." Behind Carter was the cold body of the little girl Xiao Wei, with a painful expression on her face before death. Rune patted little Carter's head gently. "It's okay, find a place to bury her." Soon, a soldier came and dug a small pit and buried Xiao Wei's body on the spot. Xiao Wei's simple tombstone was erected, and Rune seemed to have a sense and looked up at the sky. This time, although the Hydra statue was destroyed by himself, the Hydra's purpose had been achieved. Part of Xiao Wei's soul had been devoured by it. And he had completely torn his face with the Hydra. "If I fall into the hands of Hydra, a petty guy like it may not be as simple as becoming a slave. That will be endless torture for eternity." I took a look at the panel. Now the collection progress of Hydra gold coins has reached 3/7, and there are 143 days left. The progress of the first 3 Hydra gold coins is pretty good. But the progress of the following gold coins is still very tight, and it takes almost a month to find a Hydra gold coin. Time is tight, the task is heavy. Go back to Baloberg to ask for the news of the next Hydra gold coin, maybe there will be a discovery. During the waiting time for the news, complete the advancement, reach sequence 8, and activate the second entry through the Thin Divinity. After all the plans were completed, Sergeant Hill led the soldiers to complete the final cleanup of the battlefield. The remains of the Hydra stone statue were also taken on board as proof of merit. This time, Lieutenant Rune once again cleared an important stronghold of the Hydra Church. Defeat a Sequence 8 monster. Looking at Rune standing on the deck, who seemed a little worried, Sergeant Hill sighed and felt inferior. This airborne lieutenant made 2 great achievements in a month. But after making another achievement, he did not show any joy or pride. Instead, he was unexpectedly calm. It is worth learning to be calm in spite of honor and disgrace. But what he didn't expect was that Rune had only one thing on his mind. Go back to Baloberg port to make some fries. Chapter 34 Roaring Destiny. Sergeant Hill sent the latest news from the front. Lieutenant Rune led 50 soldiers on the Survivor to complete the cleanup of the Hydra church base in the Lucerne village. During the period, hundreds of church members were killed and the church's evil rituals were destroyed. 2 important members of the Hydra church were captured alive, codenamed Viper and Owl. Killed the Hydra church priest Maldo. The lieutenant defeated the Hydra spirit of Sequence 8 alone. Hanno held a stack of papers in his hand and read excitedly. Every time he read a sentence, his eyes widened. At the end of the reading, he felt sick. The reason is very simple. Every time Lieutenant Rune went out, he did more and more outrageous things. I still remember the last time, the front line reported that Rune killed tens of thousands of black snakes alone. No one believed it at all. After all, this kind of thing is too exaggerated. And the huge difference in numbers is so large that everyone subconsciously denies it. But in the end, the facts slapped them in the face. This time, Lieutenant Rune killed hundreds of people, captured 2 important leaders alive, and killed the priest. Based on Baloberg's attitude towards the Hydra Church, these 3 things, no matter which one is taken out, it will be recorded as a great achievement for the person involved. As the information hub of Baloberg, Hanno, who is sitting in the office, is naturally clear. In the past year, the number of people who have done these things is not too large. Maybe only about 30 times. These 30 times are divided into various tasks of various sizes, and the frequency seems extremely low. Like this great victory, the situation of completing 3 merits at the same time has only occurred twice. and it was completed by a lieutenant colonel and a major. No one among the lieutenants can do it. Moreover, there is the most critical point in the battle report. Lieutenant Rune defeated the Hydra of Sequence 8 alone. It has long been recorded in the Navy data that the Hydra's descent is an important ritual of the hostile church. Every descent requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Rune destroyed the ritual and defeated the Sequence 8 Hydra that forcibly descended with the rank of Sequence 9. He completed a cross-level battle. No, strictly speaking, it was 2 cross-level battles. It's just that the first time he killed the Hydra priest, he had the support of Stormhammer I. The second time, it was completely unreasonable. If he had received this battle report before, Hanno would have immediately determined that there was 99% of fraud in it. But now it was Lieutenant Rune's battle report. Ryan took the battle report, quickly flipped through a few pages, and smiled and shook his head. Tisk tisk, this is Lieutenant Rune. Hanno, notify the relevant personnel immediately and prepare to inspect the merit certificate. Yes. Hanno left in a hurry. Rune's battle report, of course, could not be hidden from others. Such an outstanding merit has not been achieved by anyone at the stage of lieutenant for a long time. Even if there are merits comparable to or exceeding Rune, they are tasks completed by higher-level people. Some people even speculate that if Rune's performance this time is not exaggerated, he is likely to become the first lieutenant in the history of Baloberg to complete a 2-level jump in 1 month. September 7th. The survivor arrived at Baloberg harbor smoothly. The 2 captured Hydra leaders were escorted to prison under the gaze of many Navy officers. Many broken Hydra stone fragments were sent away. September 8th. A professional magician explored the fragments of the Hydra stone statue and proved that there was energy residue above Sequence 8 in it. Combined with the confessions of the soldiers, Sergeant Hill, and the 2 Hydra leaders, the authenticity of Rune's record was fully proved. For a while, there was a sensation in the Navy, and Rune's name became the most eye-catching among the lieutenants. At this time, Rune did not have time to deal with these things for the time being. Even many people who came to visit him were rejected by him. Now he only focuses on one thing: advancement. Lunch can be later, love can be later, and even jungle can come later. Promotion of Sequence cannot be delayed. As soon as he came back, Rune went to visit Chris. Surprisingly, Chris was not in Baloberg, but left for an urgent matter. However, his assistant Han Luo did hand over to Rune. The other party took away the potion samples seized by Rune, and then handed over the things prepared by Chris to Rune. A piece of knowledge about Sequence advancement. It was exactly what Rune needed. When he was in school, the teacher always said that knowledge was priceless, but Rune didn't think so. Now, the lag of education has finally come true. In the extraordinary world, all knowledge about the extraordinary is extremely precious. How to practice and strengthen yourself, how to deal with different enemies, experience in dealing with demons, and learning alchemy. The more you know about this knowledge, the smoother your extraordinary journey will be. Rune studied the information given by Chris for 2 days and finally gained some experience. On the extraordinary road, Sequence 9 can only be regarded as an entry. The abilities mastered at this stage are just the prototype of the extraordinary sequence. Sequence 8 is a further improvement and refinement of the abilities of Sequence 9, while accumulating more spiritual value. The biggest gap between the 2 sequences is the recognition and learning of one's own abilities. So, Sequence 9 to Sequence 8 can only be regarded as a quantitative change, not a qualitative change. Accumulate knowledge, accumulate understanding of oneself, and accumulate spirituality. This is a gradual process. Lun closed the information and understood in his heart. Apart from these somewhat imaginary things, the most critical part of each sequence advancement is the ritual. The rituals are different, including asceticism, killing, refining, and sacrifice. I have extraordinary abilities of both the physical and alchemy systems. I can choose any one as my main ability, so the ritual of advancement should also correspond to it. The emphasis on the physical and alchemy systems made Lun temporarily feel difficult. The advancement of the sequence is a choice. Different choices will bring different sequence changes. This is why, when the sequence level is low, there will be a large number of highly homogenized sequences such as warrior, wizard apprentice, knight. At higher sequence levels, all extraordinary people have different sequences. Just like the same tree, it will grow different branches and bloom different flowers. So Rune's choice of advancement ceremony is very important and affects the future path. After a day of thinking, he finally made a decision. Alchemy. Most of his abilities are related to the alchemy system. The main output means, destiny, is also an alchemy product. And as long as the alchemy system is properly prepared, it has almost no weaknesses in all extraordinary sequences. The progress of the main task, sequence advancement, has changed. Select alchemy as the advancement ritual. Generating the ritual. Triggering the main task, ritual, roaring destiny. Ritual, roaring destiny. You and the shotgun destiny have long been inseparable. It is an indispensable part of your alchemy transcendence. Learn alchemy knowledge, upgrade your weapons, and let destiny roar. Task requirements: upgrade destiny to leave 5, strengthen destiny once, use destiny to kill enemies 0/1000. Alchemy ritual task triggered. Chapter 35 Lisa's Alchemy Workshop. Looking at the ritual task provided by the panel, Rune understood. Whether upgrading fate to leave 5 or strengthening fate once, it is actually urging Rune to learn relevant alchemy knowledge in disguise. This is exactly what was mentioned in the previous advancement, accumulating knowledge and understanding yourself. Especially for the alchemy system, it is not an exaggeration to say that knowledge is power. Learning alchemy knowledge. Rune rubbed his temples, which was a bit of a headache. After all, these extraordinary knowledge are not common goods on the street, and others can give them as they say. If you want to get in touch with relevant knowledge, there may be only one place. Captain, we are here. Little Carter shouted excitedly with a big hot milk bread in his hand. Rune looked up and looked at the sign above. Rise's Alchemy Workshop. The last time I made the golden aureole potion, I came here to borrow the alchemy equipment. Hey! Is Risa here? Little Carter knocked on the door loudly, not at all unfamiliar. In fact, Lisa is only 2 years older than little Carter. It is not surprising that two girls of similar age quickly become familiar with each other after meeting once. After knocking on a broken door for a long time, the sign on it was shaky, and then there was movement behind the door. First, a smell of grapefruit wine came to my face, and then a drunk brown short-haired girl staggered to open the door. She was wearing a pair of burgundy shorts, a white tights on the upper body, a goose yellow vest, and a pair of small rabbit ear-like hairpins on her head. There is a little contrast between the attractive figure full of hormones and the cute dress. At this moment, her face was flushed after being drunk. She was squinting her eyes and rubbing little Carter's face for a long time. Oh, it's little Carter. After a few seconds of stagnation, she showed a hearty smile, and Captain Rune, please come in. The messy room, various tools and molds scattered on the floor, and empty wine bottles everywhere proved that this girl's daily life was eclectic. Wait a minute, you find a place to sit. Lesha giggled twice, then fumbled under the bed for a long time. I'll have a glass of grapefruit wine to refresh myself. Rune. Little Carter hurried forward and held her. Lesha, this time the captain and I came to you for something. The captain said that after the matter is done, he will buy you the best wine. Lesha was confused and didn't pay much attention to the previous words. But when she heard about top wine, her eyes lit up. Rune said, how about a bottle of Smirnoff grapefruit? Really? Lesha suddenly sobered up a little. Of course. Rune nodded. The wine he was talking about was not strictly a wine that ordinary people could get access to. In addition to its excellent taste, this wine is also a rare alchemical material. Rune needs to spend a lot of money in the Baloberg merit shop to exchange it. For someone like Lisa who has no merit, it is extremely difficult to get a bottle. What do you want for such a good wine? Lisa blinked. Let's make it clear in advance. I won't agree to two outrageous requests. Rune was silent for a while and said, I want to learn alchemy. Alchemy? No. Lisa swallowed. There is an ancestral precept in my family that alchemy is not passed on to outsiders. Hearing this, Rune silently put the Smirnoff grapefruit on the table. The light red liquid swayed in the crystal-clear crystal bottle, which looked particularly tempting. Lisa's eyes were straight, staring at the bottle of wine, and then looked at Rune twice, thinking for a long time. Too entangled. The wine is right in front of me, and it is the kind of wine I can't buy normally. It's too tempting for me. Okay, I admit that this is a decision that goes against our ancestors. After a while, Lisa sighed, you know, I can't refuse this kind of temptation. Dad, don't blame me for the deal. Captain, look, I said she can't refuse it. Little Carter jumped up and hugged Rune, very excited. Alcoholic Lisa couldn't refuse a bottle of peerless wine in front of her. Hee, let me have a glass first. Lisa licked her lips and was about to pull the cork out of the bottle. But she was stopped by Rune. Teach me first. Okay. Lisa hesitated, her eyes never left the bottle. I'll only teach you once, how much you can learn depends on you. Deal. Patting her face, Lisa after calming down for a few minutes, he suddenly pulled the bellows in the corner. Whoosh! The forging table, which originally had only a few sparks, suddenly burst into flames. As soon as she entered the topic related to alchemy, Lisa immediately became serious, and even her drunkenness dissipated a lot. The flames danced in her eyes, and the light shone on her slightly wheat-colored skin. She said to Rune, if you want to learn alchemy, you have to start from the basics. There is no shortcut. In theory, alchemy is very simple. There are only 3 steps to understand matter, decompose matter, and reorganize matter. But don't underestimate these 3 steps. The amount of knowledge contained in them and the experience required are beyond the reach of ordinary people in their lifetime. As she spoke, she picked up a stone from the side. The first step is to understand matter. Obviously, with the knowledge I have, this is an iron ore full of impurities. She threw the iron ore into the forging furnace. The next step is the second step, decomposing the substance. A powerful alchemist can decompose all substances with just the magic array, but I can't do it. So we have to use the method of tools plus magic array. Rissa raised her right hand high, and then suddenly opened her 5 fingers towards the forging table. Explode. Reality. A fiery red pattern suddenly appeared on the forging table. The temperature in it rose instantly, and the iron ore began to melt rapidly and remove impurities. Half a minute later, Lisa wiped the sweat off her body. The next step is the last and most important step, reorganizing the substance. Different combinations of substances, different refining arrays, and different alchemists will affect the results of reorganizing substances. So this last step is a step that every alchemist has to master after constant exploration. This step relies on the refining array. A red light flashed, and the iron ore solution in front of him continued to deform under the influence of the refining array. A moment later, an ordinary longsword fell to the ground. Lisa picked it up. Because it's just a demonstration, the things that are refined are not complicated, but all the model frameworks have been explained to you clearly. I remember that you prepared potions last time, which is also a basic alchemy. Combining the experience of last time, what do you understand now? Lune smiled slightly when he heard it. The panel has already prompted. Learn, Special Ability, Basic Alchemy Leave 1. Chapter 36 Recast Destiny, strengthen. Alchemy has 3 links: understanding matter, decomposing matter, and reorganizing matter. Understanding matter requires knowledge and experience. Decomposing matter requires means and methods. Reorganizing matter requires refining formations and skills. The 3 links correspond to 3 different abilities. It's like there are 3 subjects in a comprehensive subject. Only if you have good grades in all 3 subjects can you say that you are an excellent student of this subject. Alchemy is like this. Because all 3 links require continuous learning and the experience of predecessors, ordinary people can hardly touch them and can only have a partial understanding at best. It is almost impossible to become a powerful alchemist. Loon has read Lisa's complete alchemy course and listened to some of Lisa's explanations. He has a general framework for alchemy. This also means that he has entered the entry stage of alchemy, which is the primary level 1. If you want to continue to improve, you must start with the above 3 links. Liesa searched around in her alchemy workshop and finally found 3 books in the corner. These 3 books are the basis. If you learn them all, you can be considered an alchemist who is still acceptable. Of course, if you want to become a powerful alchemist, these 3 books are far from enough. You need more knowledge. Liesa pointed to the Smirnoff grapefruit on the table. In other words, you need more good wine. Loon smiled and shook his head. This guy is really a drunkard. After receiving the 3 books, Rune handed the Smirnoff grapefruit to the other party as agreed. Turning the pages gently, he could see the notes that Lisa had made. Not wanting to waste any time, Rune immediately immersed himself in the books. After taking a break, he raised his head. By the way, I may need to borrow your tools and forging table later. Use whatever you want, use whatever you want. Lisa no longer cared about Rune. She slowly poured a small sip from the wine bottle and immersed herself in the aroma of the wine. Basic alchemical material cognition, 32 common methods for material decomposition, detailed explanation of basic alchemy array. As a transcendent, his memory is indeed much better than that of ordinary people. Within 2 days, Rune had mastered all the knowledge in the 3 books. After that, he spent another 3 days practicing basic alchemy. The results were also very significant. Special ability, Basic Alchemy Leave 1. Special ability, Basic Alchemy Leave 3. Learn Alchemy, Basic Alchemy Array. Basic Alchemy Array Leave 5. Basic Alchemy Leave 3, Alchemy Ability, Passive, Alchemy Creation Effect increased by 15%. Basic Alchemy Array Leave 5, Alchemy Ability, Learn the Basic Array, can enter proficient in alchemical construction, can meet most basic alchemical needs, can simply strengthen alchemical creations. Consumption, Spirituality *100. P.S. Taboo is the door to power. When you become powerful, you can start to try some different ways of alchemy. After reading the 3 books again and confirming that there is nothing missing, Rune slowly closed the pages. It's time to get started. In the alchemy workshop, the flames burned very vigorously. Lisa sat aside, drinking a little wine by herself. In the past few days, Rune's performance really surprised him, and he even cursed him as a pervert. She had never seen anyone with such talent in alchemy. 2 days of theory and 3 days of practice, he reached the level of an alchemy apprentice. You should know that it took me 3 years to get out of this step before, and even so, my father called me a genius that only appears once in a century. What should Rune's talent be called? Take a deep breath. Rune makes the final preparations before recasting. This time, we can't be careless in recasting fate. The materials that Rune prepared for it can be said to be a huge loss. The most precious material is a piece of deep-sea meteorite weighing 3 pounds, which is worth more than 300 gold coins in the market and is often in a state of being out of stock. It was obtained by Rune using the brass snake tree and bartering with Chris's mysterious partner. The most unique thing about this meteorite is its own properties. In the hands of alchemists, deep-sea meteorite is extremely plastic and easy to control. But once it is formed, it is very hard and much stronger than ordinary metals. Using this piece of deep-sea meteorite to reconstruct the key parts of Fate can improve the overall strength of the gun. The Fate shotgun was taken out by Rune. It is unknown which alchemist this strange object came from, and it was later accidentally obtained by Graves. Then it has been used until now. In the struggle of ordinary people, the strength of Fate is naturally self-evident. Even among the extraordinary people of Sequence 9, Destiny has shown its terrifying strength. It can be said that the foundation of this gun is very good, and Rune has no ability or idea to change its structure at present. The improvement he can make is to work hard on the materials. Start refining. The deep-sea meteorite was sent to the forging table, and under the promotion of the flame, it began to change into liquid. The rest of the materials were also sent in one by one. When all the materials were decomposed, the light of the basic refining array in Rune's hand began to shine. Destiny and many materials began to flash in the refining array. Within a minute, the refining progress has been completed for the most part. What needs to be decided now is to strengthen Destiny. Power, range, accuracy, firing speed. Rune has also considered this. Strengthen the power. Power is the premise of everything. Putting the barrel directly into the opponent's mouth and then blowing up the opponent is also Rune's favorite way of fighting. Refining completed. Strengthening completed. The panel of Destiny unfolded before his eyes. Strange item, Destiny shotgun. Level, Leave 5. Abilities: Adaptive ammunition, Telepathy, Spiritual amplification, 68 times. Special, Deep-sea meteorite. The gun body is extremely hard and can withstand physical attacks below Sequence 8, can withstand huge impact. Strengthen eye power enhancement, Spiritual amplification increase, 10, has been included in the ability. After checking, the strength of the Destiny shotgun has been greatly improved, which makes Rune himself a little scared. At Leave 1, Destiny has a 50-fold spiritual amplification. Each subsequent level increases by 2 times. This time, the enhancement gave another 10-fold amplification. Together, it actually has a full 68-fold spiritual amplification, and the power has increased by more than half. Now Rune's large lead bullet has a power of 2 spiritual value, and quick draw has a power of 5 spiritual value. If the opponent has a certain amount of armor, the use of armor-piercing bullets has an additional power of 3 spiritual value. One shot has 680 points. So terrifying. If the enemy misjudges the power of Fate, it is very likely that all means will not be used and will be killed with one shot. And for a Sequence 8 Transcendent, giving him 2 more shots is considered respect. Rune took a deep breath. The gun has been recast and strengthened. There is only one task left for the sequence advancement task, which is to kill 1,000 enemies. After completing it, you can smoothly advance to Sequence 8. Go to the Navy mission office later to see if there are similar tasks to take and make some extra money. By the way, collect the reward for the last mission. Maybe you can exchange it for some good things at the merit office. After making a plan, Rune picked up Fate and couldn't contain his excitement. Go find 1,000 enemies and blow them all into slag. Tomorrow is Tuesday, February 20th. I'll leave the follow-up reading to you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chapter 37 Pirates, please follow up reading. Kill. Brothers, fight him, he's only one person. Let's rush forward, he can't kill us all. When he runs out of bullets, he'll die here. There was an angry shout on the hidden island. This voice seemed to have some kind of inspiring magic, and the pirates who heard it were immediate. Lithe crowd was furious and rushed forward. In front of them was a man holding a double-barreled shotgun. Loon. He wore a black windbreaker, a cigar in his mouth, and a grim look. His neatly shaved beard gave him a gentlemanly air. But the muzzle of the gun in his hand kept spitting out cruel flames. He repeated the actions of reloading and pulling the trigger mechanically and accurately. Blood and broken limbs exploded in front of him. The corpses and debris covered the only path in and out of the island. At noon, the pale sunlight shining through the grey clouds shone on it, giving people a sense of doomsday disaster. Go, go! Don't be afraid! Groups of pirates came forward, and then they were harvested like leeks. The place that was originally crowded became deserted after a while. Rune held a gun and killed all the pirates from one end of the island to the other. Until the last one. I order you to put down your gun. Did you hear me? Put down your gun. The man in the flowered shirt stretched out his right hand and shouted at Rune. The lavender magic circle rotated slightly in his hand. A feeling of irritation suddenly rose from Rune's heart. Interesting. Rune snorted coldly. The pirate in front of him was actually a Sequence 9 Transcendent. Transcendent ability is to charm people through words. The previous batches of pirates were instigated by this man to die without hesitation. Seeing that his ability was ineffective against Rune, the man was suddenly at a loss. He knelt down trembling, crying, "Uncle, please let me go. I'll work like a cow and a horse for you. You just saw it, I'm very capable. I can do a lot for you. Help me do a lot of things." Rune pointed his gun barrel at the other's head, such as instigating a bunch of people to kill me. No. No, no, I didn't recognize the great man before. The man kowtowed on the ground, his forehead was bleeding. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Rune frowned slightly. Bang! The man's upper body turned into pieces. Bang! No bones left. The panel popped up a prompt, "Kill enemies 832/1000. Originally, Rune planned to let this man live a little longer and ask him something. But this guy, even when he kowtowed and begged for mercy, was still using his ability to influence himself. Trying to gain his sympathy. But the poor child may not know. A relic on Rune, fake love. If anything affects his spirit, it will only make him more irritable. "Captain, there are no living people on the island." Little Carter appeared on the side, sniffing the blood in the air, very happy. Lone nodded, "Then go to the last stronghold, there will probably be something there." The survivor was docked on the coast. Seeing Wen coming back from the island, Hill immediately took the soldiers to search the island. Lone stood on the deck and looked into the distance. In order to complete this mission, he deliberately selected for a long time in the task column of the Naval Affairs Hall before selecting the task of clearing pirates. Originally, Wen wanted to find a nest of demons to kill. It turned out that in the detailed introduction of the task, these pirates who needed to be cleared were all related to the Hydra Church. Lone couldn't help it immediately. All those related to the Hydra Church must die. On this point, his interests are highly consistent with the Baloberg Navy. It would be even better if some information about the Hydra gold coins could be learned in the process of clearing the pirates. After a while, Hill returned with the soldiers. The survivor set off towards the Sailboat Island. Sailboat Island is the last island in this mission and the toughest bone in the mission data. The pirates on the other two islands are at most related to the Hydra Church. And some of the pirates on this island have already participated in the experiment. According to the news inside Baloberg, this group of pirates even conspired with the Hydra Church and will jointly launch attacks on certain villages in Baloberg's territory after a period of time. For such a guy who doesn't know how to live or die, the Navy Command naturally chooses to strike first. Lieutenant Rune, the Sailboat Island is not far ahead. After a while, Hill came to report with a serious face. But the hostile target seems to have discovered us and has been prepared, and they are very strange. I have a bad feeling. Lone picked up the telescope and looked far away. Sure enough, the pirates above the Sailboat Island have been ready for battle. The small caliber artillery has been pushed to the shore to form a position. Dozens of ships separated from both sides of the island and formed a pincer attack on the survivor. Lone frowned. Just as Hill said, there was something wrong with these pirates. No matter their combat alertness or fighting style. The survivor had just entered the opponent's field of vision, and the opponent's position had been arranged. At the same time, the opponent's tactics were very clear, and they didn't look like scattered soldiers at all. The pirates acted like regular troops. Lun said, "Order, go all out and prepare for battle. The opponent has problems." Yes. As an experienced old sergeant, Hill naturally did not dare to slack off. After Hill hurriedly left, Rune took his fate in his hands, looking at the pirates getting closer and closer, his face became more and more solemn. In fact, he and Hill had already guessed in their hearts. The people on the opposite side were not all pirates. They were the regular army of Baloberg disguised as pirates mixed with pirates. As for why, it can be seen. The fighting method of the opposite side is exactly the same as the Navy teaching plan. If this is true, then this must be a fierce battle. The other party knew the details of Rune's mission and had been waiting here for a long time. They also knew Rune's approximate weapon configuration and personnel combat effectiveness. So in this battle, they must be at a disadvantage. Boom! Boom! After a few minutes of silence, the sound of artillery suddenly came. The artillery of both sides all started firing. The 50 soldiers led by Hill were completely in combat mode. Loading, aiming, firing. The 16 guns on the survivor were firing at full power. The main gun of Mons Meg in the middle was not idle either, and Hill personally operated it. For a while, shells flew everywhere. Enemy ships were constantly sunk, and many enemy soldiers were killed or wounded. But the enemy's firepower was stronger than that of the survivor. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the survivor's side guns lost 7 guns. Even a few shells were fired directly into the captain's room where Rune was. Several soldiers who were unlucky were hit by artillery and killed on the spot. The hull of the survivor also suffered varying degrees of damage, and the speed of the ship dropped significantly. Within a few minutes, the artillery of both sides stopped attacking tacitly. Because the enemy's ships had forced the survivor to stop in the middle from both sides of the survivor. Many enemies hung up ladders and boarded the ship from both sides skillfully. Boarding battle. The fate in Rune's hands fired the first shot. 2 enemies who climbed up from the bottom instantly turned into fragments and fell into the sea. The second shot. 3 people on the side, all dead. Other Navy soldiers also used their muskets to shoot. For a moment, the enemy's attack rhythm was greatly slowed down. But what followed was an even more terrifying offensive from the enemy. Chapter 38 Promotion Sequence 8, Alchemy Bandits, please read on. I saw several small boats coming quickly from not far from the survivor. Lun only took a glance and realized something was wrong. The guys on those small boats had strong spiritual fluctuations. Be careful! Rune shouted. The soldiers around heard the words and all looked stern, and took 2 steps back. But it was these 2 steps that pulled them back from the brink of death. Because the people sitting on the small boats were all monsters transformed by the Hydra Church. A dozen monsters tore off the disguise of human skin at once, revealing their bodies with yellow-green mucus and vines inside. These monsters had no facial features, only vague outlines, as if their faces were covered by oilcloth. They opened their non-existent mouths, and their distorted faces were very abstract. Damn it! Run gritted his teeth and cursed, then quickly drew his gun and fired a shot. A monster was killed instantly. These monsters were obviously more complete than the blasphemers and polluters that Rune had seen before. Although there were only 3 vines on their backs, the snake shape of the vines was more terrifying and realistic. This shows that even if Melis and Maldo died, the research of the Hydra Church did not stop at all. That church is even bigger and more terrifying than imagined, no wonder it can compete with Baloberg's navy. Kill! A hoarse voice came from the monster's body, as if this word was one of the few simple commands they could understand. Bang! Bang! They were like spiders, and the vines on their backs pierced into the hull of the survivor, and then quickly climbed up. Fortunately, the soldiers on the ship were all experienced in combat. They did not panic when they encountered the terrifying monsters, but cooperated in an orderly manner to cause damage to the monsters. It was a pity that the muskets in the hands of the people were not powerful objects, and the threat they could cause to the monsters was limited. Coupled with other enemies who had been guerrilla warfare around, the pressure on the survivor was getting greater and greater. On Rune's side, the gunshots of fate never stopped. One monster after another died in his hands. But unfortunately, the monsters came from all directions of the survivor, and Rune could not take care of all of them. A few of them still climbed onto the ship. When a monster got on the ship, it was equivalent to tearing a hole in the defensive formation of the survivor. The enemies behind followed the monsters and rushed onto the deck one after another. Seeing this, the Navy soldiers had to draw their short knives. Boarding battles are the most cruel part of naval battles. In one encounter, more than half of Rune's soldiers were injured and dozens died. Although the enemy was not much better, there were too many of them, and with the help of monsters, the situation was far better than theirs. If it weren't for Rune and little Carter who kept killing the enemies, the balance of the battle would have tilted long ago. As the battle went on, Rune also had many wounds on his body. It was not known whether they were caused by monsters, enemy muskets, or blades. He could no longer care about these. Blood had already stained the deck of the survivor, like a steel horse. The dyed red cloth has not dried yet. The pungent smell, coupled with the pain of the wound, made Rune's beast-like fighting will boil. Kill. There is no retreat. A quick gun draw, weak dominance state, directly knocked away the pile of enemies in front of him, and then greeted the enemy with a shot of up to 680 spiritual value. During the short reload period, the surrounding enemies seemed to recognize Rune and rushed towards him frantically. Rune did not retreat but rushed towards the enemy. His momentum seemed not to be surrounded by the enemy. He surrounded all the enemies by himself. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive bullets, the human wall in front of him was instantly separated. There were enemies attacking from behind. Rune did not reload, but just waved destiny and fought hand-to-hand with the enemy. The fate recast by deep-sea meteorite iron has long surpassed the strength of ordinary swords in the hands of the enemy. It hits the enemy like a blunt weapon, instantly shattering the enemy's internal organs and vomiting blood to death. Taking advantage of this time, Rune reloaded again and continued to kill. On the panel, the progress of the killing mission has reached 945. Just hold on for a moment. Captain! Be careful! Little Carter's reminder made Rune turn his sight to the stern. There, 3 huge figures fell from the sky. Desecrator Titan. Path, Special Sequence 9. Titan Serpent, Leave 10. Spiritual Value, 1000/1000. Special Status, Titan Bloodline. This unit has a thin Titan bloodline, greatly enhancing its strength and size, and does not affect its agility. Special Status, Hard Armor. The skin is as hard as a rock, extremely hard. Boom! The moment the 3 Titan snakes landed on the deck of the survivor, the whole ship shook violently, and the stern sank into the sea fiercely, stirring up white waves. Lune shot the enemy beside him and looked at the Titan snakes with a cold face. 3 full-level Sequence 9 monsters were used to kill him, which was really a big deal. Roar! One of the Titan snakes roared and slapped the people around him, regardless of whether they were enemies or friends. Its goal was only one, to clear the road in front of it, and then rush over to kill Rune. Come! Fight! Lune took a deep breath, and was not afraid, and rushed up with his fate. The previous battle with the Hydra statue gave him a lot of experience in dealing with such large monsters. And his armor-piercing bullets were specially designed to hit such hard bones. Captain, I'll help you. Little Carter was also not vague, with 2 clever jumps, like a black cat, quickly reaching the side of the enemy. Rune fired 2 shots in a row into the Titan snake's chest, creating a bloody dent. Little Carter's knife was even faster, and he cut off one of its arms with one strike. However, from her pale face, it can be seen that this strike was extremely costly. The monster felt pain and was a little unstable. Rune took the opportunity to kick the monster, but his foot hurt so much. Damn it! It's better to use a gun. Seeing this, the other 2 Titan snakes also rushed up quickly and fought with Rune. But during this period of time, all the soldiers on the survivors' ship were killed. Only Hill was left struggling to support. There were still hundreds of enemies rushing towards Rune. Rune glanced at his panel. Kill enemies, 990/1000. Only 10 kills left. Immediately, he turned the gun and pointed it at the enemies behind him. 4 shots, 10 kills. Kill enemies, 1000/1000. You have understood the meaning and skills of alchemy and recast your own artifact? You have completed the enhancement of the artifact? You have paved the red carpet for your own promotion path with 1,000 killings and blood? Celebrate! The alchemy advancement ceremony is completed. Sequence 8, Alchemy Bandit. Chapter 39 The Price. At the moment of sequence promotion, a series of messages popped up on the panel. Lune did not have time to check in detail, but this did not affect the power gushing out of his body like a spring. The abundant power made his body strength soar. The fate in his hand seemed to be affected and trembled slightly. After the ceremony was completed, the barrier between Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 was broken. Lune let out a long breath and looked at the 3 Titan snakes in front of him with cold eyes. Now he is a world apart from his previous self. If it took some effort to kill them just now, it would be a piece of cake now. Because now, their enemy is Sequence 8. Alchemist Bandit, Rune. Ultimate Bomb. Before the 3 Titan snacky-borns in front of them could react, a dazzling red round bomb had already been ejected from the muzzle of Destiny's gun. The bomb hit the first snacky-born and exploded instantly, swallowing and melting it like magma. The 2 snacky-borns behind were eroded by the flames and shock waves and turned into monster fragments on the spot. The stern of the survivor was not spared from this attack and was pierced by the aftermath of the bomb. Only half of the hull remained, quietly sinking in the silent sea. The blood flowed into the sea and turned dark red, as if announcing the end of the battle. Only Rune, Carter, and Hill were left alive on the entire battlefield. Rune looked serious, as if thinking about something. Little Carter stared at his captain without much expression fluctuation. Hill was covered in wounds, looking at the tragic battlefield around him. His mind was a little trance. He murmured in a low voice, "All dead, all dead." The 50 loyal Navy soldiers brought by Hill all died in this battle. He looked at the bodies of his soldiers, his eyes gradually changed from sadness to anger. The people of Baloberg understood that the death of soldiers was almost a doomed outcome in the blood and fire battle of the Navy. But Hill was resentful. These soldiers could die under the knives of pirates, with their heads hung on the mast. They could also die in the hands of demons, with their bodies trampled into meat paste. But they must not die in the hands of their own people. I don't allow soldiers to die so unclearly. I must seek justice for them. Lieutenant Rune. Hill calmed down his mood. Rune nodded slightly. Those people will pay the price, for sure. The supporting ship arrived at the battlefield soon. On the way back to Baloberg, Rune had some free time, so he opened the panel and checked it carefully. Ability Promotion. Basic Attribute Improvement. Obtain Spell Strength, 10. Current Spell Strength, 20. Physical Strength increased by 50%, currently 30, except for Physical System. Normal Sequence 9 is 10, Mental Strength increased by 50%, currently 20, except for Spell System. Normal Sequence 9 is 10. Obtain Sequence 8 Promotion Characteristics. Gain the same name characteristic, Alchemist Passive. When using alchemical equipment, the effect is increased by 20%. Gain the characteristic, Stealing active ability, Secret Thief, when activated, steals the enemy. The effect is random, the cooldown time is 7 natural days, and there is a cooldown of 28 natural days for the same target. Unlock the ability, Ultimate Bomb. Leave 1 alchemical ability, learn the method of making the ultimate bomb. Use the ultimate bomb to cause violent 1500 points of physical damage to the enemy, with 500 points of impact damage and 500 points of elemental damage. Release consumes 500 points of spiritual value. Extra reward, automatically obtain 1 ultimate bomb, when promoted, only once. Extra reward for spiritual value overflow. The current spiritual value is detected as 1510/1000. Eliminate the excess spiritual value, and randomly promote one of your own characteristics. Stealing. Stealing is promoted to banditry. Banditry, active ability, forced robbing. When activated, implement forced stealing on enemies within sight. The stealing effect is random, ignoring any law effect. Cooling time is 15 natural days, and there is a 60 natural day cooling for the same target. Detected special substances, Thin Divinity, add entries. The first phase entry is Pirate. Entry, Pirate. Leave 1 complete event tasks, panel tasks or kill elite enemies. There is a chance to drop extra loot. From Sequence 9 to Sequence 8, it can be said to be a full improvement. Among them, basic attributes and promotion characteristics are the enhancements that every extraordinary person will obtain when they are promoted. What rune has more than ordinary extraordinary people is the spiritual overflow bonus and extra entries. The spiritual overflow reward has made an extremely powerful optimization of his characteristics. The original stealing skill has been transformed into a bandit. Petite theft has been transformed into robbery, and it ignores the effects of any law. That is to say, even if a god stands in front of Rune now, he might be stripped of his underwear. It is simply an ability beyond common sense. The only drawback is that the cooldown time is too long, and you need to carefully consider the target of theft. And the added entry is the pirate who is closest to him. This entry is a developmental entry, which is very good when you are in Sequence 8. It can drop extra loot, which in turn increases Rune's growth rate. But this also makes him pay more attention to side quests, and he can't treat them as casually as the apple of the eye. Finally, the biggest improvement for Rune after being promoted to Sequence 8 is the Ultimate Bomb. This is also the signature ability of the Outlaw series. The damage is extremely high, and one shot can kill 3 full-level Sequence 9 monsters. The disadvantage is that it is expensive. Ultimate Bomb, Element Crystal Core 1, Gold Coins 50, Explosion Array *2. 3 simple components. The lower level Element Crystal Core costs 150 gold coins, the lower level Explosion Array costs 25 gold coins, plus the gold coins that need to be smelted into gold as the core structure. A total of 250 gold coins per shot. This is still the lowest level Ultimate Bomb. If the material level can be improved, the power of the Ultimate Bomb can be even stronger. However, although it is expensive, with the Ultimate Bomb, Rune can be regarded as having his own offensive trump card. It's time to make money. Rune closed the panel and sighed. Alchemy, alchemy, the most indispensable thing is gold. Every time I fight, every bullet I shoot, I consume money. Now there is the Ultimate Bomb, a big money eater. There are also alchemy materials. The further you go in the alchemy system, the more difficult it is to move forward without money. Last time, I brought back a brass snake tree worth more than 300 gold coins. I immediately exchanged it for alchemy materials and put it in Destiny. Not a penny left. Rune currently has only 12 gold coins left. Could it be that all the adventure points in the future will have to be exchanged for gold coins? Maybe it can be considered. Shaking his head, Rune threw away all these thoughts. The most important thing at the moment is the attack just now. The ship was moving fast, and Baloberg was in sight. Go see Hill. I hope he has summed up some clues. Belloberg's inner traitor ambushed me. Don't let any of them go. Chapter 40 Killed with one shot. Have you found any clues? I have some clues. Seeing Rune coming in, Hill stood up and saluted. There are more than 70,000 Navy soldiers in the territory of Belloberg, and they are scattered in various places in the territory. There are about 20,000 Navy soldiers in Belloberg city all year round. He said quickly, so it is very difficult to find out where these people came from through normal channels. It will take at least 1 or 2 months, so this method cannot be adopted. I plan to start from another aspect. Rune frowned slightly. What aspect? The motive of these people to ambush us. Hill said, everyone has his purpose for doing things. I have been thinking before, why would someone from Belloberg target us? After thinking about it, there is only one answer. Speaking of this, Hill looked at Rune, they are coming for you, Lieutenant. Rune heard this and agreed, I have the same feeling. In the previous battle, those guys' main target was me. That's right. Hill said, a second lieutenant who was airborne was promoted to lieutenant in just half a month, and after another half a month, he was promoted to captain. Such a fast promotion speed will affect the interests of many people. Especially in Belloberg, the number of places that can be promoted every quarter is fixed. So, my appearance squeezed out the places of some people. As long as I am eliminated, the places will naturally be vacant. Rune also understood the cause and effect. Hill took a deep breath, that's right. Based on the above inference, as long as we check who has been promoted to captain recently, or who was originally going to be promoted to captain but was pushed to the waiting list, we can narrow down the scope of suspects. In addition, the other party can mobilize so many experienced Navy. And must have a strong background. A person who was pushed to the waiting list for promotion to captain because of Lieutenant Rune, a person who has not made much contribution but has the support of a force behind him. The answer is almost obvious. Rune raised his eyebrows. Theoretically, this is the case, but as far as I know, it takes a lot of authority to query these lists. Before he finished speaking, the alchemy machine on the side quickly spit out several lists. Hill was a little embarrassed. Well, my family has some connections. I didn't want to use them, but those people this time were really too much. Rune was only slightly surprised by this. The other party had a good status, and he had already guessed it in his heart. Pick up the list on the ground. According to the requirements put forward before, the scope of personnel has been narrowed to a certain extent. There are currently 3 people who meet the requirements. Hill leaned over and pointed them out one by one. Quincy, the third son of Colonel Ryan, is my friend. He is a good person and will not do anything to us. Cass Ruto, Admiral Neil's nephew, has no need to do these little tricks to us. The last one. Prita, the only son of Major General Ors. Check his recent movements in detail. Night fell in the city of Belloberg. The lamplighter lit up the street lights, and the whole city entered a quiet place. However, as a port city, merchants, adventurers, and naval soldiers always have places to have fun. Moran Street is a bustling place with bright lights and wine. In the private room of the Big Bird Bar, Prita picked up the wine glass, his cheeks slightly red, and he was obviously in a state of tipsiness. Opposite him, a fat guy with green stubble was toasting with him. Prita, how did you handle the lieutenant's matter? The fat man asked with a smile. Prita uttered a long low groan. That guy, he should be dead, right? Really? The fat man touched his head, but I heard that the lieutenant was very powerful, he could fight hundreds of them alone. He killed nearly 10,000 black snakes. And he was a sequence 9 transcendent. What does that count for? Prita took a sip of wine. To get involved is not about who is more powerful, it's about power and background. What's the use of him being a fighter? My 400 battle-hardened soldiers, plus the secret weapon, he can survive, that's good, that's good. The fat man smiled and sat next to Preeta. After that guy dies, you can be promoted to captain. Let's put on a few more plays together, and at most next year, you can be promoted to colonel. By then, good days for both of us will come. Preeta used a finger to lift the fat man's chin. Aren't we also having a good life now? With my father here, promotion is a matter of time. I just think that guy is blocking my way. Suddenly, his face twitched, as if he was in extreme pain. The next second, he grabbed a man's hair from under the table, pulled him out and strangled his neck. How many times have I told you? Don't touch your teeth. You can't teach me, you are such a waste. As he spoke, his hands became tighter and tighter, and the man under the table, the man's face gradually turned blue. When Preeta reacted, the man was no longer breathing. Bad luck. Preeta threw the man's body aside with disdain, gasped, and then took the glass of wine and drank it all. Don't be angry, dear. The fat man patted Preeta's chest and then shrank under the table. Preeta looked very happy. You are still the best. You have been in contact with the church for so long. You are the best treasure I have ever gotten. Wait another 2 years, and when the church's affairs are settled, my father should also sit on the top seat of Baloberg. At that time, we will look down on the entire 7 seas. The fat man came out from below, his voice unclear. Whoever blocks our way, we will kill him, just like that lieutenant. He chuckled. I guess at this moment, that lieutenant has been torn into pieces by sharks. That's right. Preeta's tone was soothing, with a smile on his face. The battle report should be delivered soon, damn lieutenant. Bang! Bang! At this time, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked twice by someone roughly, and it broke into pieces. Preeta looked over with dissatisfaction, and anger was already burning in his heart. Who is so ignorant that he dares to kick his own door? He squinted his eyes and looked, and 2 men appeared in front of him. Rune, who was walking in front, was smoking a cigar, wearing a windbreaker, and his face was livid. You are quite good at hiding. Preeta frowned. Who is this guy in front of him? His eyes were full of deep doubts. He tried hard to think about the identity of the man in front of him, but before he could think of anything with his head that was stunned by alcohol and alchemical hallucinogens. The man in front of him actually took out a double-barreled shotgun that was more than half a person's height. At the same time, this man didn't seem to have any intention of communicating with him. His finger actually pulled the trigger directly. Don't. Bang. Preeta's words stopped before he could finish them. Rune raised his eyebrows, and after the gunshot, Preeta turned into a pool of minced meat, sticking to the rotating big bird sign, which was very funny. Lieutenant! What did you do? Hill behind him took a full 5 seconds to react, and then took a breath of cold air. Preeta was blasted to pieces by the lieutenant without saying a word. Who gave the lieutenant the courage? I told him about the background of the guy opposite. Hill never thought that his lieutenant was so fierce. He said in a trembling voice, Lieutenant Rune, according to convention, we have to read out his charges, then arrest him and hand him over to the military court. Then, read out the charges. Rune interrupted Hill and blinked. Will he plead guilty? No. Hill shook his head. Then his father is not that major general. Can the military court let him die? It shouldn't be possible. Hill took a deep breath, but at least we can't just kill him like this. There are many things to consider. If we don't kill him now, it will be difficult to kill him later. Rune interrupted Hill, who cares about the bullshit rules, revenge. Shoot him, don't you feel good? This Hill was silent for a long time. Then he seemed to have made a decision, gritted his teeth, borrowed Rune's fate, and fired 10 shots at the meat residue. 10 shots. Looking at Preeta, who was really dead, Hill panted. Awesome. It's really fucking awesome. Chapter 41 The Undercurrent of Baloberg. Hill breathed a sigh of relief, his heart still beating fast. The aristocratic education he received since childhood has made him behave properly and never do anything out of line. Not to mention the act of killing the criminals before receiving the order from the Navy command. But after the excitement, there is often emptiness and loneliness. Hill also realized something was wrong. It was awesome, but how should it end? No matter how much of a bastard Prita was, he was also the son of Major General Ors. He was still the only son. If Lieutenant Rune and he killed his son here, they would inevitably suffer revenge from the other side. "Lieutenant, what should we do now?" Hill asked after swallowing. "What should we do?" Rune raised his eyebrows and pointed his gun at the meat on the wall. "You mean this guy?" "Well, I'm afraid of Major General Ors." "Why are you afraid of him?" Rune said, "Baloberg, who has the highest rank?" "Lord, under the Lord are 3 admirals." Rune carried the gun on his shoulder, "That's it. This is not Major General Ors's territory. You just need to not wander around in front of him and get caught by him. The rest of the things will start to worry him, as a Major General." He took the paper and pen out of Hill's pocket and put it on the table. "I say, you write." "Okay." Hill nodded. Lieutenant Press, without permission, mobilized the army without authorization, and joined the Hydra Church to attack the officers of Baloberg, causing a light battleship to sink, 50 soldiers to die, and Lieutenant Rune to be seriously injured in the battle. Seriously injured? Hill looked up. The lieutenant in front of him didn't look like he was seriously injured. Rune said naturally, "Doesn't the Navy have casualty allowances? I'm a lieutenant who was seriously injured, so I have to show some appreciation, right? Wouldn't that be a bit bad?" Hill had never done such a thing before, and he shook his head, "But I have to do it under the lieutenant's order. Listen, I was forced to do so." Picking up the pen, he wrote down word by word on the paper, "Lieutenant Press, without permission. 50 soldiers died, Lieutenant Rune and Sergeant Hill were seriously injured in the battle." Rune paused for a while and said, "Continue writing." On September 17, Lieutenant Press met with Hydra Church believers in the bar, took banned drugs and fell into hallucinations, killing the bartender. Hill nodded, "Met with Hydra Church believers and killed 5 bartenders." Rune lowered his head after hearing Hill's muttering. He couldn't help laughing when he saw what the other party wrote. "You are really a genius. Another hand at adding fuel to the fire. But it's good this way." Rune touched his beard. "Finally, there is definite evidence that Lieutenant Press colluded with the Hydra Church, and violently resisted arrest, and killed his father, Major General Ors, on the spot. There is also a huge suspicion of collusion with the Hydra Church." A few minutes later, a report was ready. "Lieutenant, who should I give this report to?" "Of course, I will give it to the person behind you, and you have to give it to him personally." Rune glanced at Hill. This was the first time that his battle report was delivered to Baloberg in advance. At the same time, someone contacted him for a deal before his brass snake tree was off the ship last time. It was hard not to guess that the power behind this guy was Chris's partner. The report submitted by Rune and Hill was quickly responded to. Under the extremely fast efficiency of the Navy office, all the secret actions taken by Press were revealed. In addition, Press's lover in the bar was also an undercover agent of the Hydra Church. The truth came out almost in one day. The entire Baloberg knew about this matter. Everyone was in deep shock. Major General Or's only son, Press, actually colluded with the Hydra Church to kill officers? And Lieutenant Rune killed Press directly? These two things made everyone's scalp tingle. Press was bold, and Rune was even bolder. But this was not what everyone was most concerned about. Everyone's focus now was that the Hydra Church had infiltrated so successfully. Even the Major General's only son was involved with the Hydra Church, so I wonder how many people were secretly related to the Hydra Church. As Baloberg's mortal enemy, the Hydra Church's move made people panic. Panic. Major General Ors, upon learning that his son was shot dead by Rune on the spot, reacted unexpectedly. Rather than the expected anger and revenge, he just calmly expressed his willingness to accept the investigation and temporarily handed over all military power. The most exaggerated thing is that because Rune did not follow the procedure and killed the officer in the street, the promotion to captain needs to be redecided. And the report on the promotion of Rune from lieutenant to captain has the consent signature of Major General Ors. Everyone knows that Major General Ors has a son in his old age and prefers Prez the most. But this time, after learning about this, Rune did not think much about Ors's actions and attitude. The other party didn't make trouble, so he was happy to be idle. Not long after, the good news of his promotion to captain was delivered. The Navy Command ordered, Lieutenant Rune, destroy the Hydra church base in Lucerne village, kill a priest, and destroy the Hydra spirit statue, and be promoted to captain, with a bounty of 5 coins, and the right to exchange merits will be opened. The whole army will be informed. The bounty is too little. Rune sighed as he looked at the pitiful 5 gold coins in his hand. Although the bounty this time has increased tenfold compared to the last 50 silver coins, it is still too little. There is a long way to go when it comes to making money. What can 5 gold coins do? Let's have a meal. Little Carter looked at the gold coins, his eyes shining. Call Lisa, let's go to the Black Forest bar. Okay. Black Forest is the name of a kind of wine, and it is the specialty of the Black Forest bar of the same name. This bar is very famous in Baloberg, and the food tastes top-notch, but the consumption is also expensive. After going there once, Carter couldn't forget it. Now that the bounty was issued, Carter immediately had an idea. A set meal for 5 people. Plus 3 big sticks of meat. In the private room, Carter ordered the meal without hesitation, and then handed the menu to Lisa. Lisa didn't even look at it, and said, same as her, plus a glass of Black Forest. Lune's forehead darkened. I want a glass of Black Forest, a portion of boiled beef and rice. This meal cost a gold coin. 10,000 yuan for a meal. It's a luxury. But the child likes it, so Rune doesn't care. As for money, the old doesn't go away, the new doesn't come. Saving a gold coin won't make you rich, and losing a gold coin won't make you poor. The meal for everyone was soon served. A glass of wine with the glow of black grapes was placed in front of Rune. Staring at the faint light emitted by the wine, it was as if he was about to enter some kind of secret realm. Rune took a sip and felt like a dream. Wow! What a delicious smell! At this moment, a strange guy wearing a black and grey robe, holding a strange notebook in his hand, and his whole face under the hood appeared in front of him. He stared at Rune and wrinkled his nose. Yes, it's you, haha. Let's make a deal, good quality and low price, no cheating. Chapter 42 Black Market Merchant. The weirdo in front of him made Rune frown. It's not that the other party's behavior is weird, but the other party's strength can't even be detected by the peeping eye. Haha. You don't need to spy on me. The grey-robed man leaned in front of Rune, then turned away. Because I will introduce myself in detail. Then, he raised his hands and greeted Rune as if he was thanking the audience on stage. Hello, dear customer. I am the black-hearted Faruhia, a black market merchant. I came here chasing gold, treasures and luck. I also left with a full load of goods. My goods are precious, reasonably priced and widely used. You only need to pay a little money. A peddler. Little Carter said incoherently while eating. Hearing this, Faruha shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 I am a black market merchant. Don't compare me with those ordinary merchants. My goods are different. After the voice fell, he lifted up his grey robe. In an instant, a small stall quickly took shape in front of him. The goods flashing with various lights instantly made the whole private room full of brilliance. Little Carter, who was eating, opened his mouth and froze in place. Lesha's breathing gradually became heavier because she saw several alchemical materials that could be called rare treasures. Loon was also stunned. This guy, who looks thin when dressed and has meat when undressed, really has big goods. Captain! We robbed him. Little Carter stood up and prepared to do it, but was pressed down by Rune. Don't make trouble. Loon began to re-examine the guy in front of him. A black market merchant. How about it, my goods didn't disappoint you? Faruha smiled proudly, please feel free to choose. Loon looked at the goods, his eyes gradually became fanatical. Natural Wonder, Devil Pepper *1. Level, leave 70. Ability, one-time consumable, after taking, physical fitness increased by 10 times, no side effects, can be stacked. Price, 10 purple soul beads / plant. Natural Wonder, Tombstone Mushroom *1. Level, leave 70. Ability, one-time consumable, after taking, mental power increased by 10 times, no side effects, can be stacked. Price, 10 purple soul beads / plant. Sacred Relics, Spear of Penetrating Destiny. Level, leave 80. Ability, the weapon used by the star god in the past, with the power to destroy stars, now only the wreckage remains, but it still has powerful energy. Price, 1 golden soul orb. A natural wonder that can infinitely enhance abilities. The wreckage of the weapons of the gods in the past. How could the grey-robed merchant get these things? Take out any one of them, and it will cause a bloody storm. And this black market merchant can actually carry the things safely on his body, his strength is hard to guess. Loon calmed down. Most of the goods in front of him are purchased with soul orbs as currency. A small part can be replaced with gold. But the quantity required is extremely large. For top-level goods, the quality of the soul beads required is also required. Owen does not have purple and gold. Dear customer, how did you choose? Faruhia said enthusiastically, look at these treasures, I spent a lot of effort to get them, are you sure you don't want to buy some? Loon rarely smiled bitterly, it would be great if I could afford it, I only have 10 blue soul beads. It's okay. Soul beads are divided into blue, green, purple, gold and red. Although the blue soul beads are the lowest level, Faruhia will not despise them. Faruhia's grey robe moved, and the goods in front of him changed again. I have different product rankings for different customers. This time, Rune breathed a sigh of relief. The goods in front of him were also very valuable. Material, large gold nugget. Level, leave 0. Ability, worth equivalent to 1000 gold coins. Price, 5 blue soul beads. Drawing, electric grenade. Level, leave 10. Ability, learn how to make alchemical creations, electric grenade. Price, 5 blue soul beads. Among them, these 2 items attracted Rune's attention. They are all very practical for Rune at the moment. The big gold nugget can solve his temporary economic problems. And the electric shock grenade. Ever since Rune used the basic grenade in Lucerne village last time, he has been thinking about similar things. For corners and secret passages, grenades are more practical than the Fate shotgun. Now that a good alchemy blueprint has appeared, it is indeed worth paying attention to. But Rune was not in a hurry to trade. He slowly asked, do you have Hydra gold coins here? Hydra gold coins? Faruhia was stunned for a moment, then looked at Rune carefully, and then suddenly realized, my mistake. But I usually don't pry into the privacy of customers, so it's normal to ignore it. I don't have Hydra gold coins, but I have the corresponding information here. Information is also fine. Loon was slightly disappointed. If the other party had Hydra gold coins, he would have saved a lot of effort. But it was acceptable to have information, which was better than being confused now. 5 blue soul beads, fair price. Faruhia stretched out his hand. Loon handed the soul beads to the other party without hesitation. With Faruhia's strength, it would only take a blink of an eye to kill him, so he would not insist on trading to cheat him. "You are a smart and generous buyer," Faruhia said happily. "Ahem. Listen carefully. The Hydra gold coin closest to you. Let me sense it." It's in the east of Baloberg, in the snake pile of the Sea of Kindness, on the body of a hunter." "Hunter, what is that?" Rune asked in confusion. "Hunters are hunters. They are a group of powerful psychopaths. They uphold the principle of protecting the world, and enjoy hunting evil gods or incarnations of gods, and use this to advance to the next level," Faruga said. "Among the hunters, the most powerful one is called the hunter. Even I have to be wary of it when I meet it. But don't worry, you are going to meet a little hunter," Faruga said, and suddenly recited a string of spells in a mysterious way, and handed a scroll to Rune. He smiled and said, "I'll give you a tracking scroll for that hunter, with a time limit of 10 days. How about it? Isn't it fair and conscientious?" "Indeed." With the news of the next Hydra gold coin, Rune felt much more at ease. "Then I'll use the money saved to buy the blueprints of the electric shock grenade." "Okay." Faruhia accepted the last 5 blue soul beads. Transaction completed. Faruhia packed up his stall, took his cane, and was about to leave with a crooked step. Rune suddenly called him from behind. "If I want to trade with you next time, how should I find you?" Who would have thought that? Faruhia just shook his head. "See you again if we're destined to. The so-called fate is the taste of money." With a flash, Faruhia disappeared. The picture turned again, and Faruhia had crossed the 5 oceans and 7 seas and came to a desolate land. He frowned and touched his body. "Why is it so cold?" But he didn't think much about it, but immediately restored his smile and quickly shouted to the person in front of him, "Dear customer, hello. I am Blackheart. Black market merchant Faruhia." Run was in the Black Forest bar, raising his eyebrows and looking at the panel. Feature, Bandit, activated successfully. Target, Black Market Merchant Faruhia. Chapter 43 Prayer Stone Tablet Thunder. The effect of Bandit is so terrifying. The theft effect that ignores any rules. Just like its name, it is a bandit, robbing directly. And as strong as the Black Market Merchant, he didn't find anything unusual. It's a pity that the cooling time is a full 15 days, and the same target has a cooling time of 60 days. Run sighed regretfully, and then looked at his storage dice. The theft effect of the bandit is random, but in fact it is still affected by some factors. The first is the difference in strength between Rune and the target of theft. The greater the difference in strength, the lower the level of the stolen things in theory. The second point is luck. This point can completely cover the influence of the first point and is also the main factor affecting the effect of theft. Obviously, Rune's luck this time is pretty good, and he stole 2 things. The first one is the big gold block that he saw before. It is worth 1007 Cs gold coins and can be traded and exchanged at the Baloberg Bank. The second thing is a stone tablet. The style of the stone tablet is very special, with 4 palms in size and about 10 centimeters thick. Its front is a pattern, with dark clouds gathering on the top, thick thunder scattered in the middle, and many people crawling and praying vaguely below. The back is engraved with complicated spells. Rune, who has learned alchemy, can understand a little. The general meaning is pray to the god of north wind and thunder with the most pious heart, and give the world's filth with thunder and lightning divine punishment. Just from the appearance, it is an incredible thing. Peeping eye activation. Holy object, prayer stone steel thunder. Level, leave 30. Ability, after 10 minutes of prayer, awaken the sleeping thunder in the sky, accurately strike the target and the enemies within the range, causing 3000 thunder damage, automatic recharge time, 60 natural days. Status, currently available. PS, God will favor his people. Making a fortune. Even though Rune was in a state of mind, he was a little flustered at the moment. 3000 thunder damage, still a range target, and can be used repeatedly. Its only drawback is that it takes 10 minutes to pray. It is not difficult to imagine that during the prayer period, the user cannot attack the enemy. But Rune also has a little Carter with strong stealth ability. When encountering a strong enemy, Carter's invisibility plus the stone tablet will be an incredible combination. 1000 gold coins, easily exchanged at the Baloberg Bank. No one asked about its origin. After all, this world is said to have 5 oceans and 7 seas, but the age of exploration has only been opened for more than 200 years, and there are still countless unexplored seas or untraveled lands. Opportunities, wealth, power, everything can be obtained from the unknown. So a piece of gold is just an inconspicuous existence among many adventures. Now I have 1011 gold coins on me. I can consider reorganizing my equipment when the time comes. The tracking scroll given by the black market merchant has a full 10-day effect, so Rune is not too anxious. Now the most urgent task is to refine various combat items to supplement his combat power. Ultimate Bomb 2, cost gold coins 500. Large Lead Bullet * 1000, cost 1 gold coin and 60 silver coins. Armor Piercing Bullet * 500, cost 3 gold coins and 25 silver coins. Smoke Bomb * 100, costs 1 gold coin. Electric Shock Grenade * 200, costs 200 gold coins. Electric Shock Grenade, Synthetic Materials Iron 1, Lower Level Thunder Element Group 1, Gunpowder 1, Stable Formation 1. Effect, causes 100 points of physical damage to the range, 100 points of thunder damage, and attached, electrification, effect. Electrification, each time it is attacked, it causes an additional 50 points of thunder damage, which lasts for a period of time. A total of 705 gold coins and 85 silver coins. Among them, the effect of the electric shock grenade is even more powerful than Rune imagined. Especially the electrification effect, which causes 50 points of thunder damage in one attack. But I used a shotgun. The scattered bullets hit the enemy with the electric shock effect, which can trigger damage multiple times. Which is more than the damage caused by the grenade. For the remaining more than 300 gold coins, Rune was promoted to captain and had a limit of 300 gold coins to exchange at the merit place. I just got 2 rare items for Carter. Although the quality is not too high, it is the limit of what Rune can do now. Carter doesn't care about these. As long as it is the captain's reward, it is the greatest recognition of her pirate identity. 2 items, one is a rare leather armor that can increase sensitivity, and the other is a sharp dark night dagger. They are exactly the equipment that Carter needs most. After everything is ready, 3 days have passed and there are 20 gold coins left. Use, tracking scroll, the progress of the main task changes. Main task updated. The 4th Hydra Gold Coin Hunter, you learned the whereabouts of the 4th Hydra Gold Coin from the black market merchant Ferrugieri. It is on a hunter. Do everything you can to get it. Hydra Gold Coin task remaining time, 124 days. Let's go. Because the survivor was severely damaged in the battle, Rune has not allocated a new warship. So this time, Rune and little Carter rented a small boat and embarked on an adventure. Although there were no powerful weapons and equipment on the boat, it was quite fast for transportation. After leaving the port of Baloberg for a distance, Rune opened the tracking scroll and the sea chart at the same time. After comparing the two, Rune immediately locked the specific location of the hunter. Fog Snake Island. A place called Forbidden Land by the Baloberg people. This place is extremely strange, with thick fog that cannot be dispersed all year round, and various poisonous snakes lurking in it. Countless adventurers have set foot here, but most adventurers who entered the fog never came back. Only a few lucky ones escaped from it and told the terrible deeds of the fog snake inside. The Baloberg Navy also organized a cleanup here. But it was extremely difficult. When entering the center of the fog, they encountered some force majeure that was not recorded in the archives. In addition, the Snake Island itself was short of supplies, and the conquest took a long time, so the Navy was no longer willing to spend too much energy. Simply mark this place as a forbidden area to prevent adventurers and fishermen from entering by mistake. Interesting. Run looked into the distance. The thick fog of the mist Snake Island covered the huge island and sky, and could be seen even from a long distance. There was a faint sound of thunder in the depths of the white fog. The originally silent fog seemed to roll and surge from time to time for some reason. Run still remembered the words of the black market merchant Ferrugieri. The purpose of the hunter is to kill the evil god, or the incarnation of the god. So at this moment, a hunter entered the Mist Snake Island. Everything became interesting. Chapter 44 Hunter, Giant Sword Girl. Captain, we are about to enter the fog range, please give instructions. Keep going, pay attention to the reefs. Yes. Little Carter steered the boat forward, and soon stopped at the edge of the Snake Island. Stepping onto Snake Island, a burst of cold air burst out from the strangely black land. It's so cold. Little Carter immediately got back on board and found 2 plush clothes for himself and Rune, which made them feel warmer. Rune stretched out his hand and fumbled on the black land, and then seemed to understand something. The black soil on Snake Island really has a background. In alchemy, this black soil is called cold soil, which is a low-level alchemical material. Its function is to absorb cold air and nurture it in the body, and then feed it back after a period of time. It is often used in facilities such as insulation. The cold air on Snake Island is brought by white mist, and then absorbed by the cold soil. The two feed each other, and thus it continues. It's really interesting. Rune clapped his hands and shook off the dirt. Let's continue to move forward. The tracking scroll shows that the hunter is not far away from us. Yes, Captain. Little Carter immediately entered the invisible state and followed Rune's footsteps closely. After walking a few steps forward, many traces of snakes crawling began to appear on the black land. Rune looked around. The lush grass and tall trees were all natural habitats for snakes. On the roadside, you can occasionally see snakes fighting, and the victorious snake swallowed the defeated snake into its stomach. Going deep into the Snake Island, you can gradually see traces of fighting. Countless snake corpses were scattered around. It is worth noting that the snake corpses were all black, adding to the trees and weeds around that had turned into charcoal. It seems that the hunter is good at using fire. Lune frowned. He had fought with different extraordinary people and extraordinary creatures many times, and he had the upper hand repeatedly. Because the one he met happened to be good at causing physical damage or mental damage. He has not yet come into contact with the extraordinary who is good at using elemental damage. If a battle is to start later, it will be troublesome. Keep going, be careful. Wen held his fate in his hands. The further he went, the more frightened Wen was. The area burned by the flames around him became larger and larger, and more snake corpses appeared. It can be said that the hunter was stepping on many snake corpses all the way forward. Just in front. After a distance, the tracking scroll slowly turned into ashes. It means that the distance between Wen and the opponent is within 200 meters. Not far ahead, the sound of fighting was hazy. Lune followed the sound and pushed aside a bush. The figure of the hunter suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a girl. She was about 1.5 meters tall and had bright white skin. She had long black hair, a flat chest, and wore a black outfit. She held a big sword almost as tall as her in her hand. It was strange in shape and flashed with the light of black gemstones. The giant sword was wielded in her petite hand like an arm. Black flames gushed out from every blow she made and spread to the surroundings. At this moment, several fog snakes were shuttling in the fog and attacking the girl non-stop. Lun was very interested in the legendary fog snake and the hunter girl, and immediately used the peeping eye. Mist snake. Path, sequence 9. Natural spirit, leave 7. Spirit, 350/740. Life value, 20. Special status, mist spirit can freely shuttle through the mist and attack enemies. Name? Path, sequence 8. Great sword made, leave 2. Spirit, 1005/1300. Life value? Ability? The attributes of the mist snake are average. After all, it is just a sequence 9 natural spirit. The attributes of the hunter girl are somewhat surprising. The name and the other 2 key information cannot be seen. It should be some ability or props to conceal information. In terms of level, the girl is 1 level higher than Rune. After Lun killed 3 titan snakes last time, he absorbed 150 spiritual points and now his total spirituality is 1150. It can be seen that he has extremely rich combat experience. Lun thought to himself, he has many means of combat, and he is a tough opponent. The battle in front is still going on, and several fog snakes are still relying on their innate abilities to constantly pull with the girl. The next second, the girl seemed to be bored with this, frowned, and the black flame on the sword directly tore the fog apart. The flame broke through the air, as if it had the sharpness of the sword. Several fog snakes died instantly with 1 stroke. But her movements did not stop. Instead, she swung a sword across the sky, and a huge wave of fire shot towards Lun's hiding place. Lun's heart trembled, and he quickly drew his gun and slid a few meters away to avoid the flame wave. Then he shot back. The large lead bullet with spiritual damage exploded in the air, and countless shrapnel passed by. But the girl raised her sword and blocked them all. Seeing Rune's figure, the girl put down her sword and did not continue to attack. Human. She glanced at Rune, misunderstanding. After that, she carried the black sword on her back and turned away. Wait. Rune also understood at this moment that the other party regarded him as a hidden fog snake and had no real hostility, so he simply took away his fate. The girl turned around and looked at Rune indifferently. What's the matter? Rune thought about it and was too lazy to beat around the bush. Do you have a Hydra gold coin on you? I need that. Gold coin. This. A gold coin appeared at the girl's fingertips, and the Hydra pattern on it was lifelike. Rune confirmed, it's it. For gold coins, Rune has a strange sense in his heart, which can quickly distinguish the true from the false. The girl looked at Rune and looked at him carefully for a few times, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she said, trade. Lun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There was room for negotiation. If he really had to fight this hunter, it was hard to say who would win or lose. He nodded. What terms, you propose? Help me. The girl pointed to the top of her head. Lun raised his head, and could not see anything except a white, rolling fog. Can you be more specific? Lun said, there is nothing above except fog. The girl stopped talking, pulled out the big sword behind her, and swung it fiercely towards the sky. A short gap was torn in the fog. Through the mist, Wen's eyes finally focused on one point. He took a breath. It was a snake scale. The snake scale was so big, like the peak of a small mountain. Just a snake scale was like this. Wen couldn't imagine how big the whole snake was at this moment. In Wen's mind, he recalled the sea map of Snake Island and suddenly woke up. Could it be that this snake was entrenched on the entire Snake Island? It was the real taboo in Snake Island, and the entire Snake Island existed because of it. The so-called fog was just the cold air exhaled by the other party, and the rolling of the fog was just the movement of its body. So, your deal is? The answer in Rune's mind was about to come out. The girl's face was calm. Kill the god. Chapter 45. It turned out to be a middle school disease. Kill God? Rune was a little confused by the girl's words. If he didn't misunderstand her meaning, her target was the giant snake that he had seen before, entrenched on the mountains and spewing white fog that covered the sky. Just relying on himself and her 2 sequence 8? Are you kidding me? Rune tried to see some clues from the girl's face. After all, what she said was too shocking. But from the girl's firm eyes, Rune only saw the 2 words serious. This guy is crazy. Rune held his fate tightly in his hand. He couldn't kill a god at all. The sequence of that giant snake was impossible to guess. Let alone fighting it, even if it spit out mist and move its tail, he might have to give up a resurrection coin here. Compared to going crazy with this girl, Rune still felt that the success rate of snatching the Hydra gold coin from her was higher. What do you think of my proposal? Are you excited? Seeing that Rune did not answer for a long time, the girl raised her head, together with the great hunter Black Flame, get rid of this white snake, become famous in the 7 seas, and go down in history. I think you are sick. Rune sighed and pointed the gun at her. I don't have time to mess around with you, the deal is void, hand over the Hydra gold coins. So, you rejected Black Flame's invitation and want to go to war with me instead. The girl waved her sword. Strange traveler, I will let you know how stupid your decision is. Bang! Rune took the lead in attacking. The girl was not to be outdone, and the black giant sword lifted up, and a much larger arc-shaped flame flew towards Rune than before. Just as Rune was about to dodge, he felt that everything around him slowed down. Whether it was his own movements, the shrapnel exploding in the air, or the black arc of fire flying over. Little Carter's move in the dark was also suspended in the air. This is... Stop for now, how about I make a new deal with you? A queen's voice sounded in his ears. Owen tried to turn his vision to see a plump woman wearing a tight purple dress and a black veil slowly walking past him, bringing a dreamlike fragrance. She strolled in the stagnant space, and with a light tap of her slender fingers, the flames, shrapnel, and flying knives turned into dream bubbles and disappeared without a trace. When all traces of the battle were erased by her, the surroundings returned to normal. The purple-clothed woman stood beside the little girl, motioned slightly to Rune, and opened her red lips. Hunter, Forest Witch, greetings to Captain Rune of Baloberg. Black Flame's brain is sometimes not very good. To use the words in Mr. Frick's novel, it is a bit middle school, I hope you don't mind. I have no problem with my brain. Black Flame clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with the witch's words. Also, call me by my full name, Black Flame. The witch shrugged and chuckled. If you have no problem with your brain, how come you even got the wrong map and found the wrong hunting target? And when you find that the hunting target is obviously invincible, you still challenge it, and at the same time bring people with you. I didn't get the wrong map. Black Flame took out a sea chart from his backpack and argued. The witch leaned over to take a look, and then said disdainfully, you got the right map, but you went to the wrong place. Aren't you even more stupid? Humph! You don't understand. Black Flame said. The most powerful hunter is not powerful in strength, but in an unmatched mentality. Even that white snake. Enough, enough. The witch helplessly tapped her fingers, and a bubble floated up, locking Black Flame inside. The bubble floated in the air, and Black Flame's voice was blocked. Her short arms and legs kept struggling inside, but it was useless. After dealing with this disobedient little guy, let's talk business. The witch smiled and looked at Rune, and snapped her fingers elegantly, and the Hydra gold coins in Black Flame's bag were twisted on her fingertips. I want to trade with you, Captain Rune. Everything just now, Rune saw it all. This hunter Black Flame seems to be not only a middle school student, but also a person with poor directions. As for the forest witch in front of him, she looks like a normal person. How do you want to trade? Lun asked. For the witch, who was much stronger than him, Lun suppressed the thought of robbing. It's very simple. There is an altar built by the Hydra Church on this snake island. They want to use it to awaken the sleeping white snake in the mountain. The witch said, there is a dream fragment in the altar. Bring it to me. In addition to this Hydra gold coin, I will give you extra rewards. Extra rewards? You will definitely be satisfied. The witch promised. After she said this, she thought about it, moved her fingers, and the big sword behind the black flame was inserted into the ground in front of Lun. She said, but words are not enough. This sword is here with you. You can use it to exchange for rewards. You will feel relieved now, right? Black flame in the bubble, sword. My sword. Seeing the witch's sincerity, Rune felt pretty good. Then I only have one last question now. You ask. You are so powerful, why don't you go to the altar to get things yourself, and still need me to go? This should be a piece of cake for you. The forest witch smiled, that's because, your Baloberg navy has been fighting hard with the Hydra Church at the altar. If I appear there, it would be a bit inappropriate, right? I don't want to offend any of them for the time being. After speaking, the witch's figure was erratic, and she disappeared with the black flame in the bubble. That black flame seems to have not only a problem with his brain, but also a poor way of thinking. Little Carter sighed. If it weren't for that witch, we would have got the Hydra gold coins. How abominable! Lune was also a little helpless. The gold coins that were originally in hand were now in trouble. But fortunately, the deal with the witch had been agreed upon, and the other party also pawned a great sword that looked valuable. Lune walked forward, stretched out his hand to grasp the hilt, and exerted force hard. As a result, the great sword seemed to be tens of millions of pounds heavy, and it was stuck in the soil and could not be pulled out. Peeping Eye. Sword of Hunting Gods. Level, Legend.lv 40, Sealed State. Ability, Unable to see. P.S. The sword of a great queen, stained with the blood of many gods. A legendary weapon. It is recorded in alchemy that weapons of this level have their own souls. It is impossible to use or pick up those who are not recognized. Rune is obviously in the list of those who are not recognized. Then the question is, this sword is stuck here, how can I take it away? Just when Rune was in distress, Carter came forward with interest and pulled out the big sword. Chapter 46 He is like a god. Little Carter can actually pull out this sword. Lune was quite surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. But soon, little Carter also found the problem, that is, she could only pull out this sword, but could not use it. In her original words, it contains powerful power, but it is not obedient. The legendary sword fell into her hands, which was just an ordinary sword that looked powerful. For this sword, Rune had other ideas. For example, he didn't want the gold coins, and took little Carter and this legendary sword away. But after careful consideration, he gave up this somewhat unrealistic fantasy. The Hunter organization is a group of lunatics, thinking about it every day. Fighting with the incarnation of gods or even gods. Once they target you, life will be hard. After packing up, Carter, carrying a big sword, and Rune headed towards the altar pointed by the witch. Side quest trigger, Dream Crystal. Make a deal with Forest Witch, conquer the altar of the Hydra Church, and exchange the Dream Crystal in it for Hydra gold coins and extra rewards. The sound of fighting and gunfire mixed together. In the white mist, blood stained the black land. The three colors of black, white, and red turned the battlefield into a tragic picture of hell. In the temporary position built by the Baloberg Navy, a wounded soldier hurried into the command room. Lieutenant Casruto, it's bad. Those monsters launched a more fierce attack on us, and surrounded us from all sides. The position is about to be lost. Casruto took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his head, turned around and asked, how long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? At least an hour, Lieutenant. 1 hour, hold on. Kasruchuo took out his alchemical sword and rushed out of the command room. But the situation on the battlefield was even worse than what the soldiers reported. The first batch of soldiers who landed on Kirishima, a total of 300 people, have now been killed or wounded. Only a small number of soldiers who are still able to fight are making the last stubborn resistance. Those experimental subjects with strange snake vines growing on their backs surrounded the entire position. It took 2 or 3 soldiers to delay it. The bodies of monsters and soldiers piled up together to form small hills. Damn it! Kasruchuo was also saddened when he saw the soldiers continue to sacrifice. He rushed to the front line with a long sword and cut off the head of an experimental subject with one sword. But the snake vine behind the experimental subject still attacked him. At the critical moment, the shield of his alchemical armor helped him block the blow that should have pierced his heart. Kasruchuo was flustered after realizing it, and then waved his long sword in fear and shock. The experimental subject in front of him was finally killed, and blood splashed on his face. 1, 2, 3. The monsters in front of him seemed to have no end, and Kasruchuo was already a little numb. If he hadn't had the best alchemical equipment, he would have died countless times. At this time, the remorse in his heart began to grow rapidly. It all started from the airborne lieutenant named Rune. Within a month, he broke through 2 important strongholds of the Hydra Church, killed the Black Snake, beheaded the priest, and fought the stone statue. Kasruchuo didn't know how many times he had read these materials. For Rune, he also had a very strong admiration in his heart. This kind of person who appeared and grew up around him is far more shocking than the portraits of generals in books. It can be said that Rune is his idol. Last time, when he learned that Rune occupied a place for promotion to captain, Kasruchuo did not have the slightest dissatisfaction, but just felt that he had not done enough. He could not just eat and wait for death in Baloberg by relying on his uncle being an admiral. He was also a naval general with blood. He wanted to improve too much. So this time, Kasruchuo got first-hand information and learned that there was a stronghold of the Hydra Church on Snake Island, which seemed to be an altar. He immediately applied to come and led 300 people as the first assault team, leading by example. But without much combat experience, he was in trouble at the moment. The soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and the surrounding experimental monsters were eyeing them covetously, and the position could be breached at any time. Contract the formation. There were not many soldiers left, and only by contracting the formation could they hold on longer. In Kasruchuo's mind, he imagined countless times what Captain Rune would do if he faced this situation. How can he break the current situation? Soon, Kasruchuo understood how Rune faced such a situation. Because in front of him, a man holding a double-barreled shotgun and holding a cigar fell from the sky. One shot blew up the head of an experimental subject. He stepped on the back of the experimental subject and then fired quickly. The roar of the shotgun was the death knell of the experimental subject. A large number of experimental subjects heard the wailing of their companions and rushed to Rune. But the next moment, Rune actually knocked a path out of the middle of the experimental subjects. The experimental subjects fell to the ground one after another, and they were greeted by 3 or 4 electric grenades. The electric light flowed between the experimental subjects, and the smell of burnt meat came to their faces. Quickly make up the gun and clean up the mess. Everything was smooth, showing Rune's extremely high combat quality. Nearly 100 test subjects were quickly turned into corpses under the bombardment of Rune's shotgun and grenades. Rune exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at the soldiers who were still defending the position. "I am Captain Baloberg, Rune. Who is the commander?" The soldiers were so shocked by the man in front of them that they couldn't speak. "Captain Rune. He came like a god, and then killed nearly 100 test subjects alone. In the past, I only saw the notice in the military newspaper, and I was already very surprised at that time. Now I have become a part of the other party's legendary story, and I have witnessed the other party's fierce battle performance with my own eyes, and I am even more stunned. Captain Rune killed the monsters that besieged him with just a wave of his hand. But he stood on the monster's corpse with a calm face, as if he had just done something insignificant. Kasruchuo was also stunned for a few seconds, and immediately said, "Lieutenant Kasruchuo, report to Commander Rune." Kasruchuo. Rune thought for a while, and he seemed to have heard of this name. After a few seconds, he reacted. "Isn't this the nephew of the Admiral that Hill said? It's strange, the Admiral's nephew, instead of enjoying his life, ran to such a dangerous place, and was surrounded." Rune couldn't understand these people's thoughts, and time didn't allow him to think more. There were monsters coming out of the altar in front. He glanced ahead, cleared his throat, and said, "Follow my orders, Lieutenant and soldiers. There is no time to mourn for the sacrificed comrades, the damn monsters are coming soon. Pick up your weapons and fight with me." Chapter 47. People should be good at observation. "Yes, Captain." Seeing the situation of Rune killing the enemy before, morale instantly returned to the peak. Especially Kasruto, he held the sword in both hands and followed closely behind Rune. It is an honor to fight with Captain Rune. A large wave of experimental subjects poured out from the altar, and Rune's peeping eye was activated immediately. Dementia Snake Descendant. Path, Special Sequence 9. Unintelligent Experimental Subject, Leave 3. Spirituality, 350/350. Life, 10. Special Status, Fighting Instinct. Crazy experiments have made this batch of experimental subjects completely lose the ability to think, and they can only kill by instinct. The life value is 10 and the combat power is enhanced. This monster is really disgusting. When dealing with the previous batch of experimental subjects just now, Rune had already discovered it. It is obviously a creature of sequence 9. I killed nearly 60 or 70 of them and only plundered 32 spirituality points. Even if there is a reason that after I was promoted to the sequence, the spirituality plundered by killing low sequence creatures will be reduced, but this is too stingy. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Lun sighed lightly, and 5 electric grenades landed accurately on the experimental subjects. The experimental subject who rushed to the front suddenly had a flash of lightning under his feet. The experimental subject who was hit fell to the ground and twitched a few times before he stopped moving. Then, a large lead bullet was spit out from Fate, killing 2 enemies with 1 shot. Before the experimental subjects rushed to the position, they had already lost 20 to 30 people. Compared with Rune's firepower, the small muskets in the soldiers' hands looked like black fire sticks. Only the gunshots were heard, but the enemies were not seen falling. As for Kasruchuo was even more embarrassed. He looked at the alchemical armor on his body, then at the alchemical sword in his hand, and swallowed his saliva. These things are all top grade. They were specially given to him by Uncle Nils. It can be said that their quality is not only not worse than Rune's Fate, but even better. But he has no long-range ability, so he can only wait for the melee with the experimental monster. Kasruchuo swore that he had never wanted those hostile monsters to rush to the position for him to chop. Now he is full of momentum and fighting spirit, but there is no enemy. He drew his sword and looked around in confusion. It was simply a challenge. He looked at the enemy, eagerly. Finally, after nearly half of the experimental body was destroyed, it rushed to the front of the position. Kasruchuo roared, rushed up, raised his sword, and cut it in half. The chic and neat swordsmanship is quite stylish. But when he turned his head and looked at Rune, Rune had already fired 4 shots while he was slashing one monster. In close combat, the shotgun is more powerful than before. With a huge range and stronger damage, it is a perfect weapon for harvesting. Kasruto stared at the sword in his hand in a daze. As alchemical creations, the gun seemed to be stronger than the sword. Recalling the famous generals who used swords in the books, and looking at Rune who was killing with a shotgun in front of him, Kasruto couldn't help but doubt. Times have changed. In 10 minutes, all the experimental monsters on the battlefield were killed. On Rune's side, a prompt popped up on the panel. Kill, Dementia Snake, *60, Plunder 30, Spiritual Points, current spiritual value 960/1212, level upgrade. Sequence 8. Alchemical Bandit, leave 1. Sequence 8. Alchemical Bandit, leave 2, obtain skill point *1. The first upgrade after promotion. Since reaching Sequence 8, Rune's skill caps have been unlocked. Now that he has a few skill points, he doesn't need to think about it and just adds them to the large lead bullet. Large lead bullet, leave 3. Large lead bullet, leave 4. Large lead bullet, leave 4, firearms ability, shotgun, destiny, upgrade, currently leave 6, acquire large lead bullet fusion ability, large lead bullet power is enhanced, with 3, 1, spiritual value damage judgment. Consumption, ordinary lead bullet 3, spiritual value 3. A golden light flows over the destiny shotgun. Destiny is also upgraded. Destiny leave 6, spirituality increased to 72 times. Large lead bullet is bound to the destiny shotgun and is the most cost-effective skill at present. 1 point of improvement is equivalent to increasing the spiritual damage of ordinary attacks by 74 points. Not to mention, Rune now has a 15% bonus for making alchemical items and a 20% bonus for using alchemical items. Calculated in this way, even ordinary attacks have very impressive values. Low base, high amplification, this is the advantage of alchemists. You don't have to be too strong yourself, you can have a strong combat power through alchemical equipment. Of course, if the alchemist is extremely strong, then after using alchemical equipment, the combat power will increase exponentially. Compared with the previous spiritual damage of Sequence 9, the current value is much better. After all, the place where Sequence 8 is stronger than Sequence 9 is the accumulation of quantity and value. Kasruchuo stared at Rune from the side, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Obviously, the opponent has not changed at all, why do I feel that he is stronger? After a moment, he shook his head and threw this idea out of his head. Why think about those things? It's not easy to meet Rune on the battlefield. Such a rare opportunity to meet an idol, I have to learn a lot from him. Captain Rune. Kasruto followed Rune, what should we do next? Next Rune glanced at the location of the altar, do we have reinforcements? Yes. The reinforcements will arrive in about 20 minutes. Then wait for the reinforcements to arrive. You have experienced a great battle. Now take a good rest and recover your strength. Rune said. But Kasruto didn't want to rest at all. He said excitedly. You are my idol, Captain Rune. I am very curious about how you deal with the battle. Every battle record I read about you in the newspaper seems so incredible. How did you do it? Teach me 2 tricks. Rune glanced at Kasruto. A young man of 16 or 17 years old, full of blood, wanted to rush to the front line to kill the enemy. Little did he know how many people envied his identity and wanted to have such resources as him, and then spend their days in Baloberg. Look at his dull expression, a complete fool. If I don't deal with his excitement, he will probably keep nagging in my ear. Even if I tell him to shut up, he will probably stay around me. Alas, it's not easy to deal with this little fanboy. He sighed and said to Kasruchuo, I'll teach you 2 tricks, just be quiet. Yes. Kasruchuo nodded firmly, waiting for Rune's teachings. Rune took Kasruchuo around the battlefield twice, and then stopped in front of a pool of stinky stuff. It's not hard to tell from its shape that it's a pile of poop. For a creature like the demented snake, which is no different from an animal, it's not surprising to run and poop at the same time. Without any hesitation, Rune squatted in front of it and said, Kasruchuo, let me teach you the first move. Don't be afraid of getting dirty in battle. You must learn to get information about the enemy from all useful conditions, such as the excrement in front of you. We can judge the enemy's state, age, and health level based on it. As he said, Rune stretched out his index finger, poked it on the excrement, and then put it in his mouth. Kasruchuo immediately squatted down, followed suit, stretched out his finger and poked it, and put it in his mouth. From his frown, it can be foreseen that he is analyzing the owner of the feces as much as possible. Seeing this, Rune took out the kettle from the storage dice and washed his hands. He said calmly, in addition, you must learn to observe in battle. For example, I used my index finger to poke the feces before, and I put it in my mouth with my middle finger. Chapter 48 Pull up our main gun. Ugh! Hearing this, Kasruchuo's face turned pale and he started to dry heave. He picked up his water bottle and began to rinse his mouth frantically. After rinsing his mouth, he threw the water bottle away in disgust. His expression seemed a little angry, but he had to admit that Rune had taught him a very vivid lesson. I'm afraid he will never forget the words "pay attention to observation during battle" and the smell of that pile of feces in his life. Seeing that Kasruchuo looked strange, Rune stopped teasing him. Kasruchuo, if what I said just now was a joke, then I will teach you a little seriously next, which can also be regarded as a little experience. You say. Kasruchuo was a little scared when he spoke. Rune smiled and said, in one sentence, it is your shortcoming in this battle, you must make full use of all the resources around you. He pointed to the position behind him. If I were you, I would not bring these people and these broken guns to attack an altar whose depth is unknown. At least the entire main battleship should be used to bombard it for a few rounds, and then the soldiers should be equipped with the latest hollow-style flintlock rifles and fragmentation grenades. Then drag a few heavy artillery, lay a minefield in front of the altar, and even call in the healing magic supernatural to help. It is always right to make more preparations. There is an old saying in my hometown, called lions fight rabbits with all their strength. These words made Kasruchuo fall into deep thought. He hesitated and said, but I think it's still the most powerful to be like you, a one-man army. Too stupid. Rune said helplessly, I don't do this because I don't have such resources. If I had, I would have used it long ago. There's no use for a one-man army. Before your strength is strong enough, quantity can solve most of the problems. Kasruchuo's eyes turned, I understand. Just like you in Lucerne village, first use artillery fire to clean up the mess. You also killed an enemy priest with storm hammer eye. As he said, he seemed to understand something and left in a hurry. Rune was finally quieter without this guy disturbing him. But what he didn't expect was that the reinforcements did not arrive in 20 minutes. Instead, more than an hour later, a Baloberg battleship, with 5 destroyers and 15 frigates, broke through the white fog and appeared in front of him. From the ship, more than 500 fully armed, extremely powerful heavy armored soldiers came down. The leader was a Major Baloberg. Kasruchuo saw the people coming, jumped up excitedly and waved, then ran to Rune, Captain, I have done what you said, do you think these people are enough? Rune was already a little speechless. Enough, too much. Originally thought that some people would be enough for support, but this guy sent a message and shook so many people over. Rune looked at Kasruchuo with a change of eyes. As everyone knows, Admiral Niels has never had children. He was too good to Kasruchuo, this guy couldn't be the Admiral's illegitimate son. Kasruchuo, you are too reckless, how can you bring people to such a dangerous place without reporting? The Major said in a complaining tone before he came to him. Kasruchuo looked indifferent, you always lock me up in Baloberg, what can I learn? I want to fight, and I can learn and improve in battle. No more words, let's conquer the altar in front today. He pointed at Rune and said, this is Captain Rune, he will command this battle. Rune and Major Abi's faces changed at the same time. This guy's words are not in line with the rules. The Major listens to the captain's command? It doesn't make sense. But Major Abi quickly reacted and saluted Rune. Everything is subject to the commander's orders. Since the major had no objection, and Kasruto looked at him expectantly, Rune was not modest. However, when he saw the combat power of his side again, he couldn't help laughing. Does it still need command? With such a strong combat power, it can be pushed directly. Just push it and it's over. Since the advantage is on our side, Rune did not hesitate at all and immediately gave orders. Finish it early and get the Dream Crystal back as soon as possible. Lightly armed soldiers will form the vanguard and be responsible for attracting monsters. Frigates, destroyers, all the artillery fire of the ship is ready, and the target covers the entire battlefield. The heavily armed soldiers are on standby at the position, and clear the remaining monsters. 3 simple instructions were quickly passed down. Looking at the full of weapons, ammunition, and artillery, Rune said that he had never fought such a rich battle in his life. It's too easy. The 5-man team of lightly armed soldiers entered the battlefield at a very fast speed, located in the center of the battlefield. And then set up a storm hammer type I. On the barrel, the golden lines lit up, and the shells shot out and headed straight for the altar. The monsters inside were awakened in an instant, and rushed out like a tide. These monsters looked different from the previous ones. Just from the appearance, they could not be seen as human at all. They were on all fours, like dogs and wolves. A mouth full of sharp teeth pierced through the mouth, like bone spurs from the middle grow. The skin is ulcerated and red, as if it is itchy. They keep scratching with their sharp claws, scratching the skin and bleeding pus. When they found Rune and others, they suddenly became irritable and crazy. The lightly armed soldiers had already retreated at this time. The monsters pouring into the battlefield were a black mass. When they saw the position of Rune and others, they immediately rushed over like wild dogs. They were very fast and ran across half of the battlefield in a blink of an eye. If they were dealt with in an ordinary way, such monsters would definitely give the defenders on the position a headache. Flexible and fast, such enemies would be difficult to deal with whether in close combat or at a distance. But only the artillery with range damage is not afraid of these. Boom! 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 The ships docked at the coast fired large-caliber artillery in unison, as if playing a song of victory. No matter how fast the monsters in the center of the battlefield ran or how good their evasion skills were, they would only be reduced to fragments under the indiscriminate and all-angle artillery coverage. Captain! You are right. Kasruchuo couldn't help but think of the difficult battles and dead soldiers in his mind. Looking at the scene of the battlefield in front of him, killing the enemy is so simple. Now he realized that his previous thinking was really wrong. If you have resources but don't use them, you're a fool. The so-called power does not necessarily have to burst out from your body. Killing the enemy is called power. One's own status, one's own resources, and one's own connections are also a kind of power. As long as you can destroy the enemy, one's own great power is certainly the foundation, but the flexible use of all available resources is the way to achieve the highest combat power. Kasruchuo looked at Rune's expression and became more admiring. A few words plus a battle made him realize that he was worthy of being his idol. He looked up and saw that there seemed to be a big movement at the altar in front. A huge monster was gathering and forming inside. Seeing this, Kasruchuo immediately shouted, "Soldiers, hurry up! Pull up our main ship gun!" When Rune heard this, he raised his eyebrows and added, "Fuck him hard." Yes. Kasruto was extremely excited and echoed loudly, "Fuck him hard." Chapter 49, Regeneration of the Serpent's Bloodline. The main ship's gun shells whistled, with white exhaust and sonic booms, and were fired from the Baloberg main battleship. The seemingly inconspicuous small black shells actually weighed thousands of pounds after being compressed by alchemy. The plain shells fell in the middle of the pile of white filth that was merging like fat. Boom! Like the first spring thunder breaking through the ice, the earth is shaking. Everything on the battlefield ahead disappeared. Even though it was not the first time he saw the power of the main battleship gun, Rune was still amazed at its horror and Belloberg's attainments in alchemy. Under the main battleship gun, even a Sequence 8 transcendent like himself would have no chance of survival. But the monster ahead did not seem simple. "It's alive again," Kasruchuo said. Lone heard this and looked up at the battlefield where the main gun had blasted out a huge pit. There, the monsters that had been scattered by the main gun began to gather again. The broken flesh and limbs scattered on the battlefield were quickly collected by the white filth, and then assembled and spliced together. A monster that was more than 30 meters long and looked like a giant centipede raised its head again. Lone immediately activated the Eye of Peeping. Snake Descendant Regeneration Bloodline. Path, Special Sequence 8. Regeneration Bloodline, Leave 10. Spirituality, 1502/3000. Life Number, 100. Special Status, Blood. The experiment subject has the mixed blood of the white snake and the hydra, and has a strong regeneration combination ability. A creature with full level of Sequence 8. And it also has a good special status. Seeing this panel, Rune frowned slightly. Speaking of which, the Hydra Church can come up with something new every time. Whether it is the physical enhancement of Maris, the spiritual awakening of Maldo, or the current blood mixing, there are remarkable results. If their research did not require a large number of living people as experimental subjects, Rune would even want to praise them. "Captain Rune, what should we do with this thing?" Kasruto looked at the monster that stood up nearly half of its body and was more than 10 meters tall, and was a little scared. After being hit by a main ship, the strength of a creature that is not dead even after being bombarded can be imagined. In response to Kasruchuo's panic, Rune just patted his shoulder and said calmly, "Don't be afraid. Remember what I taught you before? You must learn to observe in battle. Look, the monster seems to have recondensed, but if you look closely, you can find that the white substance on its body has been reduced by at least 2/3. That thing is the key to its reorganization. In other words, the last bombardment has already caused this monster to suffer heavy damage. At this moment, it is just bluffing. Since the bombardment is effective, don't save shells against this kind of monster. If one shot doesn't work, then 2 shots. 2 shots don't work, then 3 shots." Kasruchuo nodded, "I understand." Under Rune's command, the main ship's gun was loaded again and fired. The monster that had just condensed turned into fragments again before it could attack. The last remaining white substance was hit by the 3rd shot. The world returned to peace. The Major and Kasruchuo both breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go." After observing for a while and making sure there were no other unusual movements, Rune took out his destiny. After several rounds of bombardment, the enemy had suffered a heavy blow, so now it was time to clean up the mess. He said loudly, "Now there are 500 heavy armored soldiers, leave 100 outside the altar to support, 200 as the vanguard, and 200 to cut off the retreat, and advance into the altar." The heavy armored soldiers who stayed in the position took action one after another. These heavy armored soldiers, the real name is Heavy Armored Guards, which can be regarded as one of the best elite troops in Belloberg. The total number is only a few thousand. More than 1/5 of them are extraordinary people of Sequence 9. The armor on their bodies, the muskets in their hands, and the short knives they are equipped with are all good alchemical creations. They are equipped with a sacrificial device for each person, which can be triggered actively or automatically after death to cause huge damage to the surrounding enemies. Coupled with their fearless spirit, they have made a great reputation in Belloberg. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the altar and moved forward according to the predetermined plan. The upper level of the altar, after being baptized by artillery fire, was already in ruins. But the deep structure below was well preserved. The relatively spacious passage could accommodate 5 or 6 people walking side by side, presumably to facilitate the transportation of sacrificial materials. Beware! After walking for a while, the heavy armored guards in front issued a reminder. A group of believers in white robes suddenly emerged from various corners and surrounded everyone. Unfortunately, the next moment, many lighting sticks were thrown at the feet of the believers, illuminating the surrounding environment clearly. Then there was a gunshot. Some believers of Sequence 9 were killed in several rounds of shooting. The heavy armored guards pushed forward all the way until they reached a dark corridor. Rune looked ahead and had a bad feeling in his heart. Stop! The team stopped immediately. Just when the heavy armored guards didn't understand why Rune suddenly stopped everyone, in the darkness, a pool of white mucus wrapped around the feet of the two heavy armored guards from below, and then quickly retracted. At the end of the long corridor, there were two explosions. Two heavy armored guards, sacrificed. Lighting stick, the major shouted immediately. But this time, the lighting stick was just thrown out, and it only lit up for a moment, and the passage fell into darkness again. Rune looked around carefully, and then he found the formation runes engraved around the passage. It's no wonder that these formation runes absorbed the surrounding light. It's a pity that I didn't get the Book of Formation before. Rune sighed. After returning to Baloberg to kill the mastermind, Hill returned to the family and seemed to be under house arrest, and he didn't see him again. Naturally, Rune couldn't get what the other party promised. If he had learned the art of formation, facing the current scene, he might have some ideas to crack it. But at this moment, it seems that only violence can be used. As long as the core of the formation is destroyed, it can be cracked. As for where the core is, who cares? Covering attack. Grenade after grenade was thrown into the passage, and the explosion covered every corner. After 3 times in a row, the visibility in front of the eyes was significantly improved, and the lighting stick could also play its role. The monster hidden behind the passage also revealed its true face. The second snake descendant with regenerated blood. The 2 heavy armored soldiers had been swallowed and fused by it, and their limbs were glued together by white filth, hanging on the monster's body like puppets. The 2 heads turned into the monster's heads, with painful and hideous expressions. Their mouths opened and closed mechanically, and the vocal cords made a tearing sound. Dead intruder. Die. Chapter 50 Strange item White Snake Scales. Seeing the miserable state of his comrades in front of him, the major narrowed his eyes slightly. The other heavy armored guards were not afraid of this, but they were filled with endless anger and waited for Rune to give orders. Rune had only one word for this: kill. A snake descendant with regenerated blood became the biggest enemy in front of him. Nearly 500 guns were pointed at this monster at the same time. Bang! Bang! Dot! Rhythmic gunshots rang out in the passage. The white mucus on the monster's body was also hit and exploded repeatedly. However, these attacks did not seem to have much effect on it. As soon as the bullet hit it, it took less than 3 seconds for the new filth to fill the gap again. On the contrary, the gradually crazy monster turned into a pool of liquid, rushing towards the heavily armored soldiers from all directions of the passage. The white filth seemed to have turned into a huge mouth, about to swallow everything in front of it. The heads of the 2 comrades rolled left and right as if drifting in the flood, and there was a piercing laugh in their mouths. Grenade! Lone reacted quickly and gave the order before the monster approached. The heavily armored guards reacted one after another, and grenades flew out of their hands and exploded in the white pollutants. For a moment, the front half of the monster was blown to pieces, and the 2 sides of the passage began to collapse, covering a lot of roads. This round of attack obviously made the monster uncomfortable. But its offensive did not decrease at all. Several soldiers were entangled by the sudden white filth again. Seeing this, Wen immediately stepped forward and fired a shotgun. The filth broke off with a sound. He narrowed his eyes and had a plan in mind. Ordinary bullets cause little damage, shotguns, grenades, and naval guns can all cause good effects. Then this guy should be afraid of ranged explosion damage, and large-scale damage makes it unable to recover quickly. In that case, storm hammer, Rune ordered. In the back, a heavy armored guard quickly stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and carried a black tube on his shoulder. After a brief aiming, the shells fired. There was a sea of fire in front. Seeing the regeneration blood still struggling on the ground, Rune did not hesitate at all. Come again. The second storm hammer was fired. The regeneration blood was dead. Leave a soldier to clean up the corpse, and the rest continue to move forward. The heavy armored guard's footsteps never stopped. Going further forward, they have reached the core area of this altar. A disc-shaped, huge room supported by 9 pillars. On each pillar, there is a hideous giant snake head and many wall carvings representing legendary stories. Around, messy runes are carved all over the stone wall above the head, which has dimmed at this moment. In the center of the room, there are 9 headless corpses, with their hands tied and bowing to the center. The blood flowing from the broken neck just fills the blood trough on the ground. In the blood trough, there is a small platform. It seems that something was placed here before, but now it has disappeared. There are several corpses of believers around, who were killed by someone from the throat. None of them thought that they would be free of danger after entering the core area. The monster in front is all the defense preparations here. But to be honest, if it weren't for Rune and his team, ordinary soldiers would really have no way to deal with the 2 full-level Sequence 8 experimental subjects. Kasruchuo observed the surroundings and said, "It seems that these guys had an internal conflict, and some guys ran away, but at least we have broken the stronghold here, which is also a meritorious service." Yet, the major also nodded, "But what happened here is a bit weird, we have to report it quickly." After Wen and others decided to blow up the altar here to prevent future troubles. With a burst of smoke and ground subsidence, Wen and others boarded the ship and prepared to leave this place and return to Baloberg. On a separate ship, after confirming that there was no one around the room, Wen smiled at the person beside him. "Come out." Little Carter's figure appeared faintly, and then 2 things were handed to Wen. In her tone, there was an unconcealable joy. "Captain, this time I made a lot of money." Lun looked at the things in his hands, a black armor and a crystal. The group of believers did not have an internal conflict, but were killed by Little Carter. The things that should have been in the core of the altar were also taken away by Little Carter invisibly. Otherwise, if everyone enters together, it will be hard to say who these things belong to. The first one is the dream crystal needed by the forest witch. Nothing can be seen from the outside, so Rune put it away casually. And the second one? Rune looked at the black armor and gently stroked it with his fingers, feeling a cool and comfortable feeling. Its material is not a certain metal that Rune knows, but from the outside, its defense is no worse than metal. And its shape is simple and atmospheric, a little heavy, but not as bloated as ordinary armor. The peeping eye is activated. Special item, Scale Armor of the White Snake. Level, Leave 15. Ability, Wearing Part, Immune to physical attacks with spiritual value below, 500, 20% resistance to magic with spiritual value below, 1000. Special, Spiritual Sublimation, invisible when wearing, when you consume more than 200 spiritual value in battle. The black armor becomes visible and all attributes are increased by 10%, when you consume more than 500 spiritual value in battle, the scale armor turns white and all attributes of the wearer are increased by 20%, sequence 8 and below. P.S. Armor made of a small part of the scales shed by the white snake has a little magical power. Superb treasure. It has physical resistance, magic resistance, and all attributes are increased in combat. It doesn't have many entries, but the first few are enough. This item alone is worth the trip. Captain, please put it on and show it to me. Little Carter couldn't wait any longer. Wen put it on and it fit him perfectly. Little Carter pouted, "So handsome, Captain, you are so handsome." Looking at the crazy flattering Little Carter, Wen knew what she was up to, and immediately patted her on the shoulder. "Let's go, I'll take you to a big meal. This little girl is a foodie." "Okay." Little Carter nodded quickly, fearing that Wen would go back on his word. Black Forest Bar. "No problem." The ship arrived at Baloberg soon. Cass Ruto and the Major needed to report the situation, and they separated from Rune immediately. And Rune also received the message from the Forest Witch. Meeting place, Black Forest Bar. This place is opened by her. Pushing open the door of the bar, following the witch's instructions, turning a few corners, a portal appeared in front of us. Stepping into it, it is another world. This is a study room for a short rest, with a complete set of tables, chairs, and benches. The witch and Heian are waiting here. Heian is still trapped in the bubble, floating in the air. Seeing Rune coming, she seemed to want to say something, but the bubble turned in the air, and she also kept somersaulting. The witch was like an elegant cat, nestling on a plush recliner, holding a novel with a red cover in her hand. Under the high-slit dress, the faint style is very attractive. Seeing Rune, she looked up and down and chuckled, "You are fast, I like it very much." After saying that, her index finger moved slightly. The Hydra gold coin on the table in front of her floated in front of Rune. Along with it, there was another dazzling crystal. Her voice was charming and gentle. "This is your reward, it will definitely satisfy you." Rune reached out and took the two things. Gold coins were obtained, the main quest and the side quest were completed at the same time, and a lot of information popped up on the panel. He ignored it for the time being, and looked at the extra reward mentioned by the witch. When he saw the crystal effect given by the witch, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What a surprise! Props, magic crystal, old trick. Level, rare. Ability, immediately reset the cooldown of a skill, and automatically cast it on the last target, effective for abilities below sequence 7. PS, rare crystal in the ancient ruins. Reset skill cooldown? Automatically cast it on the last target? This is a bit embarrassing. 2.27, tomorrow is Tuesday, please read it. Please, please.